Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Ruthless Dragon Villain? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Not all men were born equal. That was the lesson Izuku had learned ever since he could walk. The strong could do whatever they wished to the weak. This has been the reality of the world since living beings came into existence. And he had come to understand that this inequality still held true, even in the humblest school playgrounds or the neighborhoods where society's marginalized people resided. However, the situation was considerably more complex in the upper echelons of society. Are those horns? Hisashi Midoriya asked as he checked his son's head. Inko, who was holding a baby, ran her fingers over little Izuku's hair, noticing small horns growing out of either side of his head. It looks like it, but that doesn't look like any of our quirks, she responded with uncertainty while her husband looked thoughtful. A mutation type. Better be something useful once he's 4, Hisashi commented before turning his back on them and walking toward the door. Inko frowned at his comment but didn't voice her thoughts. It was nice seeing you, but I've got a job to do. I'll see you tonight, he said before leaving, without even sparing a single glance in her direction. Thus, the hero known as Blazing Breath left. I guess it's just you and me, little guy, Inko softly said as she gently poked her son, who grabbed her finger and held it between his 2 hands. Wow, you sure are strong, aren't you? She snickered in amusement before pulling her finger away. Well, no reason to stay here alone. Why don't you and I visit Aunt Mitsuki and her little Katsuki? I'm sure you two will become great friends once you grow up. It was a fleeting memory, something Izuku couldn't recall clearly due to his young age. Even now, he could assert that he had never really experienced having friends. Yet it didn't bother him. He had never been heartbroken about it. From a very young age he was aware of his innate strength, and this strength often attracted others to him. They approached him because they thought he had a cool quirk or because they believed he was popular. This pattern didn't surprise him, considering the very first confrontation he had once he discovered the second aspect of his mutation at the age of 4. It had been Katsuki who had challenged him in the middle of the schoolyard. Even without utilizing his quirk, Izuku had won, as he always did due to his unnatural strength. Katsuki was the closest thing he had to a friend, mainly because their mothers knew each other. Nevertheless, the blonde boy's challenges were predictable and irritating. Things could have remained that way. He could have just been an ordinary kid with a strong quirk and grown up using that power for his own benefit, living a comfortable and straightforward life. A life that involved combat at the very least. His interests were few, but fighting was exhilarating, unlike typical hobbies. Regrettably, his father, whom he considered an idiot, had different intentions. You could have seen it if you had been with me to the doctor. Inko crossed her arms in annoyance as Hisashi sighed and rolled his eyes. Meanwhile, Izuku was simply standing nearby. As a 4-year-old, he was taller, could walk, and even his horns had grown and pointed at the sky. And I told you I didn't have the time, Hisashi replied with frustration. What were you busy doing? Do you think I don't watch the news? I know you haven't arrested anyone, so if it isn't hero work, what were you doing? Inko demanded an answer while tapping her foot. Something that'll get us rich someday. Now shut up. I want to see my son's quirk. Hisashi snapped, making Inko huff and look away. Go on, Izuku. Show your daddy what you can do. All right, Izuku responded simply, without any desire to argue with either his father or mother. Displaying his quirk wasn't a complicated task. His body gradually transformed, with his nose and neck lengthening as his spine expanded. His hands and feet morphed into claws while his clothes vanished, leaving his skin adorned with green scales. He assumed the form of a serpentine eastern dragon, somewhat larger than his human form. Ha! A dragon! It really is a dragon! Inko, look at him! Hisashi exclaimed as he picked up Izuku in his draconic form. The boy didn't say much and simply wrapped around his father's neck instead. He'll probably grow bigger when he's older. With a quirk like that, he can become one of the greatest heroes in the world. What if he doesn't want to be a hero? Inko questioned. Izuku had to admit that he had never been a fan of heroes. However, the job did seem exciting, something he wouldn't mind pursuing. Yet, as a smart young man, he realized that being a hero also meant bearing numerous responsibilities, which, to be honest, sounded quite bothersome. He preferred the idea of simply combating villains without getting bogged down in all the other aspects. And why wouldn't he want to be one? It's the most privileged profession out there. And he has enough potential to be at the top. He could be rich. Hisashi argued as Izuku slid off his neck and turned back into a human. Even before he had this quirk, he was strong for a boy his age. He could already lift a table a year ago. I don't want to argue about this, Hisashi. Inko sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. He'll decide what he wants to do. I don't mind being a hero, Izuku interjected, bringing their attention back to him. Attaboy. I knew I could count on you. Hisashi slapped the boy's back with pride. Can you fly too? I didn't see any wings. Not by usual means. Inko cut him off as her husband turned to look at her with a puzzled expression. He can create some kinds of clouds which can make things float. The doctor suggested he use them on himself to fly, and it worked, she explained as Hisashi nodded along. These could be useful too, Hisashi remarked. Alright, it's decided. You're coming with me so you can see how a hero works. Could use some training too, he grinned. Are you insane? Hisashi, he's a child. Inko stepped between the two of them. Mom, Izuku muttered impassively. He didn't mind seeing his father at work personally. Look, you will probably understand later, but training him now will be important for us, Hisashi grumbled, visibly fed up with the woman's words. Then make me understand. What are you hiding? Inko questioned as Hisashi's eyes traveled from her to Izuku back and forth. Alright, he sighed. Let's just say the Heroes Public Safety Commission, in certain cases, recruit children and train them to be their own personal lapdogs for secret missions. Think of them as a part of a secret agency like the CIA in America, he revealed as Izuku looked curious. How do you know about this? Inko arched an eyebrow worriedly. Because I have contacts. Which is far more useful than your useless job at the hospital, Hisashi scoffed. My contact told me that their current, people's silencer, let's call it that, could potentially be compromised. They've shown doubts about their duties. It's our greatest opportunity yet. If Izuku shows enough potential, we could give him to them. They'll mold him into a perfect asset and we'll be the ones they'll reward, he explained as if his son wasn't even in the room, making Inko gasp. Our son? You want to give them our own son? Is money that more important to you than family? Inko shouted as she grabbed his shoulders and shook him in anger. Not so loud. Do you know what could happen to us if the HPSC learns we know about this? Hisashi hissed as he grabbed one of Inko's hands, only for the green-haired woman to slap him with it other. Then I'll tell them everything myself. I won't let you destroy this family. She warned him, meeting Hisashi's glare with her own. Unfortunately, she suddenly dropped to her knees as a fist connected with her belly, making her spit out saliva. Izuku widened his eyes in surprise. Don't you slap me, dumb broad. I'm trying to give this family some prestige. He responded while his wife was holding her stomach in pain. He sighed, running his hand across his forehead. Come on, I didn't punch you that hard. Please. Just forget about whatever you heard, Hisashi, Inko pleaded with tearful eyes. I know my son, he's just like me, and I think he knows the opportunity this is, right, Izuku? Hisashi asked the green-haired boy with a grin. Izuku gazed at him without responding, leaving Hisashi to assume his silence as agreement. However, his son was merely processing his father's words. Did he want to trade him for money? Did he intend to sell him? To be exploited as a mere weapon? These notions were unfathomable for a child. He had always been taught that parents were meant to protect their own. Every praise from his father felt empty following that revelation. Each time he commended Izuku for his extraordinary strength during training, it served as a reminder that it was all to facilitate his sale to the HPSC, an organization he hadn't even known existed prior to his research on the internet. His father's explanations had raised many questions in his mind. Heroes were supposed to combat villains, weren't they? So, why were assassins employed by this agency? He didn't want to know. He didn't want to be a bargaining chip. True to his father's word, Izuku accompanied him whenever he wasn't at school to observe and learn the ways of heroes. He also received training. Initially, he held his father in high regard, believing that strength was a key requirement for being a hero. However, he soon discovered the harsh reality. Blazing breath. Hisashi shouted as he breathed a stream of fire out of his mouth and blasted a pair of villains away. Both of them dropped to the ground with scorch marks all over their bodies and burnt clothes. One of them, still barely conscious, tried to crawl away from the hero who was closely followed by his son. Damn it! What was that guy? The villain began stammering, only to collapse before he could finish his sentence. Thank you so much. A woman ran up to Hisashi and bowed her head as the hero smirked. Izuku observed from a distance as his father effortlessly dealt with two unarmed muggers. This was a recurring pattern. Whenever Hisashi took him along, they seemed to only confront small-time criminals. The more he thought about it, the more it became apparent to him that his father exclusively pursued easy targets. His dad's actions began to make sense, as he realized that his father wasn't among the top 100 heroes. Hisashi only used his powers against the most vulnerable, and Izuku failed to see the merit in that approach. Inko's futile attempts to prevent Hisashi from taking Izuku along with him often ended with him snapping, yelling, or resorting to even worse actions, such as hitting her. Even at the tender age of 4, Izuku believed that he possessed the strength to incapacitate his father with a surprise blow to the head. However, his experiences outside had taught him a harsh lesson. The weak had no choice but to curse the strong as they were crushed beneath their overwhelming power. Even when he witnessed Katsuki bullying someone, he chose not to intervene, as he believed that helping the weak when he himself was strong enough to stay out of trouble was pointless. The real problem was that he, too, found himself beneath his father's control. And once Hisashi was done, the HPSC would be next in line if his father's plan succeeded. This was something he vehemently refused to accept. He had no desire to be a disposable tool, neither for the HPSC nor his own father. He held a deep-seated resentment for them both, and he couldn't be the only one who felt that way. His father's lessons didn't end there. He was also instructed in various illicit activities, from extorting money from small businesses by offering protection to blackmailing individuals in exchange for financial gain. According to his father, these skills would serve him well in the future, making it easier to manipulate people and gather information. While it was true that many of these people could potentially overpower Hisashi, he explained that his status as a hero granted him a more dangerous leverage. As a hero, he could act with relative impunity, and this allowed men like him to operate freely, only yielding to an even higher authority when necessary. We've wasted enough time. I'll call my contact and see what I should do, Hisashi while going through his phone. Hisashi, please, Inko begged as her husband paced around the room. He's ready. The HPSC will give him far better training, Hisashi commented, dialing someone as he put the phone to his ear. Come on, pick up, he grumbled in annoyance while tapping his foot. He didn't even wait 10 seconds before growing annoyed that his contact wasn't picking up the phone. 2 years had elapsed since Izuku first manifested his quirk, and he had undergone a growth spurt, now standing tall enough to reach Hisashi's waist. Despite his father's somewhat inadequate training methods, which essentially consisted of battling him until Izuku grew exhausted or was knocked out, the boy had made remarkable progress. Notably, Hisashi refrained from using his own quirk during their sparring sessions. Surprisingly, it was his father who consistently ended up fatigued after these encounters. The same principle held when it came to weapons training. Given the incredible strength Izuku possessed, his father suggested he train with a heavy weapon. However, Izuku had yet to make a decision regarding which weapon he would prefer to use. It seemed the day for his father to sell him away finally came. He waited a long time for this. Hisashi spent years praising his unrivaled strength, so it was time to prove him right. If he wanted to be free, he needed to get rid of him. He would figure out the rest later. Izuku clenched his fist, waiting for the opportunity to strike. Hisashi! Inko shouted as she grabbed the phone from her husband's hand, making him widen his eyes in anger. "Give it back. I've got no time for your bullshit," Hisashi shouted as he stretched out his arm to take back the cell phone, only for Inko to push him away. "We could literally get a good position in the HPSC for giving them this gold mine. The perfect hero project." He pointed at their son. "How many times do I have to explain this? No. It's over. I'm not listening to you anymore. And I'm not letting you hurt me or my son anymore. I'm leaving." Inko glared before smashing his phone on the floor, making Hisashi widen his eyes. "Come on, Izuku. Let's get out," she instructed before turning her back to the man. She didn't even bother going to pack her things, likely wanting to leave as soon as possible. "Leave? No one here is leaving, Inko. Not until I say so." Hisashi clenched his teeth, only for the green-haired woman to ignore him. Meanwhile, Izuku looked at the table and narrowed his eyes. "I told you that no one is leaving," he yelled before breathing out a thin line of fire just as Izuku broke off one of the legs of the table. The fire traveled fast, and Inko didn't even notice it until it was too late. Until soaring pain filled her whole body and made her collapse to the floor. It was only when she saw her injury that she fully registered the pain. Hisashi's fire breath had sliced through her left leg until everything below the knee was separated from her body. "Aya!" She screamed in pain as she grabbed her stump, tears rolling down her eyes. If the fire hadn't cauterized her injury, she would have been bleeding to death right now. However, she couldn't really see the positive in her current situation. "This wouldn't have happened if you had listened," Hisashi shouted with clenched fists before turning his gaze to her cut-off leg, lying a couple of meters away. "She, damn it. You think I wanted this? Look at what you made me do," he yelled as he walked toward her. "Stop," someone ordered, making the older man pause and look at the origin of the voice. It was Izuku, and he was holding the leg of a table as if it were a bat. "Your fight is with me, old man," he shouted. "What the hell are you doing?" Hisashi arched an eyebrow. "Protecting your dumb mother? I thought you understood the opportunity I'm giving you, Izuku. She wants to keep it from you." He motioned at the other woman, who was still clutching her leg. "No," Izuku replied. "I just want to beat you until you can't move. You're getting annoying, old man." He grinned excitedly. "Maybe instead of teaching you to fight, I should have taught you to respect your father first," Hisashi grumbled with clenched fists. "I guess I'll start now," he added with some coming out of his nostrils. This simple act reminded Izuku of their time spent together, mostly watching fights or training. Every time Hisashi would get mad at losing their little sparring and would fight more aggressively in an attempt to beat his son to an inch of his life to assert his superiority, only to fail. Any kid would have seen only a monster instead of a father in those times. Yet the green-haired boy smiled smugly. "Bring it on. I've never been scared of you. Even once," Izuku exclaimed, ready to jump at his father. However, before any one of them could make a move, blood suddenly gushed out of either side of Hisashi's head. The man's eyes rolled in the back of his head as he collapsed to the floor like a puppet whose strings had been cut. At the same time, the window's glass reached the floor too. The man hadn't even seen his own death coming as his life faded away nearly instantly. Inko suddenly stopped her screaming. The sight of her husband's death overshadowed the pain in her leg. Izuku, on the other hand, widened his eyes and turned his gaze toward the window. With his draconic eyes as precise and as good as an eagle's, he caught sight of a shadow standing on top of a rooftop a couple of 100 meters away. The figure was unrecognizable, but he did see them with what looked like a sniper rifle, now pointing at the sky as the somewhat feminine figure stood at the edge of the roof. The shadow didn't stay much longer and calmly walked away. Someone had just assassinated Hisashi Midoriya in his own house, and he didn't even see it coming. And Izuku had an idea of who ordered his death. Oh God. "Izuku, take the phone and call the police, Izuku," Inko instructed the young boy, who turned his look on her, showing her cold eyes. The gaze would have sent a shiver up her spine if it weren't for the situation she was in and the fact that this was her son. The green-haired boy dropped his makeshift weapon before walking to the nearest phone. Maybe he didn't have to leave yet, after all. Not yet. He was ready to fight his father, and he would fight anything that would get in his way. 8 years later, Bakugo Katsuki lazily sat in his chair, leaning back with his feet on the table, totally uncaring of the teacher who was currently talking. His classmates, DMN extras, were just as bored as he was. It was no secret no one liked school in general, and Aldra was even worse than normal school. It had no prestige at all, which was why Katsuki was glad to be there. Because he would be the only one in this pathetic school to enter UA. Honestly, he was also probably the only one who would even become a hero here since they were all extras who thought they were better than they actually were. Even his friends, who were more lackeys, had no value in his eyes. He didn't hate them or anything, he simply didn't think they would ever become heroes. Maybe they could become his sidekicks if they begged him for it. However, he was fully aware that his ambitions were unattainable. Not because he didn't think he would become a hero or pass UA's entrance exam. Because he was sure he wouldn't be the only one in the school to succeed. And that made his blood boil. At least, this wasn't an extra, but someone who could actually oppose him. Now for your orientations. Usually, I would hand out aptitude tests, but the teacher grinned as he showed a stack of paper in his hand, then threw it up in the air. You all want to go for the hero track, don't you? He laughed as all the students, except for Katsuki, showed off their quirks eagerly. Yes, you all have wonderful quirks. But there are many hero schools out there, and you must decide which one would suit you best. Now I have your wishes here, but, he began as his eyes traveled around the classroom. Does anyone know where Midoriya is? He asked, only for a random student to raise his hand. Midoriya-san is late, but he should be here, soon, sensei. Stated the student as most classmates looked nervous. Katsuki wasn't the only one who had lackeys in this classroom. Midoriya did too. And if Fingers wasn't a childhood friend, he would have bailed on Katsuki a long time ago to kiss Midoriya's, but instead, just as the teacher was about to say something, the classroom door was opened, pulling everyone's attention to it. Did someone say my name? A masculine voice asked. The person who entered was the exact boy they were talking about, someone who would be impossible to miss in a classroom. Midoriya Izuku easily towered over any adult man with a height of a little under 300 centimeters. His long and wild green hair reached the middle of his back while his horns also grew accordingly to fit his new size. He was slim, but very muscular, which could be seen because of his unbuttoned school uniform. The boy had a handsome face, and although he still looked fairly young, you wouldn't think he was a 14-year-old boy. Ah, Midoriya-san. Yes, I was just asking your comrades about you. I was wondering where you were, the teacher explained eagerly. The boy, on the other hand, breathed out in boredom. Yeah, I didn't bother being on time once I saw it was your boring class. Teach, Izuku responded as he walked to the back of the class and sat at his desk, which had a chair appropriate to his size. Of course. There is no problem, Midoriya-san. If it depended on me, you would have already graduated. The teacher praised the green-haired boy. Katsuki scoffed. The teachers kissed his butt too, thanks to his powerful quirk and good grades. The blonde wouldn't deny that he received a similar treatment since teachers went as far as ignoring his bullying of other students. But that was in the past. You came here just in time, Midoriya-san. We were talking about your classmates' future projects. I noticed that you and Bakugo wish to try out for UA. The reaction was almost instant. What? UA? They only have a 2% acceptance rate. This shouldn't be a surprise coming from Bakugo and Midoriya-san. If anyone can do it, it's them. Shut up, you rejects. I don't need your praises. Bakugo shouted in annoyance, putting a stop to all the students' shouts. Hey, who are you calling rejects? One of the students growled in anger before various others voiced similar complaints. Shut the hell up already. I've got no interest in you extras. Bakugo barked in an attempt to silence them, then turned his gaze on the tall green-haired boy. And don't think I forgot you, Scales. Just because you're better than these weaklings doesn't mean you're any better than me. He shouted at Izuku, who simply narrowed his eyes. Their eyes meeting was enough to shut everyone else up since no one even dared to break the thick tension in the classroom. Oh, remind me how your last challenge against me went again. Izuku asked, making Bakugo clench his fists in anger. That was just pure luck. I couldn't even use my full strength. He retorted. True, he couldn't since they were on the school grounds, and quirk use was already heavily restricted, so you could imagine how much more it would be in school. However, and I didn't even need to use my quirk. I have no time to waste on you anymore, so don't get in my way, Izuku lazily replied while yawning, adding even more fuel to Bakugo's fire. Damn it, stop thinking you're above me. Don't come crying once I get first place in the UA entrance exam. As if that would happen, runt. Izuku glared before standing up, making everyone in the room flinch in fear. That was one other thing that set Katsuki off. They weren't reacting like that when he got mad. They weren't even afraid of confronting him most of the time. Extras like them should respect him. Who are you calling a runt? Katsuki snapped back with sparks exploding in his palms. At least, he had the ball to argue against the green-haired boy, unlike these other weaklings. Now boys please. No fighting in class. The teacher tried to ease the tension while the two students continued their stare down. What a joke, Izuku chuckled while shaking his head. You lost. Get over it. If you want to challenge me again, then I'll wait for you at the top. You think you'll be at the top before me? Katsuki growled, only for the green-haired boy to look at him with exasperation and pity. You idiot, I already am, Izuku scoffed. There was no teenager as strong as he was, and probably not many adults either. You could call it arrogance, but he knew better than anyone his own power. You iffy, Katsuki started, only for Izuku to begin walking away to everyone's surprise. Today's class is even more boring than I thought. Teach, so I'm leaving. Don't forget to write down I attended class, Izuku declared before walking out of the room without a care in the world. Oh, of course, Midoriya-san, the teacher nodded. Bakugo clicked his tongue but did not go after him. It didn't matter, after all. In 10 months, he would show him. Izuku calmly walked down the streets as he thought back to what happened in class. Indeed, he was going to enter UA and become a hero. He wasn't doing this as some kind of honor to his father or anything like that. Oh no, he didn't care about the man at all. He even would have killed him, himself, if it weren't for that assassin. In fact, he was about to do something far different from what his father would have wanted. Becoming a hero would only make that easier and more fun since it was a life full of danger, which was something he desperately sought recently. The fights he witnessed when watching his father may not have been impressive, but they looked entertaining, especially for the villains who fought like their lives were on the line. Unfortunately, he never got anything as good as those. After his father's passing, he went from dojo to dojo, from combat sport to combat sport, not only to train but also to get a similar feeling. Quirks were forbidden, of course. However, even without his quirk, they were no match for him. If there weren't so many restrictions, weak men like his father would have never succeeded as much as they did in life, and Izuku also could have lived as he wished. The world's greatest hero. Izuku smirked with arrogance. I need much more than something so trivial. 4 years ago, a 10-year-old and much smaller, Izuku stood before a door, staring at it with confidence. There was one thing he wondered about for a long time. Why did the biggest kid rule the schoolyard? Why did the toughest prisoner control the prison? Why did the more dangerous villains earn respect and dominion over other villains? Because everyone was afraid of them, of course. Was there anything better than fear to manipulate someone? No, what he didn't understand was why this wasn't applied to the real world. The world where normal people lived. All Might was the strongest hero in Japan, probably even the world. His name alone put fear into villains' hearts. Mostly into weaklings' hearts. However, it wasn't like he changed the world much, was it? Ultimately, men like his father could get whatever they wanted thanks to their status only. He was too ambitious for his own good, and when he was too much of a bother for the higher ranks, he was killed like an insect. Izuku wasn't mad about it, he never really loved him, after all. He was more mad about the consequences Hisashi's death brought to him and his mother. Their main source of income was Hisashi, which they lost after he was assassinated. Moreover, Inko was forced to quit her job at the hospital because of the injury she suffered. Losing half a leg prevented her from being a nurse any longer. They had to move out and live in a dump. An apartment that wasn't even half as spacious as their house had been. The social benefits they got from the government were barely enough to pay their bills. Not only was he almost made a tool for the government, but they also fed him over after murdering his stupid father. The worst part was that the ones responsible were likely BSTRDS in suits who didn't even know Izuku and his mother's names, but still gave out the orders to get rid of Hisashi. They didn't do it because they thought what he was doing was morally wrong, and neither did Izuku since he was simply baffled how someone who could barely win against his 5-year-old son in a spar would be able to intimidate anyone. No, they removed him from the equation because he became a pain in their butt. Then they dared spout nonsense about fighting for the greater good and the people. What a load of bullshit. To Izuku, he saw nearly no difference between villains and them. Nevertheless, his father had the right idea, somewhat. He needed to be stronger. If he wanted to make any change in the world, this would be necessary. The door he was staring at was the entrance of a dojo he found recently. He wanted to test his strength and the progress he made here. It was a regular habit of this. His usual approach was to go in and challenge the best fighter directly. It helped that many of the facilities teaching combat didn't allow mutants. Clearly, their ego couldn't accept that some people would just be born stronger than them. Since quirks couldn't be used, mutants would have a natural advantage. This is highly unusual. Where are your parents? A man wearing a judogi and a black belt asked. Meanwhile, several other people with similar attire but different belts threw glances at the boy and the judoka. My mom's home. I want to fight the best here, Izuku stated fearlessly. Yes, I heard you the first time, but we can't really let anyone challenge our students. Especially not a child. However, we can call your parents and I'm sure they'll be happy to enroll you here. Then you'll get to challenge whoever you want, the judoka responded, only for Izuku to shake his head. No. I want a challenge now. And if I lose, then I'll enroll, okay? The boy confidently retorted. This must be a joke. The judoka grumbled under his breath while holding the bridge of his nose. Wait a second, it's not like the kid is doing anything wrong, let's give him what he wants and send him on his way, someone suddenly interrupted. Hirota, are you sure? The adult Izuku was talking to turned around to address another man, another judoka with a black belt. He also seemed a bit bullier than the first one. Of course. I never back out of a challenge anyway, Hirota assured, much to everyone's surprise. You're the best here? Izuku asked with a raised eyebrow. Up. Show me what you got, he replied, pointing at the tatami behind him. Izuku simply nodded before walking up to it. It shocked people even more since they expected he would like to get ready mentally at least. Hirota simply snickered internally. He recognized the flames of youth and the need to have a challenge. He was the same when he was a child, but that changed as he grew up. The trials he went through and the losses he suffered built him into who he was now. He learned humility by finding people better than him and surpassing them. This dojo had played a huge part in it, and he hoped it would do the same to this youngster. Naturally, he didn't plan on seriously hurting him or anything. This was judo after all. Sweeping him off his feet and lightly grappling him should be enough. He would just need to make sure those horns don't hurt him while doing so. Soon enough, they stood across each other, and Hirota easily towered over the child. It was a comical sight since a black belt of his caliber rarely had to face a kid, even when it was to teach them. Hajime! The first judoka announced loudly. Immediately, Hirota stretched his arm toward the boy, ready to grapple him. Before he could even react or register what happened, he was swept off his legs and collapsed to his side. Widening his eyes, Hirota's mind buzzed with confusion, unable to understand what just happened. Somehow, the kid made him fall. Quickly, he bent his arms to raise himself up and stand back up, only for the young boy to grab his wrist and easily lift him up and throw him against the wall on the other end of the Hirota! The referee exclaimed in shock and worry when the other man fell on the floor after hitting the wall. What happened? Hirota muttered to himself before staring at the boy in astonishment. I weigh 90 kilograms. How did he? Was it a strength quirk? It must have been. He cheated. There was no other way Hirota would have lost to a kid. That was disappointing, Izuku mumbled with a sigh. This dojo isn't interesting anymore. he added before walking toward the exit, and no one dared to call out to him. Haruta, you okay? The referee ran up to him to help him on his feet. Hey, the kid. Did he say his name? Haruta inquired while staring at the exit door. No, why? The other man answered. Oh, Haruta simply mumbled. He never saw the child again. Present day. Izuku walked away from school with his hands in his pocket, uncaring of the world around him. He had never been worried about his education since he always passed his tests. Studying in a classroom was useless when he could do it on his own, and he proved it multiple times. His mother always said he inherited his analytical mind from his grandfather, but Izuku doubted that. It developed because he often studied heroes and villains fighting. There was always a fight broadcasted on television, and sometimes he was there on site. Learning to fight from watching other people, or even learning how their quirks worked, was more useful than anything. It would also prepare him for when he would enter UA. For now, he would do something a bit more useful than sitting in a classroom. Something interesting he discovered while walking around the more trashy territories of the city. While power alone could rule the underworld, money would always help. It would especially help when it came to his civilian life. After taking the train, Izuku found himself in the Gashik district. There were only a few people outside, which was great for someone like him who wouldn't want to get the attention of unwanted onlookers. This neighborhood was especially great because nearly everything here looked suspicious, so nothing would ever seem out of place. Not even the coffee shop with closed curtains. Izuku knocked on the door with as little strength as he could muster. He was tired of breaking doors by accident. We're closed, someone replied from behind the door, making Izuku roll his eyes. That meant he was supposed to say the password, and he would be let in, but he grew annoyed after some time. For F's sake, you know who I am. There aren't many 3-meter-tall men here, he shouted. As expected, the person behind the door quickly opened it, grumbling under their breath along the way. Jay, just get in, the doorman grumbled in annoyance. Izuku scoffed and lowered his head, so he could get inside. The inside looked nothing like a coffee shop. In fact, it was nothing but stairs going down. He was used to walking down this path, and it didn't make his blood pump as much as it did the first time, unfortunately. As the other man closed the door behind him, the sound of people chattering and cheering reached Izuku's ears. The lower he was descending, the louder the sound was getting. It was a sound he had grown quite used to lately. As he finally took the final step, he was able to lay his eyes on a large stadium, filled with a couple hundred people, which was the best an underground fight club could ask for. There were several rows of seats, and at the very bottom and center of the room was a massive ring with a cage around it. The spectators surrounding the ring seemingly cheered for 2 people inside, but neither of them seemed impressive. Midoriya-san. So glad to see ya. Someone suddenly exclaimed as soon as he stepped inside. It was a man, well, a male because the person who just talked didn't exactly look human. His skin was green and scaly while his head resembled an iguana with his tongue hanging out of his mouth. He was also wearing a black suit with a white shirt and a black tie. He likely got that nice expensive-looking suit thanks to Izuku. I was waiting for ya. Manager, Izuku greeted him as the man snickered, putting a hand on Izuku's lower back, which was the highest he could reach. Now, come on, kiddo. You can call me Taki. We're good friends by now. Taki assured him while giving him back pats. Teeth, the iguana man, was the one who introduced him to this place. Not of his own free will, of course. Izuku had been looking for information on the underworld with the internet, at first, and when he had enough, he decided to search for it on the field. The green-skinned man had become quite cooperative after Izuku beat him to an inch of his life for trying to rob him. Anyone interesting today? Izuku asked, completely ignoring Taki's request, and walked down the stadium's stairs toward the fighters' lounge. We've got some fresh meat you'd probably find amusing, Taki responded while following after him. As the two walked away, one of the spectators couldn't help but overhear their conversation and narrow his eyes in confusion as he noticed something strange. Hey, isn't that a middle schooler's clothes? He asked the man sitting on his right. Indeed, even if they were huge and the open jacket made Izuku look like a delinquent, it still resembled a middle schooler's outfit. That's because it is, kid's apparently 14, the second man replied, grinning in amusement at his friend's shock. What? He looks like a grown-but man. And not just because of his size. What's a kid doing here? He's a fighter in the ring. He's pretty good too. I win every time I bet on him, but I've got no idea what his quirk is. We call him Oni, he retorted, and it was easy to figure out where the name came from when looking at the boy's horns. The first man still doubted this was a place for a kid like him, though. Down in the fighter's locker room, Izuku sat on a bench, rubbing the bridge of his nose in annoyance. His manager, D, stood before him, his hands in his pockets. That's not the guy I wanted to fight. Did Pero refuse to let me fight the champion? Izuku questioned as Taki sighed. I didn't even ask him. Fighting Ryo is way too early for you. Izuku's manager responded irritatedly. What? I thought I told you I wanted to fight the champion? Izuku shouted before suddenly standing up and grabbing Taki by the collar, lifting him in the air while the iguana man gasped. Why must understand, Midoriya-san. This is the champion we're talking about. You're still a newbie. You only got a dozen fights under your belt. Take it slow, this guy's too strong for you for now, T stammered fearfully, making the boy scoff. Too strong? That's exactly why I want to fight him, idiot. Talk to Ryo and tell him I want to fight the champion, and no one else. Going against weaklings is getting boring, Izuku ordered as he dropped the man on the floor. All right. Taki retorted before springing to his feet and scurrying out of the room. That stupid kid will be the death of us. What does he plan on doing against Ryo, for FS sake? He grumbled under his breath and fixed his tie. Izuku breathed out before sitting down again and leaning back. He already knew the Fight Club's manager would accept. After all, as Taki said, the middle schooler was a newbie. However, he was a promising one. It would be an entertaining matchup for the spectators, who would still most likely bet on the champion rather than the boy. The green-haired boy didn't care about the spectacle for the customers or about being the underdog. What he wished for was to be entertained, and he could only hope the champion would give him that. It seemed he got the first part of his wish, at least. Now, ladies and dirty crooks, welcome to Pero's Fight Club for a thrilling and unexpected match. Today, I am delighted to announce that our dear champion Mad Ryo will fight against the new fresh meat. The middle schooler with 13 consecutive wins, Oni. The announcer declared excitedly and loudly through the room's speakers. Almost immediately after his announcement, the crowd burst into cheers and whistles, many of them shouting Ryo's name, and some of them screaming Izuku's pseudonym. Bet now and win big, you only have 10 minutes before the match starts. Unsurprisingly, most of the crowd jumped off their seats and rushed to the betting desk while Taki watched fearfully. There, you got what you wished for. He yelled while pointing at the ring. You can't back out anymore. He added, only for Izuku to huff in boredom. You're starting to annoy me, the younger man breathed out, glaring with only one eye at the lizard man, who stepped back with a shiver. Whatever. This is probably gonna be our last fight, so consider this the end of our deal. He shook his head before walking toward the ring. Of course it is. Dump's going to die, the scaly man groaned. Since this was an underground fight club, people died every day. Their bodies were disposed of in dumps, and their names were forgotten. Izuku had potential. The two of them could have made it big, but his stupidity would cost him his life. And here when that kid found him that day, he thought his lucky star was finally shining on him. Nevertheless, he still earned quite a lot thanks to him and his previous fights. Even if they lose, he would still earn something by betting against Izuku. It was good knowing him, but in the end, money mattered much more. With everything he got from these fights, maybe Taki could find another promising fighter and become their manager? That one could even be more obedient as well. Certainly not a pain in the butt like Oni. Make some noise for Oni. A boy, a massive one for sure, but a boy who remained undefeated in the ring. Could he be the one to dethrone the one and only champion? He asked the cheering spectators as Izuku entered the ring. And on the other side, the champion who defended his title for over 100 matches. The one and only, Mad Ryo. Will he finally find someone tough enough to take his punches? He declared when the crowd chanted Ryo's name while he entered the ring. This wasn't the first time Izuku had seen this. Every time the champion fought, people would chant his name. He was easily the most popular fighter, after all, and the one who survived the longest here. Ever since he had seen him fight, Izuku had wanted to test his strength against him. Ryo would usually just finish a match with a few punches, but he loved building up the tension, so he always prolonged the fights. When the one who was called a madman finally climbed on the ring, the green-haired boy was finally able to take a good look at him. He was far from being massive like Izuku was, but he was still pretty tall for an average non-mutant man since his height reached the middle schooler's belly. His well-built body and scars showed off his history of battles and training, and his short black hair certainly wasn't enough to hide his bloodlusted eyes. Yes, that was likely why most opponents didn't survive against him. His thirst for blood was the reason fights didn't end until death. "You look pretty strong for a kid. This might be fun," Ryo whistled as he looked at Izuku from down to up. "But strength won't help you," he added arrogantly. "We'll see," the middle schooler responded confidently. "The fighters are in the ring. Lower the cage," the announcer ordered as a cage slowly descended from the ceiling to surround the ring. "The second the cage touches the ring, the match will start," he declared, notifying the fighters to be ready. Ryo got into a fighting stance, raising his fists as he stared into Izuku's eyes. Seeing someone not get intimidated by his size was a rare sight for the green-haired boy, and it actually pumped him up a little. Izuku simply clenched his fists. Finally, the cage reached the ring. "Here I go dash," Ryo began excitedly, only for a fist to meet his face and interrupt him, throwing him against the cage, which he bounced off from. "And Oni lands the first hit," the announcer declared with a shout as Izuku didn't give the champion any break and threw an array of punches all over Ryo's torso. He follows with multiple more punches, forcing the champion to back away. "Damn it. Actually gonna break my ribs," Ryo thought as Izuku's huge fist continued to relentlessly assault him, easily breaking his guard. However, that was fine. Even though the boy was stronger than he expected, this was still according to plan. "This is starting to look like I'm fighting a punching bag," Izuku commented with boredom as he punched Ryo so hard in the abs that he threw him off the floor. The champion falls. For the first time, Mad Ryo's back falls to the ground. The announcer shouted while the champion punched the floor, slowly standing up again as he spat out blood. His face was swollen, and Izuku's fists even left red imprints all over his torso, but he could still stand. Suddenly, he flexed his muscles and slowly bulked up, making them grow larger with his fists and teeth clenched. "There it is. The champion is using his quirk," the announcer stated as the crowd cheered. Meanwhile, Izuku simply stood a few meters away, staring at him with a stone-cold expression. Idiots, I've been using my quirk from the start," Ryo thought in amusement. His quirk, Absorb, granted him the ability to store any impacts he encountered during a fight within his body. His muscles would absorb the strength distributed by his adversaries, making each of his blows as potent as the combined power of the hits he endured. The sole drawback was that he had to endure those impacts initially, necessitating strengthening his body to withstand powerful hits. Nevertheless, this ability was entirely ineffective against ranged attacks, so any lowlife with a good ranged quirk would be an issue for him. However, in close combat situations like this fight club, it was an entirely different story. Here he was unbeatable. His main strategy had always been to let his opponent hit him a few times, then counterattack after having enough power. Everyone else thought he was just making the fights longer for fun. This kid had so much power that it would be his shortest fight yet. "Now, this is getting interesting," Izuku muttered as Ryo rushed him with an impressive speed for a man with such bulky muscles. "Take this." Ryo grinned as he delivered a blow, which the boy didn't even defend against, right in his belly. Unsurprisingly, this was enough to push Izuku back and even make him spit out blood. "Sorry, but not good enough, kid. Is how you kill someone," he shouted as he launched a flurry of punches against Izuku's chest and abs. The feeling of his punches seemingly sinking inside his enemy's flesh was enough to bring a large smile to the champion's face. 50 consecutive Demon Rush. The champion's ultimate move. Will Oni be able to stand up again? The announcer asked as the horned boy fell on his back with a loud thump. No way. This was instant death. Ryo smirked, wiggling his bloody fingers. Usually he didn't have to use his ultimate move to win a fight, but he didn't wish to take any risks with that giant brat. I forgot how pain feels, Izuku grumbled as he held his chest, standing back up with a grunt. Amazing! Oni manages to stand up again. What the hell? Ryo muttered with a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek. The middle schooler's hits nearly made Ryo spill his guts. 50 times the combined power of those punches should have killed that kid. I guess that's expected from my own hits, though, Izuku snickered while holding his head. How do you? Ryo stepped back in surprise. That's obvious for any idiots who watch you fight, the green-haired boy responded. It was true. He watched several of Ryo's fights and every time the champion bulked up, it was after taking multiple hits from his opponents. Izuku figured it was because he possessed some kind of power stockpiling quirk. Doesn't matter. I'll finish this, now. Ryo gave him a toothy grin as he got ready to launch himself against the massive boy again. No need, you showed me all you had already. This was a disappointment, Izuku replied after a sigh as his skin began shifting, growing scales and turning green. Huh. The champion blinked in puzzlement. He had no time to react before something slashed a large cut across his chest, causing a substantial amount of blood to gush out. His muscles quickly deflated as if they were a pierced balloon while Ryo collapsed on his face, his eyes blank. Meanwhile, the scales over Izuku's arms slowly turned back into his regular skin. The champion has fallen. Against all odds, Oni has defeated him in the blink of an eye. The announcer declared. Many cheered at the outcome, but Izuku wasn't surprised to hear that most of the crowd wasn't happy to have lost their bet. The boy ignored their boos, though. He didn't get what he wished for in the end. What the hell was that quirk? He muttered as the cage rose and a few people entered the ring to carry out Ryo. The lizard man gulped. No, it wasn't because he lost his bet, but because he was afraid of what the manager would say. They just beat the champion. It was Pero's golden goose. They would get killed for sure. No, he could still run, couldn't he? He'd talk to Midoriya and they would leave to make some money another way. They would get even richer. You, my boy, are going to be my golden goose. Pero, a bulky bald suit-wearing man, exclaimed with a cigar between his fingers. Really? Taki mumbled by Izuku's side. The two of them stood before the Fight Club's manager's desk, which was also guarded by two other men standing a meter away from Pero. The man had called them into his office, and Taki had wanted to straight up run away. However, Izuku decided otherwise and dragged him all the way here. At least, they gave them enough time, so the horned boy would wrap his injuries in bandages. Of course. Here's your money, you two, Pero responded as he gestured for the two men behind him to come, which they did, and placed two briefcases on the desk. This is only the start, but as the new champion, you'll earn at least twice as much as you did before, kid. He guaranteed while he slowly approached one of the briefcases and opened it. There's so much. He shouted with his tongue hanging out excitedly out of his mouth. There's at least 75 million yen in there. He exclaimed to the open briefcase, which was filled with bundles of 10,000 yen bills. And you're telling me this is just the start? We'll get filthy rich, Midoriya-san. Taki shouted excitedly as Pero laughed. I think the three of us will have quite a profitable relationship, he stated before puffing out smoke. Nah, sorry, but I'm not interested, Izuku suddenly interrupted, much to Taki's horror. What do you mean you're not interested? Taki snapped at him, only for the boy to not even glance in his direction. Can I know why? Pero questioned, his excitement having swiftly faded away. I wanted to test my strength against someone worthy, and I thought this champion would be the one. Unfortunately, I was just disappointed. Since no one is stronger here, I've no business in this place anymore, he explained. Indeed, money wasn't the only reason he decided to fight in the ring. He also did it to have fun and excitement, to fight someone who would get his heart pumping. It was also a good way to train himself for the future. He already had a few plans, and he would be playing in both fields of the law, so he needed to be strong enough. Since he had been in real fights, would also have an advantage over the other heroes in training. However, these weren't the only reasons. Truthfully, he also wanted to find people to recruit. They would either have to be strong or possess useful skills. He needed allies he could either fully trust or be sure he could use for his own benefit. You're lucky Rio's alive, or else I wouldn't have any champion right now. If that's what you want, I won't stop you, Pero responded before taking a puff of his cigar. But don't you want to earn money? I can find another way to do that. Don't worry, Izuku scoffed before taking his briefcase and turning his back on them. Hey, wait a DMN second. What about me? Taki shouted, making the boy pause. What about you? I told you already. This was my last fight, and I'm putting an end to our deal. You were useful to me, but I don't need you anymore, he answered, ready to leave again, only for Taki to shout again. And you think I'll accept that sheet? We could be rich, you dumbass. Stay right here, he ordered as Izuku froze up and slowly turned around. Pero and his guards simply remained silent with sweat rolling down their faces. What did you just say? Izuku asked, followed by a glare. Ya heard me. I've had enough of hearing your constant caprices, so I'm putting my foot down. We've got a good thing going on here, and I ain't letting you screw it up. Taki argued before freezing up once he finally noticed the boy's intense glare. Who do you think you are? Ordering me around. You stupid Bizudi. Izuku screamed and followed with a palm move. W8. Taki tried to plead while backing away, suddenly remembering the danger the younger boy represented, only to be hit by Izuku's palm instantly. What happened next could only be described as gruesome as the lizard man's head was blown to bits, spraying his blood and his brains all over the floor. Surprisingly, Pero remained impassive, not caring at all that someone had just been murdered in his office. The guards were a different matter as they grabbed their handguns and held them defensively, ready to shoot at the horned boy if he made any sudden moves toward them. Taki's death was nearly instant as even his still twitching body hadn't processed it yet. The fact that Izuku did this so easily was enough to make shivers run down their spine. I'll take his share, Izuku simply said as he grabbed Taki's briefcase too. Outstandingly enough, there was no trace of blood on his palm. It was as if the impact was such that it projected all of Taki's life juice directly out of his skull before it even made contact with the boy's hand. Wait! Pero called out to him. Take this, he said as he handed Izuku a piece of paper. What's this? The horned boy asked after grabbing it. It looked like it's a phone number. An information broker whose name's Jiren. He could probably help you make some money or for some other things if you ever need to, Pero responded. I see. Thanks, Izuku simply retorted before walking out of the office and closing the door behind him. Now alone with his guards, Pero let out a relieved breath. Why did you give him Jiren's number, sir? One of them asked. That kid's got potential. I can see it from a mile away. Besides, I'd rather get him out of my hair, he answered while wiping sweat with a handkerchief. Do you want us to clean that up? The second guard pointed at Taki's corpse, only for Pero to sigh. No, I like having corpses in my office, Pero stated calmly. Of course, I want you to clean it up, you dumbass. He snapped in annoyance, which was enough to wake them out of their stupor and make them carry out the body. Yes, sir. They replied hurriedly in unison. That kid's really got some crazy strength, Pero muttered while leaning back on his chair. Maybe he should keep an eye out on the news to check if his name would ever come up. He couldn't deny it was a nice sum of money. With the lizard's share in addition to his, he just got 150 million yen in total. It was the highest amount of money he ever earned until now, so leaving that place was a waste of income. However, it would be an even bigger waste to stay there. Sure, he loved fighting and getting his heart pumping, but he wouldn't get any excitement by getting rid of weaklings. He also mainly wanted to find suitable recruits for what he planned to do. It wasn't something he would come across at that place. With the time spent there, he could safely say there would be no surprises for him at the fight club. When you wanted to change society, no, the whole world, you couldn't simply take weak bums under you. The cannon fodder came after finding your officers. He didn't even need to have people who thought like him, all he needed from them was to be strong and loyal. The phone number Pero had given him for that information broker was a good opportunity to find soldiers from the underworld. The second opportunity for recruitment would be anyone else would be foolish to think they could simply enter this school and convince any of the students to fight against the government, but Izuku was not anyone else. He knew the true nature of people, and he was certain there were no saints in this world. Not in hero schools, at least. Greed and corruption were everywhere. Everyone had something they would yield to what they considered evil. Besides, his future companion's origins wouldn't matter much considering that heroes and villains would be a thing of the past once his plans would succeed. Brute force wouldn't work for everything. Fortunately, he also had a strong mind. He would find the weaknesses that would bring them over to his side, if they had any potential, of course. Now that he thought about it, analyses could be a good way to earn some pocket money until he found something better. That information broker could probably use some of the analyses he had done on several pro heroes. He had quite a few of them stored in files on his computer at home. Speaking of home, it may be time to go back. The school day would end soon since he spent a few hours at the fight club, especially since it was far from his house. His mother likely knew he was skipping classes, honestly, but she didn't care much when he brought good grades home. Glancing around, he noticed he was currently on a large and busy street. There was nothing unusual, but he did see there was a pro hero nearby. It was a woman with a purple and white skin-tight bodysuit and a purple domino mask with horns. She was about the height of a regular teen too. Obviously, he immediately recognized her. Lady. Right, I saw her debut this morning, he muttered to himself. He remembered that one of the reasons he was late was that he watched KingE Woods and her fight against that villain. She was one of the heroes he thought of earlier when speaking of weaknesses. Greed and vanity were written all over her face this morning. If there were any students like her in UA, they would be his prime targets. It was a shame she was already a pro since someone with a giantification quirk would have been useful. The heroine was standing at a stand that was selling hot dogs. It seemed she was using her feminine charms to get a discount from what Izuku could see by her body language. Izuku scoffed. Maybe once he possessed more assets and resources, he would come to her with an offer. He hoped for her that she would accept when that happened. However, for now, he still had somewhere else to be. As the horned boy stepped on a manhole cover and slowly walked away, green sludge hesitantly slipped out. A pair of eyes peeked around with panic. Sheet, there are a ton of people around. There's no way I can sneak away here. Why did that bastard have to chase me? The sludge complained with mumbles while still looking around. Maybe if I could find someone with a nice quirk? He grunted until his eyes finally settled on a large green-haired boy. Oh, that guy's huge. He's gotta have a strong quirk. All Might doesn't stand a chance, he sniggered before quickly slipping out of the manhole and dashing toward the boy. As if he had sensed the upcoming attack, Izuku dropped one of the briefcases and turned around, throwing his punch toward the living sludge. Sneak attacks don't work on me, he clicked his tongue in annoyance, only to see his arm penetrating the sludge without doing any damage. The horned boy widened his eyes in surprise as the sludge laughed, attracting the attention of everyone around them. I'm a liquid, you idiot. A punch isn't gonna do anything. Now let me borrow your body. He laughed before wrapping around the long-haired boy. They villain. One of the bystanders shouted, alerting the ones who remained unaware. Predictably, most civilians swiftly fled the scene while Izuku attempted to get the villain off of him. Unfortunately, as the sludge had said, he was liquid. Even his big hands weren't enough to pull the villain away since he immediately reformed and moved around his body. This is getting annoying. Izuku complained, dropping his other briefcase, which only increased his ire. Taking advantage of his open mouth, the sludge villain quickly went for it, trying to get his body inside his victims. Don't worry. I'm coming. Mount Lady assured confidently the moment she noticed the commotion. Please make some room. She instructed the civilians around before growing in size until she was at least 20 meters tall. 2 villains in one day is gonna boost my ratings. She exclaimed happily. Of course, she was also worried about the civilian who was caught, But she couldn't deny the rating boost was a nice bonus. Sheet. Just my luck. Another pro hero. Just let me in so I can get rid of her. The sludge villain shouted while choking the massive boy. That was enough. Izuku had given him enough chances. He didn't want to use his quirk since he wanted to avoid having problems with the law right now. However, he wasn't about to let such a pathetic villain take his life, not that the sludge could anyway. He simply didn't want to waste his time with such annoyances. Heat began building up in his belly, slowly warming up his body, which the villain didn't notice at all. Blast breath. Izuku roared as he breathed a strong stream of fire in the air, burning all the sludge inside his mouth and surrounding his face. Wah! Mount Lady stepped back in surprise, startled as the beam narrowly missed her. The sludge villain, on the other hand, screamed in pain as a large part of his body was burned away. His reflex was immediately to let go of his hostage, who hadn't seemed done with him since the moment Izuku extinguished his fire. He threw a powerful fist into the villain's eye and made him howl in pain. His punch was strong enough to make the sludge villain burst into multiple pieces. That'll teach you to attack me, Izuku cracked his neck. Since the villain wasn't reforming, he was either dead or unconscious, but the green-haired boy doubted he killed him. Hey, I understand you were attacked, sir, but using a quirk without a license is... Mount Lady began reprimanding him while shrinking, only to realize what he was wearing. You're a middle schooler? She asked in shock while looking up. Yeah. What's the issue? He inquired as he bent over to pick up one of the briefcases, then noticed the second one was a bit further away. You look like a 30-year-old man. And firstly, you should button your jacket, Mount Lady pointed out before walking over to the second briefcase to help him get his stuff. Secondly, you shouldn't use your quirk without a license, that's vigilantism. But I guess I can be a little lax considering the situation, she explained as she widened her eyes once faced with the case, which was slightly open because of the drop. She could clearly see there was quite an amount of money inside. I was just defending myself, Izuku simply stated as he hurriedly grabbed the second briefcase before the pro hero could take another look. Mount Lady smirked as if she just hit the jackpot. The way the horned boy didn't seem to care about the rules, as if he could get away with anything, added to the sum of money he carried, painted a clear picture in her mind. He was a rich kid. At first, she was only going to let him go with a slap on the wrist, and then take the villain into custody, but this changed things a bit. It looked like he had a strong quirk too. Be that as it may, I still have to take you with me and this villain to the nearest police station. They have to write a report on this, she explained, trying her hardest to lace her tone with authority. I don't have time for this, Izuku scoffed before attempting to depart, only for the woman to stand in front of him. The sight was almost comical, of course, because you wouldn't think she would even try it with the size difference. Oh really? Are you busy going back to school? Because as far as I know, middle schoolers shouldn't be out for another hour at least, she snidely remarked, swiftly getting on the boy's nerves. It was obvious by now that she wouldn't let him go this easily. Considering the change in her demeanor, he already had an idea why, and that was his fault for being reckless with the money. Obviously, he didn't consider fighting her, but he still replayed in his mind what he learned about her this morning. It took her about 2 seconds to grow to her full gigantic size. Moreover, from what he saw earlier, she was the same size as this morning, which meant she was either in full giant mode or her normal size. There was no in-between. Getting her inside a building, even one with a high ceiling, would be enough to reduce her chances of victory nearly to zero since she wouldn't have enough room to use her quirk. All right, Izuku sighed. He would rather avoid any further issues, so it was better to submit to her for now. As I was saying, what you did was illegal. However, I think we can come up with an arrangement that would benefit both of us. Obviously, you probably don't want to go to the police station, otherwise, Mommy would get mad, she snickered in a slightly mocking tone. She was clearly not taking him seriously because of his age, which completely overshadowed his huge size. Just get on with it, he mumbled in annoyance. I'd rather not have to make a longer report too. So what about this? You can pay a fine now, and you won't be mentioned to the police. Does that work for you? Mount Lady suggested with her arms crossed under her chest. Since it happened so fast, no one recorded Izuku's actions, so they would indeed be covered up completely if he paid her now. I'm sure you wouldn't mind doing it for little old me? She added seductively, trying to use her charms. Of course, she was extorting him. That was predictable. It was something his old man would regularly do too. Although in her case she was also trying to stuckton against him, it wouldn't work. Not because he felt no attraction, but because his desire to crush her to death overpowered his lust. She was trying to take the money he earned himself. What did you expect? I would rather hurry home, so here, take this and don't bother me anymore, he grumbled before taking a few bundles of bills and giving them to her. There were around 200,000 yen, which seemed to greatly please her as she greedily snatched them out of his hand. Oh yeah, that'll definitely cover the fine. It could have been more if you hadn't used your quirk just once, so you should count yourself lucky, Mount Lady stated while counting the bills. Great, then I'll leave if this is over with, Izuku scoffed before trying to walk away, only for Mount Lady to step in front of him again. Wait a second. What now? The horned boy asked with growing impatience. What are your plans for the future? Do you want to be a hero? Your quirk is strong and flashy. Yeah, I'm planning to enter Yude, Izuku revealed, seeing no point in hiding that fact. I knew it. You just got that heroic energy, the blonde exclaimed, which was a blatant lie in Izuku's opinion since he could smell she had something else to gain here. The heroine walked over to a woman with a purse and asked for a pen and something to write on. If you ever need an internship or want to become someone's sidekick, call my agency, she winked as she handed him a small piece of paper. It recently opened, but it's probably going to be one of the best by the time you graduate, so you should bet carefully. As expected, it was a phone number. That was the second one he got today. Well, he would keep it just in case it would be useful. After all, she wasn't completely wrong. She had a decent quirk and charms, so she would quickly gain popularity. Thanks, Izuku mumbled before walking away, leaving the blonde behind. He made sure to remember to make her pay for this one day. He's definitely got some potential, she commented to herself before rubbing the back of her neck with a wince. But geez, looking up for so long actually hurt my neck. Oh, you're the pro hero who made her debut today. Please sign me an autograph. Someone suddenly shouted as they approached, encouraging more people to swarm her. It took some time, but they ended up recognizing her eventually. Even heroes who just debuted would be signing autographs because some people hoped they would rise in rankings so that their signatures would be worth a lot. Me too, Mount Lady. Now, wait a minute. I still have a villain to take into custody. She raised her hands defensively. The only problem now was that she had no idea how to even take into custody a bunch of sludge. While she was busy with hero fans, a thin arm popped out of the manhole. The man whom it belonged to slowly pulled himself up, getting out of the sewers with heavy breaths. Those sewers are so hard to navigate. It made me lose all the time I had for the day. Now, where is that villain? The man spoke to himself before looking around. He didn't need to look for long since the sludge wasn't far away. In fact, it was just here and here and here and here. It was a bit everywhere, actually. A hero must have defeated him already, he remarked as he finally noticed the heroine. He clicked his tongue and shook his head. I understand being swarmed by fans, but locking up the evildoer should be a top priority, he lectured as he took out 2 empty bottles from his pockets. Still, he was grateful another pro-hero was on the scene. Who knows what would have happened if this guy hadn't been caught? He could have gotten a hostage. He didn't wish to have this on his conscience because he used up all his time. It didn't take much longer for Izuku to reach his home, which changed a lot over the years. After Hisashi's death, they were forced to move into a small apartment, which quickly became too tiny for someone like Izuku who was only growing bigger and bigger. Thanks to his size, which was considered a handicap, they received several benefits, so they could have a larger home. Naturally, the horned boy also brought some money lately with his fights in the underground fight club. Thanks to these factors, they now had a modest house, with ceilings barely high enough for Izuku to stand inside. However, it was an acceptable abode for now. When he came in, his mother was in the kitchen, which was visible from the living room, cutting up vegetables with a kitchen knife. Is that you, Izuku? She called out to him without turning around. Yeah. he answered as he put his briefcases on the table, not even bothering to hide them. What are you doing? He asked as his mother put the cut vegetables in a bowl before coming to meet him. Preparing dinner for tonight, she responded, showing her face. The green-haired woman hadn't changed much during all these past years. She was tall and slim, looking like she regularly exercised to keep her shape. Her long hair was tied in a ponytail just as usual, and she wore a yellow cardigan with a green skirt. However, there were major differences. While her eyes held a joyful light when Izuku was born, now they seemed exhausted and on the brink of giving up. She was fired recently and had been overworking for years. The reason was the other major difference, her leg. The leg she lost below the knee had been replaced by a prosthetic that was a bit primitive, but they couldn't afford anything better. Most of it was just a metallic stick with a foot on the end. Inko had no choice but to limp most of the time. So, how was school? She asked, only for Izuku to wave in dismissal. The same as every day, he replied before taking one of the briefcases and leaving the second on the table. Here, take this. It's for you, he stated, then left before she could say another word. Oh, thank you, she thanked him as she opened the case, looking at the money with an impassive expression. She didn't ask him about it. She never asked questions about what he did outside of home or school. It wasn't like Izuku threatened her or anything, she simply decided not to question him. She likely knew it was dirty money, but the horned boy didn't care. He was perfectly aware that she wouldn't betray him or call the police on him. The reason why she wouldn't betray him was unknown even to him, but he supposed it was because he was her son. It was that simple. When he finally reached his room, he came in and locked the door behind him. His bed took up most of the space, but the room itself was already big enough so two siblings would be able to live in it together. There were barely any wall decorations except for an All Might poster and two other ones for a rock band called Blackstones. On the shelves on his walls, there was an All Might figurine, an Endeavor, and a Miruko one. Between all of them also stood a dragon. There was also a katana on a stand across his bed. Izuku threw the briefcase on the bed before sitting at his desk, where his computer was. He didn't want to relax just yet since he got an interesting phone number from Pero. He also left the piece of paper with Mount Lady's agency number nearby in case he ever needed it. He needed to look over his analyses before thinking of selling any of them. After all, if he gave them away, then they would become useless. The reason was simple really. He was aware whoever bought them would use them to kill the heroes the analyses are about, which would ultimately render them useless. Izuku wrote these so he would be able to fight anyone by developing his analytical skills. He looked at Jiren's contact information. He would also need a burner phone now that he thought about it, but this could wait. He tapped the number in, grumbling because of his big fingers and the size of the smartphone before raising it to his ear and holding it with 2 fingers. The phone was ringing, which was a good start, but the man wasn't picking up immediately. He was either busy or simply didn't trust an unknown number. However, after several seconds, someone picked up. Is this Jiren? Izuku asked before the man on the other hand had the opportunity to talk. Who's asking? A gruff voice replied in apprehension. He was careful, it seemed. Someone who wants to do business. I've got something interesting I could sell, Izuku responded while Jiren, he presumed, hummed. That, I expected. Who gave you my number? He questioned. Pero, Izuku simply answered. He could have given Pero's full name, but if Jiren was the real deal, then he should know the man's name. Oh, did you fight in the ring or did you bet? Jiren asked, suddenly growing more trusting. I fought, but I don't anymore. That's why I need money, the horned boy explained. If Pero gave you my number, then you must have something worthwhile. Alright, I'll hear you out, but we shouldn't talk over the phone. Whatever you want to sell, bring it to me to the address I'll send you, Jiren stated as Izuku nodded along. Will you be alone? Yeah. I hope there will be no surprises, he replied. His tone was light, but the threat hidden behind his tone would be hard to miss. Don't worry. I'm a professional. I won't ruin a business relationship before it even started, the man on the other side of the line reassured him. Alright, I'll hold you to that, Izuku responded as Jiren hung up. Only a few seconds later, the boy received the address through a text. It didn't specify when he should be going to that place, but he sure wasn't going there now. He was still in his middle school uniform, and he wanted to have dinner, too. First, he changed into a better outfit, which was all black and consisted of an open leather jacket with spikes on the shoulders, leaving his chest bare, and tight leather pants with boots. He also wore spiked bracelets. All in all, he didn't really have the look of a future student in heroics. After that, he looked up Mount Lady's agency, trying to find the most information possible on it. Of course, all of it was public knowledge, so its usefulness would be limited. It reminded him that he needed an information collector who would work under him. Izuku couldn't exactly sneak around with his massive body. The best way to actually gain some information would be to have an internship there once he entered UA, but he wouldn't do that. Someone like him deserved a pro hero in the top 10, at least. Right before dinner, he looked through some of his files again and picked 2 of them before transferring them to a USB key. It contained everything he managed to analyze on the hero's air jet and master driller. This should be a good start, and Jiren would also see he was trustworthy. Inko didn't have any special reactions after he told her he had to go somewhere that evening. She didn't question him or anything, and he didn't expect her to. All she did was tell him to be careful as he exited the house. He was always careful, but he had to admit everything was going faster now. It wasn't the first time he had done something illegal, but he was now ready to fully enter the underground world. Meeting Jiren was only the first step. Izuku glanced at his phone while looking around. He carefully followed Jiren's instructions to find where he was supposed to meet him, but he was still having difficulty finding the place. He expected it would be in a district similar to the one where the underground fight club was. Meaning, something poorly frequented and with little to no heroes. However, this looked like any regular street you would find in the center of Mizudafu. It didn't look completely safe exactly, but it still didn't seem too bad. He guessed hiding in plain sight wasn't a bad option. If Jiren was only an information broker and helped get 2 groups or people in contact, then he would not need to be overly sneaky as he did nothing too suspicious. Nonetheless, people smart enough to hide in the light rather than in the shadows were often the most efficient monsters. Maybe Izuku did make a good decision by getting in contact with him. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and turned left. There, standing in front of him was what seemed to be a cabaret. He was hesitant to go in since he wasn't sure this was the place. After all, Jiren didn't send him a full address, only the name of the street. He only added in his text that they would talk about their deal over a drink. This cabaret was the only place where you could order a drink on this street, so he supposed he should go in and check. Putting his phone back in his pocket, he went in, pushing the door open while slightly leaning down so his head wouldn't hit the top of the doorframe. He immediately pet an eyebrow in surprise once he was inside. Only a few people were sitting at the tables and with only light drinks. Sure, the cabaret's atmosphere was pleasant since it was peaceful, and the soft musical ambience did well to soothe someone's spirits. However, he expected the place would be louder and more vulgar considering it was likely often the meeting place of various villains. It was no wonder no hero found this spot. No one would think they would find many criminals here. He had no idea what Jiren looked like, nor did he want to question every person about him here since it wouldn't be discreet at all. Instead, he figured he should just buy a drink, and the man would likely figure out he was the one he communicated with on the phone. The bartender, who was cleaning a glass, slightly widened his eyes as he looked up to Izuku's tall form approaching the counter. "What can I get you, big fella?" The bartender inquired once Izuku sat at the counter, on a stool that could barely fit someone his size. "Give me a glass of sake," the horned boy ordered. He never had alcohol before, but he supposed there was a first time for everything. Since everyone always mistook him for an adult, he was aware he could buy a drink in any bar and no one would ever check his ID. It probably didn't matter in this place though, considering the activities happening there. He knew his mother often drank sake while he was at home or at school, so he always guessed it tasted good. Now was the perfect time to check. "Here you go," the bartender stated as he placed the glass of sake in front of the massive boy. "Thanks. Keep the change," Izuku replied before giving him a bill, and immediately taking a sip of his drink after that. It slightly burned his throat, but it did nothing beyond that. He liked the taste, but he felt like he would need much more alcohol to get affected by it. When he expected it the least, the smell of cigarettes invaded his nostrils, making him glance to his left. A man stood there, leaning on the counter. He looked middle-aged and had gray hair with round glasses. With the missing tooth, the goatee, and the cigarette in his mouth, he looked like one hell of a sleazy bee. "I'm guessing you're the one I had on the phone earlier?" The man, presumably Jiren, asked with a mischievous smile. "I am, and you must be Jiren. How did you know it was me?" Izuku responded, making the man grin with confidence. "I've never seen you here before, and I'm also a pretty good judge of character. I can just tell by looking at your face that you aren't here to play around," he explained before walking away. "Let's get a more comfortable seat. Take your drink with you," he suggested before walking toward a nearby table. The booth was a bit too tight for Izuku's liking, but he didn't complain. He was used to having his size being a drawback for possibly anything he did. "So, are you new in the field? I don't think I've ever heard of you before," Jiren started the conversation as he took a puff of his cigarette. "I've only been in underground fights, but apart from that, I haven't really done anything yet," Izuku replied, figuring he could tell him since it wasn't something that could be used against him. "I figured since you knew Pero. Do you mind me asking how you got into this life and your goal? It could help me find you what you want." "That depends. You want to work for me?" Izuku questioned with a raised eyebrow. Of course, he wouldn't just spit out his plans and goals to anyone, especially if they weren't even working under him. Jiren slightly widened his eyes in surprise, then laughed out loud. "You're a funny one. But I can tell you're not the type to tell many jokes." Jiren leaned back. "You said you wanted to do business? I need a new source of income, and I've heard from Pero you were an information broker." "Information is exactly what I have," Izuku explained, making the older man arch an eyebrow in interest. "Oh, what type of info? Blackmail material? On a pro hero or another villain? Information on a big score could be good too," he listed excitedly. "How to kill a pro hero. Is that good enough for you?" Izuku suggested as Jiren paused in surprise. Suddenly, the older man's eyes gained a malicious glint. "Oh, you really aren't the joking type. You've come to the right place," Jiren muttered as he silently gestured around him. The horned boy didn't need to look around to feel the heavy aura of hate the customers around felt for pro heroes. That much murderous intent wouldn't have gone unnoticed by anyone. However, Izuku stayed impassive. He knew this intent wasn't directed at him. Even if it was, he had nothing to fear. He didn't fear anyone. "I've got some analytical skills some of your partners could find interesting," Izuku stated before taking a flash drive out of his pocket and putting it on the table. "It contains every information I could get on the quirks of 2 pro heroes. It has their strengths and weaknesses, as well as the way to beat them," he explained. "I see. I don't doubt I can easily find a buyer for this," Jiren stated as he lifted the flash drive and looked it. "How much can I expect for it?" the green-haired boy asked while the older man hummed. "It depends on the targets as well as how effective your info is. First, I need to check it out myself and make sure it's legit, then I'll find someone willing to buy it. You'll only get your money then, but for something like this? I think you'll get around 430,000 yen per pro hero. Only if your information is accurate, of course," Jiren explained. "I don't mind the wait. It's a fair price too," Izuku admitted with a nod. Obviously, he would need to sell information on multiple heroes if he wanted to match his earnings from the Fight Club. This wouldn't be an issue since he could just sell information on multiple heroes per month. There was an abundance of them, too many in his opinion, so all he had to do was walk outside and he would find a fight between a pro hero and a villain eventually. "I'm not just a buyer and reseller, by the way. I can get you in contact with other people. I'm sure a few groups could use your skills," Jiren explained before leaning forward. "There's this new group who'll make itself known soon if you want to," he began, only for the massive boy to sigh. "No thanks. I'm no one's lapdog," Izuku grumbled. There was no way he would belong to someone else. He wasn't the type to follow orders. He understood he would have to do it after joining UA, but he was willing to bear it because entering such a prestigious school would be beneficial. No villain group was interesting enough for him to bend the knee to someone. However, he wasn't against making a group of his own. "I'm gonna need a crew. How much do I need to pay you to find someone willing to join me? Oh, so you want a group of your own, huh? I'll be frank, I usually don't make the people I like pay for this service. Finding someone looking for a group is the easy part. You and your comrades will have to do the rest, Jiren responded. What do you mean? Izuku arched an eyebrow in confusion. You need people you can trust, and who'll trust you back. The way you people work, or how you motivate your followers. That's something you guys will need to figure out, the older man explained while pointing his cigarette at Izuku. Yeah, I got it. Just find me someone, and I'll do the rest, the young boy assured. His confidence seemed to be enough to gain Jiren's trust concerning his team-making skills. The closest thing he had to a crew were some of the worms that served as his classmates. Bullies often had their cronies, kids who followed them because they didn't want to be bullied or because they wanted to feel a glimpse of what power felt like. He wasn't exactly a bully, though. He had much better things to do than waste his time stealing lunch money from the common weaklings you find on the playground. He did intimidate some of the class bullies to get them under his control. Humans acted the same no matter their age, though. He knew fear alone would make the disposable ones loyal. The fear they'll have of him would prevent them from betraying him because they wouldn't think it was worth it if they lost their lives in the process. This was another story for the people who would become his officers. They needed to be loyal out of respect rather than fear. He could only hope Jiren had a good enough eye to find suitable villains that would make acceptable top officers. He suspected he would have to find most of them himself, though. He discussed with Jiren for a few more minutes before leaving the establishment. Of course, he left the flash drive with the information broker, so he could sell the analyses. He had 10 months before UA's entrance exam, and that meant he had 10 months to build himself a good crew and a big source of income. There were other key details he couldn't ignore. He would mostly fight in close combat because of the nature of his quirk. He couldn't turn into a full dragon just anywhere, especially if he wanted to hide his identity. Even if his natural brute strength was formidable, it would benefit him to have a weapon to fight with. Of course, it wouldn't be a firearm, but it needed to fit his size, so something like that needed to be custom-made for him. He doubted it would be cheap, but he had enough money for something like that. After saying goodbye to Jiren, he didn't stay outside for long since he had no more business. As usual, his mother greeted him without asking any questions and then went to sleep shortly after because of the medicine she took to lighten the pain in her leg. Since he gave her a portion of the money he earned, he wondered if she would use it to get a better prosthetic. She didn't spend a lot of money often, for some reason, probably because she wanted to be careful with it. Izuku didn't care what she did with it. It wasn't his responsibility, and helping her simply improved his own living situation since she was his mother. If she lived a good life, then he also lived a good life. Since he wasn't going to the fight club anymore, he had no reason to skip his classes. It was still boring, but no one bothered him. Bakuga hadn't even tried to challenge him. Instead, he only glared for a few seconds once in a while, then returned to his activities. Maybe he simply wanted to keep training until he was sure he could defeat the massive boy or perhaps get a better score in UA's entrance exam. Honestly, Izuku didn't care enough. Bakuga didn't interest him in any way. Sure, he had much more potential than the average middle schooler, but the green-haired boy didn't believe the blonde would ever be a challenge to him. Moreover, he couldn't recruit him either. It wasn't because Bakuga clearly revered heroes, since Izuku truly believed that no matter how much someone loved heroes, you could always turn that love into hate. Especially Bakuga's, the guy who only wanted to be the strongest. Izuku could respect that drive. However, someone like Katsuki would never work under someone. He already knew the blonde wouldn't respect his authority and would constantly argue with him. The Dragon Boy had no time to waste on these things. Maybe someday in the future, Izuku would give him the choice to join him. If he refused, well, that was a problem for another time. As expected, a few days later, interesting news shook the Pro Hero fanboys forums. Airjet and Master Driller had both been killed. It was also talked about in the news soon after. Izuku couldn't keep his smirk off his face. It wasn't that he held a grudge against them or anything. He wasn't happy about their deaths specifically. He was glad because this was no mere coincidence. It meant Jiren found a buyer, and that buyer disposed of these two pro heroes. He would get paid and do the same thing again. He still had folders of info on multiple heroes. So he used them. He regularly met up with Jiren and handed him 1 or 2 folders, which the older man sold, then gave him the money. The business was going well, however, the information broker couldn't find anyone who would work under him. It was mostly because he wasn't known yet, so villains were reluctant to be under the thumb of someone who they had no idea what they were capable of. This was a pain in the butt, but it was also understandable. He didn't expect this to be easy. He needed to build a reputation. A part of him also encouraged him to seek out gang bosses and outright challenge them to take over their crews. It could work, especially since he was confident in his abilities. However, he couldn't simply look out for any random gang. Taking over a group of 4 people would have been useless. Moreover, he needed to take over a gang that also ruled over a territory, which wasn't uncommon. The only issue was that it had to be a minor territory, otherwise, he would risk painting a large target on his back. He didn't want his name to get out before even entering UA. While Izuku was writing notes about his next possible strategies and plans right in the living room, his mother was putting on a vest. Inko limped around the room, looking for her keys as she avoided her son's hulking hunched form over the table. "You going somewhere?" Izuku asked, slightly curious. "At Mitsuki's. Do you want to come too?" "Katsuki-kun will probably be there," Inko replied as she limped to the door. "We're not exactly friends," Izuku simply responded to Inko's surprise. "Really? You've known each other for years. You are in the same class." She arched an eyebrow, stating the obvious, to which Izuku scoffed. "So? We don't walk the same path, and he isn't worth befriending," he retorted while shaking his head. "That's a shame. I'm sure Mitsuki would have been happy if you had come." "She hasn't seen you in a while," the woman argued, making Izuku roll his eyes. Mitsuki was Katsuki's mother and Inko's closest friend. She was like an aunt to him, which was why she always insisted he should call her Innie when he was a kid. He personally thought it was pointless since she wasn't his aunt, and he didn't feel such a connection with her. In the end, she wasn't even close enough with Inko to know about how bad her relationship with Hisashi was. "She always asks me how you're doing when I have tea with her," she insisted. "Maybe I'll go there if I don't have anything more important to do," Izuku sighed in annoyance. "Happy now?" he grumbled. Inko begrudgingly looked away, seemingly not completely satisfied. "I'll see you later," she said with a downcast look before going out. The long-haired boy rolled his eyes before looking at his notes again. Since he couldn't look for information himself, he had no other choice but to ask Jiren for it. Actually, there was another option, which was to check which gangs were the most notorious on the news, but this wouldn't really tell him which territory they controlled, and which ones would allow him to stay in the shadows. He pulled out his second phone and texted the older man before standing up. He would also use this as an opportunity to receive the money from their previous transactions since his analyses allowed the killing of 1 more pro-hero. In a way, perhaps it was bound to happen. When you had a quirk like hers, nothing good would come in your life. Her parents were the first proof of that. The way they rejected her, she could never forget it. They reminded her every single day, after all. She was called crazy because of her quirk, something she couldn't control. She was called crazy because of her eyes and her expression. Was she supposed to forcefully change herself? If only they accepted her, maybe she wouldn't have resorted to these drastic measures to be happy. But they didn't. No one did. Every person she looked at was happy, smiling widely as if there was nothing wrong in their lives, and the moment they were in danger anyway, a grand hero would come and save them. How was it fair that only they got to smile without a care in the world? How was it fair that only they got to be saved by heroes? At some point, she simply understood that those heroes only saved those who belonged in society. The rest, crazy people like her, were to be thrown out like trash. This was the cold reality she learned when she was just a child. Her life was dark, cold, gray. It wasn't worth living. The only people close to her only wanted to fix her. She wasn't broken. She didn't need any fixing. If she needed to change who she was, to fix herself to be loved by her family and have friends, then maybe those people didn't deserve to love her at all. The day that boy was hurt, and she drank his blood, put a definitive mark on her. This was how everyone in school would remember her. The crazy girl obsessed with blood. She couldn't count on her parents to help her, of course. In the end, the only thing that could help her was the sweet life juice every living creature had. She had quite a fascination with blood. In fact, she loved it. She felt like she could be herself every time someone's blood graced her lips. Her life gained colors and light. She was happy. So she figured she needed to chase after it to be happy for as long as she could. The first time she took someone's life had been special. It wasn't as bad as she thought it would be. She had no remorse. She craved more. So she became a sort of hunter. She hunted people who caught her eye and killed them. She wondered what her parents would say if they had seen her. Would they say how much they knew she wasn't normal? Would they attack her in fear? They probably forgot about her anyway. She had been missing for several months already. Ever since she drank the blood of that boy, near the end of her last year in middle school, she had been on the run. She couldn't stand everyone's hate, and she didn't want any more trouble. Instead, she lived as she pleased. However, it was hard when you lived alone on the streets. She had needed to throw away her middle school uniform. She replaced it with a sifuku with a beige cardigan, a blue skirt, and black knee socks. She hoped most people would pay more attention to her clothes rather than her face. At least they would. Think she was just an innocent girl for some time. Today, she was thirsty for blood again. Like many other times before, she sneaked through the random passerby with her eyes wandering around, checking out if she could find anyone whose blood would taste good enough. Everything was based on a hunch, but she usually had a gift when it came to finding people who would taste delicious. The issue here was also the fact that she needed to find someone alone and isolated from any possible witnesses. As if the heavens answered her prayers, someone passed her by, nearly knocking her over if she hadn't moved away at the last second. Other people weren't as lucky since many of them were pushed out of the way. However, none of them spoke up or insulted the one who pushed them. The blonde girl immediately understood why once she looked up. The one who nearly pushed her down was a massive man with black leather clothes, horns, and long wild green hair. He easily towered over everyone else. The girl had seen a few people with mutation quirks that made them big, but the ones with that size certainly weren't common. Someone like him must have had gallons of blood to spare. The rarity must have made it taste even better, too. She grinned widely and sinisterly, showing off her teeth as she imagined a way to take the giant down. This was too soon to claim victory since he was still in a busy street with many witnesses, but if she followed him long enough, then it was possible he would end up alone at some point. That would be the time to strike. She wasn't afraid of his size since she was a bit experienced thanks to her time on the streets and the various murders she committed. She discovered a talent for silent assassinations. Actually, she was sure that even an assassin wouldn't discover her presence. It may have been a bit arrogant of her, but she was confident in her abilities. She followed for at least half an hour until he finally took an advantageous turn for her. She wasn't sure what his destination was, but it didn't matter. The alley he went to should be empty. Before following, she waited for a few seconds until he was far enough, so there wouldn't be anyone close enough to see or hear what would be happening. It wouldn't be the first time there was a witness, but she would rather avoid it. Any other villain would have been found out already. After all, she was only a few meters away from him, silently following him in the narrow and filthy alley. However, as expected, she had erased her presence completely. Her steps were so light she didn't make a sound. Her breath was so soft it wouldn't be heard even if they were in a small and quiet room. She slowly pulled her knife out of her cardigan's pocket, making sure her clothes didn't even rustle. His size was a problem, but nothing she couldn't overcome. Once she was finally close enough, the girl suddenly dashed forward and bent her knees, putting all her strength into her legs before jumping up. She used as much speed as she could muster and managed to use her other hand to grab one of his horns and avoid falling back down, then wrapped her legs around his neck. She quickly raised her knife in the air and immediately brought it back down to stab the man in the face. However, right before she could, a sudden killing intent made her body freeze in place. The blonde widened her eyes in fear as she glanced to her right and noticed a hand reaching for her head. Sensing danger, she jumped off the man's back and escaped his hand just in time. "How did you sneak up on me?" the man questioned, turning around to grab her again. With the agility of a cat, She jumped aside and used her silent technique again. This was even easier in this situation. Because of his size, the man had more blind spots than the average person. She disappeared, he muttered as he turned around, only for the girl to slide between his legs and get behind him again. Now! The blonde thought with a crazed grin, then move her knife into the back of his leg. She was going to make him collapse to his knees, then slit his throat. Unfortunately, her knife simply bounced off upon contact, much to her shock. There you are. The horned man breathed out before turning around and outstretching his hand to catch her. The blonde girl jumped back, nearly falling to her but caught herself. Just stop moving, please. I want to see you bleed so badly. She laughed before launching herself forward. She decided to throw caution out the window and use speed instead. If she drove her knife into his chest before he could react, she would win. Got ya! She exclaimed with a loud giggle while he remained still as a statue. Finally, the tip of her blade reached his chest, only to sound like it hit a steel wall and bounced off like it did on his leg. The girl widened her eyes in shock as she fell on her back. After yelping in pain, she swiftly got back on her feet, her knife in hand. This wasn't going as expected, but no matter. It was more fun like this. It would make seeing his blood and drinking it even more worth it. She dashed toward him again, ready to dodge if he attacked her. Fortunately, he remained in place without moving an inch. Instead of jumping up this time, she stood on the ground and raised her arm high enough to reach his abs and slash across. And left no marks. With a click of her tongue, she attempted multiple other slashes, which were all in vain, then moved toward his belly. No matter what she did, her knife simply couldn't get through his skin. What was his quirk? Are you done? The horned man asked in boredom while she panted, trying to catch her breath after pathetically tiring herself out. Before the blonde could answer, he grabbed her arm and lifted her up to his level, making her yelp in pain and drop her knife as he squeezed her wrist. Trying to claw his fist open proved to be useless, unfortunately. Now tell me, how did you sneak up on me? What's your quirk? I'll tell you, but you let me stab you first. Deal? She chuckled while struggling against his grip. Oh, that's strange. I'm sure I remember letting you stab me a few times already. He tilted his head. Your knife isn't going to pierce my skin anyway. No bladed weapon can. You aren't the only one who tried, he explained as the girl finally met his eyes. She couldn't help but widen her own. This wasn't a civilian, that was for sure. Because when she stared into his viridian eyes, she saw death. Not her own, mind. She saw eyes like her own. Eyes who had known death and welcomed it. Immediately knew this man had already stared into the eyes of people he killed before. This was a murderer. Like her. Nonetheless, it wasn't like the common villain who went on a rampage. She knew this because she wasn't like that. His killing must have been calculated. It must have been done for a reason. Then her eyes wandered all over his figure. He was massive, but it wasn't just his size. Everything about him screamed intimidation. This was why no one dared to call him out earlier. They were all scared of him because of his appearance. Was his childhood similar to hers? She wondered. He was an adult and looked several years older than her, so he must have suffered for this even longer than her. Maybe it was poetic justice that she would die to someone. Crazy. It's a shame it can't, the blonde giggled. Your eyes would have looked even cuter if they were covered in blood. She exclaimed, only for the man to arch an eyebrow. What are you talking about? He inquired, clearly baffled by her random statement. I'm going to ask again. How did you sneak up on me? He questioned, only for the blonde girl to shake her head stubbornly. I could break your neck right now. Are you sure you want to keep quiet? He asked as he grabbed her head with his other hand. Alright, kill me. But first, let me stab you. Let me drink your blood. She declared with a grin, uncaring of the danger she faced. The horned man stared at her in silence for several seconds before. Suddenly laughing? You're about to die and that's all you have to say? You're a crazy one, aren't you? He laughed, letting go of her head to hold the bridge of his nose. His laughter soon turned into a chuckle before coming to a stop. I've wasted enough time. You're lucky we're in broad daylight. he said before dropping her to the floor. I'm sparing your life. Don't waste it, the man added, then slowly walked away, leaving the girl alone with her knife a few meters away. She looked back at him in surprise while the distance between them increased with every step. This was the first time she hadn't managed to stab someone and drink their blood. But she wasn't mad. She just made a great discovery. Someone with eyes like that, with such a body, could only have a wonderful blood. She couldn't simply let go of it. Himiko Toga yearned to see this seemingly invincible man covered in cuts and bruises. 9 years ago, Midoriya Inko sighed while pacing back and forth. They had been at it for an hour, now. What was she waiting for exactly? Izuku and Hisashi's break. Her husband had a training room he originally set up for himself once he obtained good pay from his hero work. He used it for himself before, but now that his son fully developed his quirk, he had been training him for over a year. Her husband had changed ever since she gave birth to Izuku. He was more violent and easy to anger. He also had much higher expectations for their son. That was why she told him that they must have had regular breaks during their training session. During those breaks, Inko would inspect Izuku and check for any severe injuries. She simply didn't trust that man enough anymore to allow him to do as he pleased. Hisashi allowed it, but only on the condition that Inko would be prohibited from watching them train. His reasoning was that she was too sensitive to witness their training. Naturally, she personally believed he didn't want her to stop them from going too far, which he was bound to do eventually. Until then, she was glad to see that Izuku always came out with minimal injuries. Alright, you can take a 5-minute break, Izuku. But no more than that. Hisashi's voice resounded near the door. A second later, the horned boy came out and closed the door behind him, immediately walking up to his mother, who simply couldn't help but run up to him. Are you okay, Izuku? She questioned him, putting her hands on his shoulders and checking him over. I'm fine. The boy simply nodded, not showing any sign of pain. Just because he didn't seem in pain didn't mean he didn't have any injuries. Inko knew her son, and she was aware that he tended to hide when he was wounded or feeling ill. Perhaps he wanted to act tough to impress his father. Personally, she liked to believe he was doing it because he didn't want her to worry. She thought it would be cute if that was the reason. He didn't do anything too harsh, did he? She asked as the boy looked up in thought, then shrugged. I don't think so, he responded. It was no surprise. If everything Hisashi told her was true, then Izuku wouldn't have the same concept of harshness because of his natural strength. Still, he should have been able to answer, which only made Inko wonder if Hisashi ordered him not to say anything. You know you can talk to me, Izuku, Inko said as she checked his face. It was a little bruised, but nothing serious. It was the same for his arms, although they seemed in poorer condition than his face. Narrowing her eyes, she lifted his shirt, which the horned boy didn't seem to mind as if he had nothing to hide. She was glad to see that there wasn't anything out of the ordinary, but he was still red in some places. There was also a strange line across his chest as if a cat claw had scratched him. It wasn't anything too deep, but still strange. They were supposed to train in hand-to-hand combat. Hey, Mom, Izuku's voice pulled her out of her thoughts. Do you hate Dad? He asked bluntly. This complicated, Inko replied, looking away. Did she hate him? Perhaps. Wasn't sure. Not totally. She was getting there. The fact that her own son asked this was devastating. A child shouldn't have to wonder if their parents hated each other. He isn't like the man I married anymore. But you're mad at him, aren't you? He asked confidently. Yes, I am. Of course I am. He shouldn't be hitting me, and he shouldn't be hitting you either. Even if it's for training, it doesn't need to be harsh, she retorted a little hesitantly. I just don't get it, Izuku shook his head. Isn't he a hero? And if he shouldn't be doing that, then why isn't he arrested? Inko stopped herself. He was still a kid, so he couldn't understand, it was natural. However, wasn't this her duty to educate him on these things? To tell him the truth of the world? Even if she didn't want to, she felt like she would regret it if she didn't respond honestly. Heroes aren't like the ones in comic books, Izuku. It's not just your father either. Most of them are just selfish BS artists who only think of themselves. Status alone gives them protection from the police force, but I don't expect you to understand yet. She wanted to end it here and there, that there was no point in talking about it. Yet she felt inclined to add something else. I don't want you to be a tool for the commission. I won't let it happen, I promise. You deserve better, Izuku, she said in a comforting tone. However, before she could add anything more or hear her son's response, her husband stormed out of the training room and grabbed the horned boy's arm. Break time's over, he simply said before pulling him away. Hey, I was talking, Izuku lightly protested as his mother swiftly stood up. Wait, Hisashi, can't you see I was talking to my son? She yelled, only to be promptly ignored. The green-haired mother huffed, then ran after them. He had enough training for today, she shouted as she came in. The training will be over when I say it's over. And I told you you're not welcome here. Get out, he ordered, ready to push her out of the room. Oh, and why? You don't have anything to hide, do you? She challenged him with a glare and hands on her hips. I also don't have to tell you anything, so get the F out before I get mad. I don't want to deal with your bullshit today. Hisashi shoved her out, keeping her from going in. I have the right to see how my son is treated. Now let me in. Inko insisted. Unfortunately, her husband didn't relent. Oh, Hisashi pinched the bridge of his nose before turning to his son. See, Izuku? If you ever think of marrying the sweet innocent girl in your class, don't. They all turn crazy with age, he chuckled, unamused, which only served to make Inko fume. Out of the way already. She pushed him aside. The man, unsurprisingly, immediately glared her way, but she couldn't care less when she had to protect her son. The room was spacious, and there were a few burn marks here and there. However, what made her freeze was the metal pipe on the floor, bent as if it was hit against something. Hisashi, what is that? Where did you get it? What did you do with it? She demanded an answer while the man sighed in annoyance. A metal pipe. I borrowed it from a construction site nearby, he answered nonchalantly. Since you're so invested in my son's training all of a sudden, then you might as well tell you. I hit him with it. Got a problem with that? He raised an eyebrow. Of course I do. What kind of training is this? Are you trying to kill him? She shouted, standing protectively in front of Izuku. Do I have to explain everything? You know he's tough. We've seen it. He never got an accidental scratch in his life. No matter how many times he tripped and fell or had some kind of accident, he came out unscathed. Even when he was a baby. Obviously, he's even tougher now. So it's not exactly training. But I'm testing how much his body can take, he explained, which didn't alleviate Inko's worries at all. And that's your solution? She pointed at the pipe as Hisashi shrugged. I'm a pro hero, I know how injuries work, and I'm not stupid. If I tested him with that, it's because I knew he would receive minimal injuries at worst. Having a good analysis of his abilities and overall physical prowess will be even better once we show him to the HPSC, he argued, seemingly growing angrier by the second. Izuku simply watched, unsure of how he was supposed to act in this situation. Seeing his parents fight was a regular occurrence, so it didn't surprise him anymore. There was one thing he knew. His father was the one to instigate the fights most of the time. He understood a little better what Inko had told him. Even if, in theory, she could beat him if he was caught off guard, and he would deserve it, she would suffer all the consequences simply because he was the pro hero. He held a different kind of power, one that made him freer to do as he pleased than a normal citizen. He didn't want to be the tool of one of them. He wanted to do as live as he wished. Well, I'm a nurse. So I'll decide what kind of tests you can or can't do. Inko snapped, ready to scream at him some more until she noticed something from the corner of her eyes. There, at the nearby bench, lied a knife. What are you doing with that knife? She asked, her blood freezing. Another test, he replied before picking it up, firmly holding it until his knuckles turned white. Inko grabbed a hold of her boy, holding him close. Why the hell are you acting as if I'm gonna hurt him? I know what I'm doing, and I'm tired of you acting like I'm an idiot. He stomped on the floor. Don't come any closer, Inko raised her hand in defense. Naturally, she also tried to pull the knife to her with her quirk, but it couldn't escape Hisashi's hold. I already tested it, DMN it. You really think a stupid knife will hurt him? All I want is to show you that I'm right. Then you can go back in the kitchen and do whatever the hell you want, knowing he's perfectly safe in my hands, he argued again. Inko shook her head, refusing to comply. It was getting more and more heated, and Izuku honestly began to think that they would actually start fighting. Unfortunately, his father had a clear advantage because of his superior quirk and physique as well as the weapon he was holding. Still, if it came down to it, he supposed he intervene and help his mother. Let go of the knife, Hisashi. Please, Inko ordered calmly in a shaky voice. This seemed to set the man off as he clenched his teeth. Beach, talking to me like I'm stupid again, aren't you? He shouted before backhanding her, which was enough to throw her off their son. Before she could do anything, he wildly moved the blade toward Izuku's face, who could do nothing but widen his eyes at the approaching blade. I'll prove you wrong, watch. The last thing the boy heard as he lost consciousness was the sound of something metallic snapping in half. Present time. Izuku rubbed his forehead as he looked down, flabbergasted. This was a joke, right? It must have been a joke. Jiren had called him because he found him a potential new member. Of course, he couldn't come right away because he was in school, so he was forced to skip his last classes. This is the person you were talking about? He asked again just to be sure. Found out about her only recently, but I can tell she's pretty good at what she does, so I'm sure she'll be a good asset, the older man replied, grinning as he gestured to the girl standing beside him. Hi, happy to see you again. The name's Himiko Toga. But you can call me Himiko or Himiko-chan, or even Himi-chan, or better yet. The blonde began introducing herself with a wide smile, showing her sharp canines, only for the tall boy to scoff. I thought I told you not to waste your life after I spared you? Are you going to try something stupid again so soon? He glared her way while the girl innocently fiddled with her fingers. Not at all. She responded cheerfully. Did I miss something? You two already know each other? Jiren inquired, his eyes wandering back and forth from one to the other. She tried to kill me, Izuku simply answered. The information broker arched an eyebrow before looking at the young girl. Well, I don't want that anymore. I want to team up with you. She exclaimed confidently. I don't know what your plan is and I don't care, we're not teaming up. I need strong and valuable guys, not some stupid crazy brats, Jiren. Next time, be careful who you show me, Izuku huffed, then turned around and walked away without even waiting for a reply. Hey, wait for me. You don't even know what I can do yet. Himiko Toga chased after him, leaving Jiren alone in the cabaret. I'm definitely not getting enough paid to deal with those ungrateful sheets, he deadpanned, taking a puff of his cigarette. Izuku did his best to ignore the annoying girl following him around, hoping that she would just give up and quit. He could kill her, but he would rather avoid getting caught in the act since they were outside. Now that he thought about it, it would have been smarter to do it in the cabaret. Come on please. Give me a chance. The girl pleaded as she walked to his side. I'm sure we'll have so much fun working together. She argued, putting her hands on her blushing cheeks. She was attractive, but he had a feeling she was absolutely not talking about the same thing he was currently thinking. It didn't matter either way. As I said, I don't waste time with petty serial killers. I need people I can count on. He denied her as the girl growled like a wild animal. But I'm telling you, you don't even know what I'm capable of. She shouted before planting herself in front of him, which really began to irritate him. Except for that little disappearing trick, you showed me nothing impressive when you tried to kill me. Now out of my way. He grunted before shoving her out of the way and walking ahead. The blonde yelped, nearly falling to the ground before regaining her balance. She glared at his back, almost willing to take her knife and stab him as hard as she could, only to remember it was futile. Instead, she just looked down and sighed. I should have figured. Even other villains want nothing to do with me, she muttered with a shaky voice. She wouldn't cry here. Absolutely not. It would be pathetic if she did, especially after everything she had done. She sat on the floor, her back on the wall and her knees against her chest as she hid her face between them. Hearing her words through his enhanced hearing, Izuku paused. The green-haired boy sighed, realizing what he was about to do as he walked back to her. Without saying anything, he sat beside her and remained silent for a few seconds before finally speaking. "What's wrong?" he asked. Unlike his harsh tone earlier, this time he sounded much calmer, but not heartwarming or anything. "Why do you care? I'm just a crazy brat, right?" The ashen blonde retorted, her head still hiding behind her legs. "Huh." Izuku pet an eyebrow. "Did that offend you?" "Everyone's a little bit crazy, anyway," he argued, which Himiko scoffed at. "Wouldn't it bother you if everyone always called you crazy all the time?" She replied. "It's not like I chose to be this way." "To be what way?" "You don't look out of the ordinary to me," Izuku remarked as the girl snickered humorlessly. "I need blood for my quirk. It makes me crave it, so you can guess how well regular life went for me," she responded, glaring at the wall. Yes, the memories of everyone around her, including her parents, looking at her like she was a monster. The fact that even her smile was considered creepy and deranged made her blood boil. "When I saw your eyes, I knew you were a killer," she revealed, which didn't seem to surprise the taller boy. "Because of your appearance, I thought you were discriminated against or something. So I thought we could relate. Be friends, 'cause we're the same. Guess I was wrong. That's why you went to Jiren?" Izuku questioned while the girl nodded in response. "The fact I killed has nothing to do with that. Sure, a ton of people see me in the street and think I'm a villain, but why would I give a shit? These maggots aren't worth the trouble if they can't even say it to my face," he added as the girl's interest suddenly perked up. "Besides, I saw how you fight. Even if you can't do anything to me, there's no doubt you're much stronger than the average guy. You shouldn't care about the opinion of someone you could easily kill." Himiko looked up in surprise at his words. "You really think I'm strong?" she inquired. She wasn't often complimented, after all. Actually, she mostly never was. "I don't lie about these things. Your ability to erase your presence was impressive. Was that your quirk?" he asked. The blonde froze, still surprised, for a few seconds before regaining her senses to answer. "That's just something I learned. My quirk is to turn into other people when I drink their blood," she explained as Izuku hummed. The fact that erasing her presence wasn't a quirk was impressive. The boy had to admit that. She clearly killed several people already and knew how to fight. Her quirk was also immensely useful. It could be even more so if she worked for him. But those factors weren't enough to convince him to actually recruit her. "That's a pretty good quirk. If the only drawback is a craving for blood, then the ones who rejected you for that are morons," he commented, to Himiko's surprise. Thank you," she stuttered. Again, she was not used to the praise, and she certainly wasn't expecting it from him considering how he behaved until now. It made her so much happier than expected, as if she had waited for words like these for years. And she did. As long as she could remember, no one ever said anything positive about her quirk. My parents would say otherwise. They always hated it. The way she said made it clear that it wasn't just the quirk they hated. "They sound like assholes," Izuku commented, making the girl giggle. She agreed while the boy glanced at her from the corner of his eye. "I get why you started killin', but what's your end goal?" he suddenly asked. The blonde arched an eyebrow in confusion. "My end goal?" she repeated. "Yeah, what's the purpose? What do you want to accomplish? Or are you just planning on killing until a pro hero does the same to you?" He elaborated as Himiko widened her eyes. "They would do that?" she exclaimed. She was aware some heroes killed, but it was accidental most of the time, wasn't it? They wouldn't actually kill her, would they? Why wouldn't they? Izuku scoffed while shaking his head. "Don't sound like good heroes." Himiko scratched the top of her head. "Welcome to reality. Most of them aren't," he grumbled. It seemed he was speaking from experience. "You still didn't answer my question." "I don't know." She looked down, uncertain. It was the first time someone even asked her something like this. "I never thought about it before. I want is to live the way I want to, I guess," she shrugged. The boy was silent. For a second she thought he was disappointed. That was until he began chuckling before exploding into full-blown laughter. The blonde flinched in surprise. "Well, that's obvious. Every living creature wants to do whatever they want. To live any way they wish. He laughed as if she had told a joke. Himiko simply blushed in embarrassment. Was she being ridiculed? She couldn't tell. As if he had sensed her feelings, the boy continued. But it's something I can understand. Humans are the only animals who have established so many rules to follow. In nature, only might matters. It was frustrating to repress yourself because of those rules, wasn't it? He asked with a grin. Himiko simply stared at him, speechless. Yes, it was. That was all she wanted. Just one. Just one person to get it. One person who actually understood her. She was aware killing may have been wrong, but it didn't matter. She wanted to be happy and do as she pleased. She was tired of being hated for something she couldn't control. She was tired of seeing people's disgusted looks. Her parents' disgusted looks every time they laid their eyes on her. Perhaps her first assessment wasn't wrong after all. Izuku may have lived a similar life? You're talking as if you aren't human. You're funny, you know, she giggled with her cardigan sleeves in front of her mouth. You're in luck, Izuku stated, ignoring her statement. I'm going to change things, he said, stopping Toga's giggle. The girl tilted her head in confusion. There will be no rules anymore. There won't be things such as heroes and villains either. The only thing that would matter would be the individual's capabilities. Like in nature, your freedom extends to the power you possess, he clarified. In a world like that, wouldn't everyone start out equal? Himiko knew one thing for sure, no one would discriminate against her anymore if she just killed everyone who was disgusted by her. The way you're talking sounds like you want to change all of Japan, Himiko snickered nervously. Izuku simply scoffed in amusement. Try the whole world, he retorted, making her widen her eyes in shock. What? Is that even possible? Changing the whole world. Toga began mumbling, barely able to conceive something like it. I'm the only one who can, he smirked confidently. The blonde widened her eyes, her heart nearly stopping as a breath was caught in her throat. Was he bragging or overconfident? She could see it in his eyes. He completely believed he could do it. That no matter what got in his way, he would accomplish his goals successfully. Her hands lightly shook, slowly expelling sweat from them. Something made her heart beat faster as she watched him. She also wondered what a world like that would look like. She already lived alone for a whole year in this world, so she was confident she would survive. What do you think? Izuku asked, pulling the girl out of her thoughts. Want to help me with that? He offered. Does that mean you're taking me on your team? She asked with a hope-filled voice. Yeah. You're not that bad. You'll have to prove your worth, though, he warned her, to which she cheerfully nodded, deeply blushing along the way. Of course. You won't regret it. She jumped up excitedly. What are our next plans? Who are we killing? What government institution are we blowing up? She questioned with a mischievous grin. It seemed she already had the idea in her head to become a terrorist. Now slow down a second. I appreciate the enthusiasm, but we have to take it slow. I already have a lot of plans in mind. The biggest part of the operation could really kick off in 9 months or something, he responded. Himiko gave him an inquisitive look, about to ask him what those plans were exactly and why to wait for 9 months. However, he talked without pausing. We'll have to work in the evening most of the time. If I skip too many classes, people will get suspicious, so I would rather avoid it, he explained. Classes? Are you in college? Himiko inquired in surprise. College? What the hell are you talking about? I'm in the last year of middle school, he answered as if it was obvious, leaving a pardonable pause during which the ashen blonde stared at him, bewildered. Wait, she shook her head in disbelief. You're in the middle school? Then that means I'm older than you. She yelled in shock, making the tall boy tilt his head, partly confused and partly annoyed. Why do you sound surprised? Wasn't it obvious? He asked with a frown. You look like you're in your 30s. She snapped at him, gesturing to him. No, I don't, he stubbornly replied, acting like he was actually offended by the assumption. You even called me a brat. Why would you do that? Of course, I'll think you're a middle-aged man. She crossed her arms with furrowed brows. The horned boy clicked his tongue, still looking offended. She liked that. He didn't look as scary. Nonetheless, she realized something else. That means I'm your elder, doesn't it? You could call me Big Sis, she suggested, embracing one of his arms. Or Himiko-oni-chan. Wouldn't it be cute? I'm not calling you that, he impassively answered while she clung to his arm. Are you sure you don't want? Not even for me? She asked, fluttering her eyelashes at him with slightly red cheeks. You can ask me to do something in return if you call me that. Suddenly, the boy used his other hand to lift the back of her skirt, immediately making her let go of his arm. Kia! She grabbed the back of her skirt out of surprise. Fortunately, the horned boy also removed his hand. What are you doing? She blushed while looking around, making sure no one saw her panties. Don't try seducing someone so daringly if you can't even handle that, he scoffed arrogantly, seemingly unaffected by her attempt. Oh, it wasn't like he didn't find her attractive. He simply knew better than to turn into a pathetic drooling dog the instant a woman looked at him. If she ever noticed something such as this worked on him, she would always do it. Oh, she uttered before narrowing her eyes, her blush deepening. You're naughty, she smirked, then blinked. She was about to call him by his name, but she just realized she didn't even know it yet. If you're done here, let's go. We can talk more about our future plans at my place, Izuku notified her, already walking away. My mother's probably cooking katsudon. Already inviting me over? I don't even know your name. She giggled as she skipped after him. Maybe there was still hope for her after all, wasn't there? Oh right. I'm Midoriya Izuku, he replied, making the girl's grin wider. I'll call you Izuku-en, Himiko bravely stated. Now that she knew his name, it also made her desire for his blood more powerful. It was as if she could smell his bloodstream and hear his heartbeat from where she stood. Don't call me that, the green-haired boy grumbled in annoyance. Do you like Midoriya-chan more? Oh, maybe Horns-kun. Zuzu, she suggested, making the tall boy sigh. Just shut up and follow me. Izuku-en it is. She laughed. I said no. Naturally, he was promptly ignored. Even though the girl had planned on being recruited today, she didn't actually think she would be accepted. Nevertheless, she had a feeling this would only get better as time went on. She hadn't felt this in quite some time, but this was a new person she wanted to become. I'm home, Izuku called out as he entered his house. His mother calmly walked up to him to greet her son as he closed the door behind him. Welcome back, Izuku. You were quicker than expected. Inko welcomed him while cleaning her hands with a cloth. She was used to him staying late after school was over, so he often came back just before dinner. Sometimes, he came back before his classes were even over. But she didn't question it much since the school certainly didn't mind. That's 'cause I've got a guest. He responded, gesturing at his side, only to realize no one was there. Where is she now? He grumbled in confusion. She? Inko muttered to herself. He never brought any friends home before, let alone a girl. Right here. A high-pitched voice made itself known from behind her son. Suddenly, a blonde girl poked her head above Izuku's shoulder. Your size is so useful, Izuku-en. I don't even have to walk. She stated with a wide smile, displaying her fangs. So that's why my hair felt heavier, he grumbled under his breath. Wait a second. Who told you could get up there? He shouted, although he seemed more annoyed than angry. Alright, I'm going down. It was comfy, though, the blonde snickered as she jumped down, landing at his side. Immediately, she greeted the horned boy's mother with a large smile, her left leg slightly bent behind her, and a peace sign over her bangs. Hey there. Name's Himiko. Nice to meet you. She introduced herself to the green-haired woman, who remained baffled into silence for a good second. Nice to meet you too. I'm Izuku's mother, but you can call me Inko if you want. The older woman finally introduced herself to the girl before turning her attention back to her son and arching an amused eyebrow. Izuku-en, she repeated with a snarky grin. The horned boy huffed but didn't say anything. I'm happy my son finally decided to bring a friend home, or are you two more? Maybe dating? she asked. Could you blame her for asking? Despite their strange family situation and issues, she was still his mother. Oh, we're not there yet? Himiko laughed while waving her hand dismissively. Inko chuckled in response, amused by the younger girl. Suddenly, the girl noticed the state of the woman's legs, or rather the lack of half of one. Oh, what happened to your leg? You little sheet, don't you have any tact? Izuku groaned, clearly ticked off by the blonde's remark. It's all right, Izuku, I don't mind, Inko dismissed his comment. I got it in an accident a long time ago. My son can tell you more about it. She answered Toga's question, seemingly unbothered by it despite the history behind her injury. Ah, but I held you off enough, she remarked, realizing they had been standing at the front door for quite some time now. We'll go to my room, Izuku simply said before walking away, followed by his new and only teammate. Lead the way, Toga cheerfully exclaimed. It was the first time she was invited to a boy's house. Or any house, really. Oh, I almost forgot to ask. Will you stay for dinner, Himiko-san? Inko inquired just before the two of them left the room. I'd be glad to, Himiko responded, beaming at Izuku's mother. Inko watched them go in silence, a smile across her face. That Himiko girl was cute, and certainly cheerier than the kind of girl she thought her son would be friends with. If he ever came to tell her he was dating someone, she would expect to see a hulking figure of a woman. Someone as muscly as he was, at least. Even if they weren't together, she was happy to see he wasn't alone. He didn't tell her much about school life or his life in general, actually. However, she had never seen him with anyone except for when he was younger and hanging out with Katsuki. Indeed, she was reassured. Despite his talent, her boy needed allies, after all. This bed is huge, Himiko commented in awe as she entered the boy's room and quickly ran up to it. Before her partner could protest, the girl jumped on the bed, sprawling all over it to compare it to her size. Izuku just sat at his desk after throwing his backpack away. Your mom's nice. You're lucky, she mumbled, turning to look at him. Yeah, he responded dismissively, earning an inquisitive look from Himiko. Before she could open her mouth, he added, and before you ask, the father's out of the picture. Oh, the blonde uttered. She was about to say she was sorry, but considering the disdain in Izuku's voice once he mentioned his father, he likely wasn't sad that his SPRM donor was gone. Does your mom know about what you do? It's something hard to hide, isn't it? She asked. The girl was speaking from experience since she had to flee from home the moment she did something illegal. Her parents already knew she was a murderer and saw her as nothing but a monster. Maybe, Izuku shrugged, not worried about it at all. She never asks me questions about my activities, and I know she's smart enough to know I'm not doing anything lawful. Especially when I bring her bags of money. She either doesn't care or doesn't want to know, he explained nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Himiko was simply baffled by his statement. She didn't know a lot about villains and such, but she was sure most of them would be disowned or ratted out by their families. The fact that his mother wasn't saying anything meant, at the very least, that she indirectly approved of what he was doing. Nevertheless, it was strange. Why would she behave like that? Even if they approved, people wouldn't just pretend that nothing was happening, would they? Ultimately, Toga had no knowledge of psychology, so she couldn't conclude anything. She sounds great, she expressed. She was also curious about the woman's leg injury, but she figured that was something she could ask about at a later time. Anyway, I'm still not going to talk about any of my plans in front of her, which is why I wanted us to get in my room first, Izuku explained as Himiko finally sat up at the edge of his bed. I was wondering about that. Why does it start in 9 months? She inquired, tilting her head inquisitively. It's not that it starts in 9 months. It gets harder in 9 months, that's the difference. But we're not there yet, Izuku replied. He didn't wish to talk about his plans out of order. I've been doing some dirty work for some time, but you could say I'm seriously only starting now. Recruiting people is our top priority for now. Either people we can fully trust, the ones who will be in our inner circle, or expendable lackeys. That's why you told Jiren to find some villains, Himiko deduced, to which the boy nodded. Yeah. I needed his help to find guys who would serve as my officers. For now, you're the only one, he responded in affirmation. That also means I'm your first one. I'm honored. Himiko celebrated with a toothy grin. Don't be too presumptuous, though. You'll be useful for stealthy work, but I need people who'll be the big guns. Guys who can dish out a lot of pain. He cut her off, making the girl pout in denial. I can dish out pain too, she mumbled with her arms crossed. I've been having a hard time finding them with Jiren's help, so I may have to do it myself. Anyways, as you probably guessed, we need a group. You won't accomplish anything as a villain if you don't have expendable guns under you or a good income. I require both, the horned boy explained while the blonde nodded along. You have an idea how to get these? She asked, leaning her chin on her hands. Izuku smirked at the question. The easiest way is to take over an existing group. They'll already have a zone they settled in. And if we choose well, they could even already have a source of income we could improve upon, he explained confidently. But won't these guys betray you? I doubt they'll be happy if you replace their boss, Toga inquired with furrowed brows. You remember when I told you all humans wanted to be free? He questioned. The blonde simply nodded in response, confused. Society and its laws aren't the only things that repress their freedom. Fear does it too. Don't worry about me. I'll make sure the fear they'll have of me will be engraved in their bodies. They won't betray me, he scoffed in amusement. Humans were still animals. At the end of the day, fear would keep them in line. It would control them. I'm not following you out of fear though, Himiko grinned proudly. I do it 'cause I like you. And I don't intend to use fear for my top officers. These ones would be people I need to trust fully. It would also be disappointing if there's no one capable of holding a conversation with me without shitting their pants, he retorted. Of course, it was much better if his strongest followers were working for him because they respected him or liked him in Himiko's case. Since I need to be careful about my chosen group, I asked Jiren for help. I don't want to stupidly start a war over territories by accident and attract unwanted attention. You rely a lot on Jiren. That old guy must have a ton of contacts, Himiko commented. She was impressed he even thought about those things. He wasn't like her, whose plan was just to kill aimlessly. However, she had a feeling planning like this was recurring in the underground world. I do, and the faster I can get that group, the faster I can stop relying on him. I don't trust him, Izuku revealed with a frown. But why? The blonde girl arched an eyebrow in surprise. Call it instincts. Mostly, it's because that guy does have a lot of contacts. Too many even. I wouldn't be surprised if he has more loyalty to certain groups or individuals. There's a possibility he could betray me for the right price. He explained his suspicions, rubbing his chin in a thinking manner. He wasn't stupid enough to blindly trust Jiren. Even if he had no evidence of his worries, he still knew the rule of no honor among thieves. If the old man was offered a sweet enough deal, he would throw Izuku under the bus. Wow. I thought you would only have muscles for brains, but you're actually really smart, Izukuan. Himiko exclaimed in awe. What is that supposed to mean? And didn't I tell you not to call me that? Izuku barked at her, annoyed that she still didn't drop that nickname. I think it's cute. Plus, your mom liked it. Himiko snickered fearlessly. For F's sake, the horned boy held the bridge of his nose with his eyes closed. What did he do to deserve this? No, he could only blame himself since he was the one who recruited her in the first place. He needed to remind himself that she possessed good qualities and had some potential. It also didn't help that his dragon quirk screwed with his hormones at the worst times, too. Moving on. I heard there are a lot of gangs here in Mizudafu, so it's possible that whenever we get a group, we'll have to expand to the rest of Shizuoka at the start. Then, when we have enough resources, we can comfortably take under our control more zones in Mizudafu. This is what I mainly plan on doing for the next 9 months, he explained, making the blonde pee an eyebrow. Those 9 months again. What's in 9 months? Himiko questioned, starting to get really curious now. The UA entrance exam, Izuku revealed, much to the blonde's surprise. What about it? She inquired, curious. She had no idea why a villain would plan anything around UA's entrance exam. Isn't that obvious? I'm going to sign up. I plan on taking the exam and entering UA, he bluntly disclosed. What? Himiko gasped in shock. Of all the things he could have said, this was the last thing she expected to hear. I thought you wouldn't want to be a hero after everything you said, she exclaimed, unsure of how to feel about this. Becoming a hero isn't really the end goal. Although it would help a lot if I were, since I could mess things up from the inside, he replied. But my main objective there would be recruiting, he revealed. Recruiting? Himiko voiced in confusion. Who would he recruit and what for? He wasn't seriously considering doing it for their villainous crew, right? Just recruit heroes in training for our cause, obviously. They're bound to be strong and good assets, he explained without a care in the world. He was aware of the difficulty of the task, but he was confident. He also understood human nature well thanks to his family. Moreover, that would mean there would be even more traitors in the heroes' ranks. I don't mean to sound pessimistic, Izuku, but how are you going to convince heroes in training to join villains? She also didn't want to sound like she didn't believe in him, but this plan didn't have promising odds. Convince them? The horned boy repeated. After a second, he burst out laughing. Toga flinched in surprise since this action was the least she expected at this point. Don't get too ahead of yourself, likely many of them will just be tools at best. He laughed. If there is anything valuable that my old man taught me, it's that there is a rotten heart inside everyone. Some people just have a different number of protective layers hiding that heart. Once I enter UA, I will help these heroes in training find the rotten core whose existence even they deny. Or I will forcefully shatter these layers one by one until they're broken beyond repair and they have no spirit to fight back, he explained as his father's training sessions flashed before his eyes. Yes, some individuals hid their true nature while others denied they existed in the first place. You could either show them their true colors, or hurt them to the point of breaking. However, there were special cases in this world. Now, if some of them still hold on to their values even after that, they'll remain our enemies. Himiko stayed silent for several seconds, taking in his words. She understood what he meant. At least she thought she did. It wasn't complicated, rather, she was familiar with it. Yes, even she could see people's dark hearts. The dark hearts of the ones who hurt and rejected her. They acted as if they were irreproachable while wishing for her to disappear. Even when she had done nothing wrong, they despised her. She wondered what it would be like to show them how rotten they truly were. Would they accept it? Would they hate themselves like they hated her? How funny. Make them bad guys? She hummed in amusement. Izuku gazed at her, waiting to see if she would continue. That reminds me of a manga. There was this guy. On the outside, he was totally normal. He was what society considered the norm, anyway. He acted sweet around everyone and was pretty popular. But then in the second chapter, you learn he's all twisted and crazy. He likes toying with people, stealing, and killing all the prostitutes he had fun with. Yep, his sweet demeanor is all an act, 'cause he knows he'll be in trouble if he shows his real face to normal people, she recounted while the horned boy listened in silence, nodding along from time to time. Then one day he has enough. He's tired of having to act, but he doesn't want to be rejected either. He loves the attention and being liked by everyone. So he gets a great idea. He wants to corrupt everyone he knows. He want to make them just like him. He want to make them dark and depraved. It sounded like an awesome idea, she grinned. Did he succeed? The green-haired boy asked. For once, his curiosity was piqued. I don't know. I never read the ending. It was cancelled after 10 chapters, Himiko responded in disappointment. Izuku, I want to help. I want to do it. I want to make everyone else just as crazy and rotten as we are. She grinned wide, showing nearly all her teeth. Her blood rose to her cheeks as she imagined their perfect little world. In response, the boy lightly snickered, undeterred by her bloodlusted eyes. In fact, instead of being disgusted or freaked out by them, he was amused. She was showing her true self, and he enjoyed it. It mostly made his heart beat with trepidation. It made his own bloodlust rise. Among other things, he wanted to fight. I feel like we'll have a good partnership, Izuku sniggered, giving the girl a determined look. This is going to be so much fun. the blonde exclaimed before jumping to her feet. She ran up to the massive boy and grabbed his shirt. Please, let me have your blood, Izuku-an. What the hell are you saying now? He asked, taken back by her sudden request. I crave blood even more if it comes from the people I like, so please give some to me. She pleaded before taking out her knife. Izuku simply huffed in boredom and grabbed by the ankle. Ah! She yelped as she was lifted off the floor and held upside down. She quickly used her free hand to grab her skirt and hide her panties with it. Hey! I can't stab you like this, Izuku-an, she complained while trying to slash the boy. This is going to be troublesome, you know that, right? The horned boy asked, only to be ignored. Instead, the girl insisted on behaving like she was throwing a tantrum. He needed to decide on how to take care of this, so it wouldn't impede on any of their operations. His eyes scanned her body, traveling all over it until he finally came to a conclusion. Let's make a deal then. Since you want my blood so bad, I'll let you stab or slash me once a day. If your knife can get through my skin and make me bleed, you can have my blood. Really? Himiko beamed. Yeah, you have my word. However, for every failed attempt, I get to do something to you in return, he responded, earning a curious glance from the blonde. What would that be? She asked, suspicious. Whatever it was, she wouldn't mind if she got his blood, anyway. You'll see once you try to take my blood, he shrugged. Dismissively. Alright. I accept. She giggled before getting ready to try and stab his hand. Izuku, can you come here for a second? I can't open this jar. Inko suddenly called her son from the living room, stopping Himiko mid-motion. We'll continue this later, he stated as he dropped her on the floor. The blonde yelped in pain and dropped her knife once her head met the floor. You could have been more gentle, you know? She said, still lying on the floor. With a grunt, she stood up and picked up her knife to hide it in the sifuku under her cardigan. She was satisfied with the deal he offered. Not only would she get to make everyone as crazy as she was, but she would also get to taste the boy's blood. She was already imagining how good it must have been. Probably exquisite coming from someone so rotten and strong. She thought about his plans again. Obviously, his end goal was to take over Japan, which was quite ambitious for any villain to accomplish. However, she could see it happening with a large army of villains and heroes alike. Especially if their enemy's camp was filled with traitors. They were going to have so much fun. She truly chose the right person to follow. If only her parents knew, they would surely regret treating her the way they did. She was going to be richer and stronger than they ever could have been. Nevertheless, she shouldn't get too ahead of herself either since this was only the beginning. They didn't even have a group yet. Soon after their little discussion about their plans, Inko called them over for dinner. Himiko was aware that the older woman was preparing katsudon. What she didn't expect was the sheer size of it. Sure, she and Inko had a normal portion. Izuku, on the other hand? His bowl had twice as much rice, at least, and a whole chicken. She didn't know what she expected given his massive size, but it still surprised her. This tastes great, Inko, Himiko commented, still glancing at Izuku from the corner of her eyes. The boy was even spitting out pieces of chicken bones occasionally after accidentally biting some. Thank you. I'm happy I get to cook for someone other than myself and Izuku for once, the green-haired woman chortled. I've been wondering, for how long have you two known each other? She asked with curiosity. A few weeks, Izuku swiftly responded before Himiko could even open her mouth. Oh really? And you're already bringing her to meet your mother? She chuckled in amusement, also earning a giggle from the girl who was more than happy to see someone tease him. I'm guessing you are from another school? I'm going to Nabu Middle School. She replied quite confidently given it was a lie. Well, not exactly. It was the school she went to before running from home. And it was last year, so even if she continued going there, she would have been in high school by now. That's pretty far from Aldra, Inko commented. Yet she didn't ask how they met. From what you said, it sounds like Izuku doesn't have a lot of friends, the blonde pointed out. Izuku grunted but remained quiet. Yes, he prefers staying on his own, which is a shame, Inko responded before turning to her son. You aren't even hanging out with Katsuki-kun anymore, even though he's your childhood friend, she told him with a hint of sadness in her tone. We just aren't meant to be buddies, that's all, the horned boy sighed in annoyance. Why are you even mentioning him now of all times? Did you go to Mitsuki's again? Well, of course. Inko replied with furrowed brows. Mitsuki was her only friend, so it wasn't really surprising that his mother regularly visited her. If you really want to see her so badly, can't you call her over instead? You shouldn't be walking around so much with that leg, he pointed at her prosthetic leg. Her house is just more welcoming than ours, Inko crossed her arms. Translation: there was a risk of Mitsuki stumbling on the unrealistic stash of money Izuku was hiding inside the house. They didn't have a lot of income, so having too much money would be suspicious. We were talking about you and Katsuki-kun, and how you were as children. She was really saddened that you two drifted apart, she explained while Toga listened intently. She was overjoyed to learn more about Izuku's childhood. Mitsuki doesn't look like it, but she really cares for her son, you know? She would do anything if it was for his well-being. Understandably, she would be worried Katsuki doesn't have many friends, she added. Believe me, he isn't bothered by it, Izuku scoffed dismissively. Inko sighed. Just remember what I said, she softly reminded him, then looked at Himiko again. Do you have any plans for the future? What school do you want to go to next? She asked cheerier. I'm not sure yet, Himiko shrugged. She didn't even know what lie to come up with since she didn't feel like sticking with it later on. Izuku wants to become a pro hero. I'm sure he must have told you, but he wants to enter UA, the mother stated with a neutral expression. Yeah, he told me. He'll be an amazing hero, Toga exclaimed cheerfully while Inko's expression remained unchanged. I don't doubt he'll be quite unique, she simply said quietly. Meanwhile, Izuku continued chewing on his meal, largely ignoring their idle chatter. He only interjected once or twice, not fully engaging in the conversation. His mind was preoccupied with other matters, particularly his preparations for UA. Although he had 9 months ahead of him, he was determined not to squander any time. Once he had his own group, he could start earning money and building influence without needing to skip school anymore. With a determined look, he took another bite of the chicken in his katsudon, only to wince as a bone piece was lodged between his teeth again. Why were bones so freaking brittle? After weeks had passed since he recruited Himiko among his ranks, Jiren finally gave him some juicy information. Something useful. If what they planned succeeded, then he could stop selling his analysis and maybe even cut ties with the old man. After all, he had outgrown his usefulness by providing him what he had been looking for all this time. No, it wasn't a new member, unfortunately, but it was a gang he could subjugate. Izuku and Himiko were currently at the very edge of Mizudafu, roughly 20 minutes from his home by metro and an hour by car. They were in a Chinatown. Obviously, Shizuoka's Chinatown wasn't as large and as frequented as Yokohama's, but it was still there. It was late in the evening, so there were quite a few people outside. He would have worn a mask, but it was useless given his size and his horns. It wasn't important, anyway. If everything went right, there would be no commotion at all outside. At least, nothing that would suspect him in any way. The gang he was interested in was called the Wild Dogs, and from what Jiren told him, they owned a strip club. Strip clubs weren't banned in Japan, but they had a lot of regulations that would hinder an establishment. Moreover, this gang also sold multiple drags there. That was why it was kept a secret. According to Jiren, it was a normal-looking restaurant. People would come in and go without hearing or seeing anything suspicious. However, there was a back door that led to an underground club. With the right password, the waiter would lead them to that door. Jiren gave him their location because they didn't respect the end of one of their deals in the past. These guys weren't a huge gang, but they still made some profit. They were the perfect start for him. They're closed, Himiko bluntly stated to an Izuku who was sitting on a wooden box against a wall. What do you mean they're closed? They should be open, he replied in confusion. Because of their underground activities, even their restaurant needed to remain open until later hours than the others. I know, but the sign says they're closed. The door's locked too. And I can't see anything inside because of the curtains, Himiko retorted with her hands raised. You don't need to shout at me, you know, she pouted before holding her hands behind her back. Doesn't matter, I know one person's in there, Izuku noted before standing up. Thanks to his quirks, his senses were enhanced. His hearing, sight, and smell were several times stronger than the average person's. Do you know that because of your quirk? When are you going to show it to me? The blonde asked impatiently. I'll show it when I need to use it against someone, he replied in dismissal. But that's unfair. I'm teaching you my stealth technique, so you could at least show me your quirk. She complained as the boy suddenly picked her up by the back of her collar like a cat and transported her in front of the door. We're going in, so watch if anyone's looking our way, he instructed while telling her to look out for any curious passerby. You got it, Ryukuen, she replied while blushing in embarrassment at having been held this way. Because of their circumstances, they used code names in public to avoid revealing anything. Obviously, he also needed to think of a villain's name. Just like pro heroes, villains also needed names to be recognized, but he hadn't thought of one. Now standing in front of the entrance door, Izuku leaned down and breathed out a small flame over the lock. Applying the fire for a few seconds was enough to turn the lock and the knob into molten metal. There, it's open, he stated before pushing the door open with a finger. He also made sure not to cause a fire to spread since he didn't wish to lose this building before even taking over it. You're sneakier than you look, Himiko commented in amusement as they entered the restaurant. The interior was nothing special. For any average person, they would see nothing but a regular restaurant. At first glance, there was nothing suspicious going on. However, Izuku knew better. From behind the bar counter, a man was bent over it, seemingly playing on his phone. Naturally, the moment the two of them came in, the bartender hurriedly raised his head. The restaurant's closed, so peace us off, he ordered. It seemed he hadn't realized they had come in even though the door was originally locked. I'm here to see your boss, Izuku stated, ignoring the man's order. The bartender raised an eyebrow. The boss of the Wild Dogs, he clarified, making the Wild Dogs members' eyes widen. I don't know who you are, buddy, but I've never seen you here. Everything here is closed, so if you want to see my manager, you'll have to come back, he snarled, walking around the counter to face the massive boy. Or else, he threatened. Izuku had to admit that he certainly had guts. Most people wouldn't dare talk to him this way since he was 3 times their size. I'm not wasting time here with you, Izuku rolled his shoulders in boredom. Make him talk, he ordered. The bartender froze as something hard and cold was pressed against his throat. He quickly recognized it as a knife. His eyes darted to his left to see who had snuck up on him. It was a blonde girl who had climbed onto his back, wrapping her legs around his waist. She held his head with her left hand while the other hand threatened his throat with the blade. He gulped in fear while drops of sweat rolled down his cheeks. I'll say it again. Take me to your boss, Izuku repeated in a low tone. They were screwed. Everything. Absolutely everything was going well until now. He had fulfilled one of his lifelong goals of having a strip club. He had female workers, guards, and loyal enough men. He was even about to start drag dealing. All in all, he had success. It could have continued this way until all of the underworld of Mizudafu knew about his business and enjoyed it. Unfortunately, they found him again and were ruining everything. Instead of fighting him head-on in a bloody war, they were sinking his business. He knew for a fact that they were actively ruining the reputation of his establishment. He had fewer and fewer customers for his strip club. His restaurant wasn't affected, but that was only a front, so the little income he received was mostly worthless compared to what he earned before. That was the reason he closed the restaurant and strip club today. He needed to think and plan for what he should do to solve this problem. He was surrounded by dozens of his men, all sitting at the tables usually reserved for the customers. Most of them dressed like ruffians, and only a few bothered wearing suits since they didn't care about their appearances. They didn't think it mattered when it came to guarding this place or working here. They weren't the ones dancing on the poles, after all. Nonetheless, even if he had quite a few men, there still wasn't enough of them to fill the whole room. Indeed, the underground strip club's main room was spacious enough to host around 200 patrons. The biggest strip clubs in other countries could easily host more than 1,000, But this wasn't too bad for one located in Japan. He had also hoped to expand it one day. The bar was stocked with an array of drinks and cocktails, while dancing poles were strategically placed around the room near the tables where patrons would gather. Normally, dim, colorful lights would flash, but with the establishment closed, only a regular light illuminated the space. He even set up a special stage where his most popular dancers would perform. They were now as empty as the rest. It was a pathetic sight. Seeing one of his dreams crumbling under his eyes filled him with rage. But who was he? It was simple. He was the man sitting on the stairs leading to the private rooms. However, he was not like the others. Firstly, he towered over them, easily taller than the average man. However, his most recognizable feature wasn't his size, but rather the rest of his appearance. He looked like the crossbreed of a human and a bull. His legs were hooves, and he possessed bulging muscles and a bull head with large horns protruding from it. On his nose, he wore a golden nose ring. While his skin was tanned, his back, legs, and topless upper chest were covered in black fur. His brown eyes, filled with fury, mixed with his size and overall appearance, would intimidate nearly anyone. Even some of his men sweat nervously as if they could feel his anger emanating from him. Despite that, two lightly dressed women, only wearing bikinis, lay in his lap without fear. He was the leader of the wild dogs, Zhonglu. He breathed through his nose as he clenched his fists. This joke lasted long enough. Those BStas screwed us over for the last time. Since they want to fight so bad, we'll give it to them, Zhonglu declared confidently. What should we do, boss? One of the closest men asked, as pumped as his leader. First, recruit some guys, as many as possible. We need some cannon fodders. Tell them they'll be good pay. Screw handguns, contact everyone we know, and let's get some serious firepower. Once we're ready, we'll leave Mizudafu, head over to their turf, and bring war with us, he explained. His plan was basically to run headfirst into them and blindly attack. He would lose a lot of men, either killed or arrested by pro-heroes. That was why he would cannon fodder, that way he could sacrifice them instead of his own gang members. One man yelled, pumping up a fist. They'll see what we're made of. Another one declared. Boss. The bullhead picked up a frail and nervous mutter. Quickly, he turned to the entrance door, noticing only now that it was open. The guard he posted on the upper floor was here, shaking like a leaf. What is it? Lu inquired with an annoyed tone, silencing the whole room. Someone is here to see you, the henchman nervously responded. Didn't I say I don't want to be disturbed? Tell them to f***, Lu grumbled, waving his hand in dismissal. Didn't really have a choice, boss, the other man replied. Suddenly, he was propelled across the room as if he were hit by a car and crashed into one of the nearby tables. This is getting too long, the person who shoved him muttered before coming in, leaning down so their head wouldn't hit the top of the doorframe. The wild dog's leader narrowed his eyes as a giant of a man entered the room. Just like him, this one had horns too. A mutant type, without a doubt. That's the first time I have to look up at someone, he mumbled under his breath. Even if he was sitting, he could tell the green-haired man was a good head taller than him. That guy is huge. A nearby gangster exclaimed while looking up. Of course, he was huge. He was Izuku Midoriya, and thanks to his quirk he hardly felt intimidated by anyone, even when meeting someone close to his size and height. Himiko Toga, or rather Ace, was hiding in his shadow, ready to pounce if needed. He kept her hidden in case he wanted her to go for a surprise attack. He must be 3 meters tall. Another one added, taking a step back. And more like 287, but who was counting anymore? Well, the horned boy had to, since he often bumped his head on ceilings. You're Zhonglu, right? Izuku questioned, though he already knew the answer. You know me, but I've never seen your ugly mug. Who the hell are you? Lu glared at the intruder, who not only dared to attack his base but also disrespected him. You can call me Ryu, Izuku responded. I'm here for a specific reason, but I'd rather avoid dirtying and trashing this place, so let's do it the easy way. I want to take control of this business. I'll be your new boss from now on, he boldly announced, much to everyone's astonishment. The area was stunned into silence, not expecting this in the least. You could almost hear a pin drop. Finally, after a few seconds, a tiny snicker escaped Lu's mouth, which grew louder and louder until it turned into full-blown laughter. It didn't even take a second before his men joined it, mocking the horned new arrival. "You're crazy, I'll give you that. What a joke." Lu belly laughed while holding his two dancers, who only giggled among themselves. "That punk has no idea who we are. Teach him a lesson, guys," he ordered. "Aye," they shouted in unison as they jumped off their chairs. "Knew it wouldn't be that easy," Izuku muttered before pulling his right arm back. "Out of my way, small fries," he shouted as he kept his arm outstretched and bent before swinging it forward like a scythe. Surprised at his quick moves, the men he targeted had no time to dodge as his arm closed it on them. "Dragon Scythe," he shouted as he made contact with them. Due to his long and wide arms, at least 5 of the gangsters found themselves struck by his forearm. The moment his limb collided with these fodders, he put in even more strength and sent them flying, along with parts of the bar on his right. The wind produced from the blow alone was also enough to blow many of the bottles. As for the men that were hit, their bodies flew across the room, either slamming into a wall, tables, or even their teammates. None of them came out unscathed. One's jaw had been blown off his, and another had the left side of his head bashed in, which most likely got his brains smushed by the skull. Someone else's face had been flattened as if it had been ran over by a truck. Even if some of them survived the initial blow, they were doomed by their injuries. Those 3 were only the worst cases, as the rest were just as bloodied. If he had used all his power, they likely would have been torn apart. However, Izuku didn't want to show his whole hand yet. He needed to see if that was enough to make them understand he wasn't to be messed with. Anyone would realize that fighting someone who could break all your bones in only one hit would be stupid. As expected, many of them swiftly recoiled at that display. What the hell was that?" one of the gangsters shouted as he fell on his butt. One of his buddies had flown right where he was. Even if he was used to gruesome sights, he rarely had to witness someone dying with a single hit from a forearm. The comrade that landed near him had his neck fully twisted and the head open. "He might be as strong as the boss," another one added, flabbergasted. That one comment made Izuku perk up with interest. While what he did was pretty good, he knew that many other people in the world could do the same. Many had mutant or strength-based quirks, after all. However, he didn't expect he could potentially fight someone on his level. "You'll pay for that," a wild dog member screamed, running toward Izuku at full speed. The man joined his hands together as a sword came out of them, gripping the handle tightly. He jumped and delivered a vertical slash at the horned man's chest. Himiko, who remained near the door, smirked, already knowing the outcome. Schling. The gangster widened his eyes as his blade broke in half. "What?" he uttered while staring at his broken blade. Looking up, he froze once he noticed he left no scratch on the other man's body. "Are you going to fight yourself or not?" Izuku questioned Lu before grabbing the gangster who attacked him's head. He ignored the man attempting to claw his way out and casually crushed his skull in his palm like a grape before letting the body drop. "If you're as strong as I am, then it'll be interesting." Zhonglu's eyes wandered around, taking in his men's emotions. They were still ready to fight even if they were slightly shaken up. However, he knew that even if they managed to bring the intruder down at some point, they wouldn't do it without spilling gallons of blood. He wasn't willing to lose any more valuable men. Finally, he stood up. "Step back, guys. That man may be too much for you to handle. I'll take care of this," he instructed them while cracking his neck. "I do have a lot of strength, but don't lump me in the same basket as you." "Oh, why?" Izuku arched an eyebrow. "I'm not just a stupid brute. I actually used my strength to help me master martial arts and deal deadly blows with ease," he revealed as he took a combat stance, slightly bending his knees and arms, and raising a hand above the other, pulling it back near his head. "A Chinese martial art that tears the flesh right off my enemies. The Hikasa-ken," he explained pridefully. "Now this is getting interesting," Izuku grinned, feeling his heart pumping. "All right, show me what you can do," he declared excitedly. "Tisk, Guess you won't understand how dangerous I am until I show you, Lu scoffed. Suddenly, he charged forward, making the floor shake with his powerful hooves. Here, take this. Sora o Waruken. He announced as he raised his hand and quickly brought it down toward the horned boy. Izuku narrowed his eyes as he realized Lu was using a chop attack, which was the first time anyone tried to hit him in such a way. Not taking any risks, he didn't let himself get hit like he usually would when playing around with an opponent. Before Lu's hand could connect, the green-haired boy grabbed his wrist, stopping his attack midair. Martial arts are worthless if you can't hit me, he smugly remarked, only for Lu to smirk. You sure? He asked, not bothered at all that his wrist had been caught. Suddenly, Izuku's jacket was torn off on his left shoulder as if it had been through a shredder. The boy widened his eyes and grunted, not in pain, but in surprise. Sure, he was still intact, but the fact that his jacket had been partially torn off even though his enemy didn't even make contact with it was not something he expected. You're wide open, Lu shouted with glee, immediately taking advantage of his opponent's surprise. Takinoboru Ken. The bullman's other hand shot upward vertically in a claw-like position as if trying to scratch Izuku's chest. Fortunately, the dragon boy still didn't let his guard down. With quick reflexes, he leaned back and dodged the man's hit, this time also making sure he was going far enough to avoid getting caught like last time. Of course, he also had to let go of the man's wrist to do that. Not so fast. Niku o Hikisaku Sharin. He announced again as he raised his right leg and pivoted on the other, making a horizontal circular motion in Izuku's direction. The giant of a man stepped aside with incredible speed, dodging the kick. Yet, it was too close to his comfort as he had witnessed what his martial art could do. One unfortunate soul had been standing near Izuku, so once the horned man avoided the blow, they were the ones to take it instead. Blood poured out in the air like a bloody fountain while the curling screams of one of the wild dogs filled the entire room. The man lay on the floor, kicking underneath him as he held his arm in agony. Not only the sleeve where he was hit was gone, but his skin and flesh were too, exposing his bone. Help. Call for help. He begged while tears streamed down his cheeks. Idiots. You know you shouldn't stand close while I'm fighting. Lu admonished the whole group as the two of his men grabbed the injured one and pulled him away from the fight. Still near the door, Himiko liked her lips at the display. Not only did she get to enjoy the nice show Izuku put on with his opening attack, but Zhonglu made a bloody mess, too. Looks yummy, she mumbled to herself, her grin reaching her ears. She couldn't wait to see how the battle would play out. Meanwhile, Izuku stared at Lu's display with a certain admiration. He never knew such a martial art existed before. If it was something not bound by a quirk, then that meant anyone could learn it, didn't it? Hey, how does that martial art work? He boldly inquired. Even if he wasn't one to speak about how he fought and his quirk, he was well aware that this wasn't the case for everyone. Oh, so you're taking me seriously now? I do have to admit you're quick on your feet for someone your size. Lu snickered arrogantly as he entered his combat stance again. The Hikisaku Ken relies on both strength and speed, which combined with precise and calculated movements can create blows as ravaging as the torrents in a powerful tornado. Each blow acts like a wind that tears you to shreds. The meek average person could never unlock the full potential of that art as. They would peel off someone's skin at most, but with my quirk and peak physique, I tear the flesh right off the bones. He proudly explained, smirking as he expected his opponent to be shaking. He focused his stare on Izuku, studying his position. The taller man was looking down, and just as Lu expected it, he was shaking. Yes, it was fear. You understand what you got yourself into, don't you? He chuckled. Izuku clenched his fist as he finally looked up. There was no fear in his eyes. There was joy, in fact. He had been shaking with excitement, looking at Zhonglu with a wide and eager smile. How fascinating. I never knew someone could fight like that. He laughed. Come and show me your moves. I want to learn that style. He admitted. Why? Lu muttered before clenching his teeth so hard you could hear them grind. Biasudi, you still mock me? As if you could learn it so easily. He shouted before charging toward the horned BSDRD. Of course not. I'm taking you seriously. Izuku replied excitedly as he readied himself to intercept the enemy. With a newfound speed, his fist shot forward, nearly getting invisible to the small fries watching their fight. Zhonglu widened his eyes in surprise before swiftly raising his arms in a guard. Miraculously, he blocked the fist right in time. Despite that, he was still pushed back. Considering his weight, it was a testament to Izuku's strength that Lu pushed away like this. Not only that, but the pain in his arms wasn't negligible. Thankfully, nothing was broken. Izuku didn't let him rest, and closed in on him, delivering multiple blows. Lu breathed out, not scared in the least of the approaching enemy. He blocked every single blow, either with a well-placed guard or by redirecting Izuku's strength with the help of his martial art, using the man's own strength against him. Nonetheless, the long-haired man was still gaining ground on him, forcing him to step back. He blocked a right, then a left, dodged another right, and even blocked Izuku's leg with one of his hooves. Alright, Lu had to admit that this man was strong. If there was any praise he could give him, it would be his power and speed. Each hit would have broken an average man's bones. However, Lu had a much stronger build than the average man, so you would need more than that. He bid his time for a couple of more seconds. He countered yet another of Izuku's blows in a way that finally left the horned man completely open. He directed one swift palm move toward Izuku's chest. Ten no Tenohaira. Lu yelled, only for the green-haired man to manage to push up his hand just before it could hit his chest. However, this time, the blow not only tore off pieces of Izuku's jacket but also shredded off his skin. Midoriya grunted in pain, his shoulder all red from his exposed muscles. Lu slightly narrowed his eyes. It was supposed to deal much more damage, yet it only peeled off the skin. His enemy's body really was unusually strong. Yet it didn't matter. This hit was only a distraction. Shinzo Jokyo Ken. He moved his right hand forward where Izuku's heart should have been located. Zhonglu smirked as his hands successfully penetrated the other man's chest, digging into his flesh. Izuku grunted in pain again before spitting out blood as he fell to a knee. With his hands still on the other man's chest, Lu could feel the warm crimson liquid pouring out all over his hand and onto the floor. Izuku! He's bleeding! Himiko shouted in shock, astonished as she witnessed the boy's pain. For the first time since she met him, she saw his blood flow out of his body. Izuku explicitly told her not to act or interfere in his fight if there were any, but this was clearly an emergency, wasn't it? If she stood there, he would probably die. She took out her knife, gritting her teeth with rage. No, even if he didn't want her to interfere, she couldn't let this guy get away with hurting her leader and friend. Right now, she was even ready to ignore Izuku's blood to save him. However, before she could jump into the fight, she stopped, noticing the boy's expression. Tisk. Lu clicked his tongue. Unfortunately, his hand hadn't reached Izuku's heart. No matter, this was still enough to put him down. He paused as a small chuckle reached his ears. Who was laughing now of all times? With a certain apprehension, his eyes focused on the opponent. Ha, got you now. Izuku eagerly laughed, much to Lu's shock. What? He exclaimed, flabbergasted while the horned man suddenly stood up. Your blocking and dodging was getting annoying. Izuku stated as he grabbed Lu's left wrist, squeezing it until his bones cracked. The gangster released a pained grunt before attempting to pull his right hand out of the boy's chest. The instant the dragon boy felt his flesh moving at the attempt, he flexed his muscles, squashing Lu's hand inside. My hand stuck. He shouted, unable to pull it out. You're telling me you let yourself get hit just to land a blow on me? Are you crazy? He asked, baffled. You finally get it. Izuku exclaimed, laughing as he swiftly stood back up. Thundering headbutt. The horned boy pulled his head back before slamming it as hard as he could into Lu's head, making his skull crack so hard that even the gangsters nearby heard it. Zhonglu dropped to his knees, feeling the impact and pain traveling throughout his whole body. He grunted in pain while something warm dropped down his face, even going into his eyes. He recognized the taste, scent, and most of all the color. Blood was spilling out of his forehead like a tiny fountain. Dragon Scythe. Izuku announced his attack and slammed his forearm against the bull's throat, throwing him back as he released both of his hands. "B-Boss!" one of the wild dogs shouted as they witnessed their leader being flung back. That was pretty much all Zhong-Lu felt at the moment as he lay on the floor. Ringing in his ears was all he heard, and blood was all he breathed, forcing him to spit it out. With this excruciating pain in the throat, he would have thought his neck was broken, yet it wasn't. He may have slightly underestimated his enemy's strength. He hit like a truck. Maybe even worse. However, he couldn't let himself die here. He refused to lose. Gritting his teeth, Lu managed to stand back up, grunting all the way with shaky legs. "I'm fine," he grumbled to his men while breathing heavily. He needed to finish off that man quickly, or else he wouldn't last too many of his punches. Izuku pulled his arm back again before rushing the martial artist with the intent of pummeling him to the floor. Lu swiftly entered his original stance again before moving his hands in a circle. Hikisaku Ken no Oji, Hyakunetsu no Shinken. He went to counter Izuku's attack with his own. It was the Hikisaku Ken's ultimate technique, the one thing that was sure to always end his fights. Anytime he used this move, his enemies were torn apart. Even their bones were reduced to smithereens. Izuku held a shocked expression as he witnessed a flurry of fists closing in on him, showcasing a speed Lu hadn't used up until now. With clenched teeth, the horned boy brought his arms up to shield himself. Considering what Zhong-Lu managed to do to him with weaker hits, he didn't need to be a genius to figure out that his natural body wouldn't be enough to protect him. He needed to use his quirk. Instead of turning fully or into a hybrid form, he covered his arms and the front of his body in scales right before the bull's fists landed. Intense pain shot up across his body as bullets the size of fists riddled him, giving him no mercy while they tore off pieces of his scales and flesh. He rarely ever bled, as even his father had tried to make him and failed despite his many tries. However, this time, his vision was all red. For the first in his life, he was bleeding as if he was close to losing the entirety of his life juice. Nevertheless, he stubbornly prevailed, retaining consciousness as he was thrown back. Not only he didn't want to lose, but he also absolutely refused to lie down. His pride wouldn't allow it. He stopped himself before his back could fall to the floor, and used his elbows to throw himself to his knees. "It should have killed him," Lu muttered, annoyed, but mostly impressed. Even if it didn't tear him apart, he should have lost chunks of flesh already. He yelled. Izuku-in," Himiko exclaimed, though everyone had been too focused on the fight to even notice her. She had never seen Izuku bleed so much in her life. There were red gashes all over his body, which spurted out blood all over him. She was worried, but she couldn't deny the injuries made him a lot cuter. So that was how he looked, all bloody. She loved it, even adored it, but it would be horrible if he died. Still, he was on his knees but could fight on. She trusted him. Izuku observed his palm. He had never been pushed around like that. When was the last time he was in serious danger? Granted, he was barely using his quirk even now, but it was exciting. It broadened the possibilities for excitement so much. Just because he wanted to conquer Japan didn't mean he couldn't have fun along the way. Most of all, it wasn't just fun he was having. This was an interesting learning experience. It was time to finish things up. Despite all the blood his body was spewing out, those were superficial injuries that would heal in a few days thanks to his quirk, so he wasn't exactly worried about these even if they did serve to impress him. "How the hell are you still alive?" Lu questioned, flabbergasted by his opponent's resistance. "I'm tough," Izuku replied before standing up with his head high, much to the wonder of everyone around. "I do have to admit you have me pretty banged up, but it takes more than that to bring me down. If you want to kill me, then you'll have to cut off my head," he arrogantly stated. "No matter how much you hit me, it won't falter, it won't fall. My body is invincible," he smugly added. "Your body?" Lu clicked his tongue, glaring at the other horned man. "So that's it? This is your only weapon and talent? That tells me everything I need to know. You've been naturally gifted, and because of that you never put in any effort. You don't know what struggle is nor how to actually fight. All you ever used was brute and unbridled strength. I was like you when I was younger, but I've been humbled a few times, and thanks to that I've worked to perfect my art. I can't lose to someone who's all brawn, the martial artist scoffed proudly. That's our boss. Teach him a lesson. Not quite, Izuku muttered, ignoring the cheering of the crowd. He cracked his neck. So, how did you do it again? He asked Zhonglu, who only pet an eyebrow in confusion. The green-haired boy bent his knees and arms and raised a hand above the other. The bullman widened his eyes in shock and instantly recognized the stance the dragon boy took. This was impossible. He was bluffing. He must have been bluffing. Even if his stance was actually perfect, imitating Zhonglu's to the tiniest detail. He couldn't have. What was it called? Sora o Worken, right? Izuku brought his hand down, chopping the air in the direction of one of his men as if they were training dummies. The man he targeted froze, unable to react in time. He only stood there as all the flesh on his shoulder was torn clean off his body. Gra! He screamed in agony, collapsing to the floor while holding his shoulder. His comrades didn't move from their spot even to help him. They had been too shocked to even react. They had never seen anyone use that move apart from their leader. This isn't possible. That was my technique. He saw me use it only once, yet he copied it to perfection. Lu gulped, sweat running down his cheeks. Who the hell was this man? Yes, those techniques will be useful. I still want to learn more, Izuku stated while closing and opening his fist, watching it with great interest. With new abilities in hand, he felt even more invincible than he did earlier. No, this is a fluke. You couldn't have possibly learned it. Lu screamed, fury burning in his soul. You did by chance. You must have. Defeat is hard to accept, so I don't blame you for doubting. But we played around enough. We have to finish this now, Izuku stated calmly as his body began changing. His skin shifted, slightly closing the holes across his body while green scales covered him. Both Zhonglu and Himiko gasped as the man finally revealed his quirk, making even the gangsters step back as he changed. Green scales covered his whole body except for his abs. His nails turned into black draconic claws while his horn grew longer and larger along with green tips. Two other horns sprouted out of the top of his head, resembling a crown. His legs changed shape too, making him reach a higher height. With claws on his toes too and sharp fangs, he really seemed like a monster. Finally, a large tail with dark green fur at the tip came out of his lower back. Even if he was still bloody, some of his injuries had been covered by the scales, hiding them as if he hadn't been hurt in the first place. The blonde girl could only watch in awe at her friend's transformation. She finally got to see his quirk. It was unlike anything she had expected. It looked impressive, specifically thanks to his size. He also didn't let anything slip when it came to what it was, and his horns weren't enough to point her in the right direction. This won't be enough to beat me. Lu growled, clenching his fists. Oh, it will, Izuku chuckled as he took Lu's stance again, making the other man JRK back. I won't let you use my moves anymore. He shouted before charging toward the dragon boy with his head down, aiming his horn at him. Nihyano Shikanetsu no Shinken. Izuku replicated the same moves as Zhonglu did before throwing a series of fists at the charging man. Not only he used a similar technique, but it had been even stronger and deadlier as he landed twice as many hits as the bull did earlier. It was an even worse bloodbath than Izuku suffered through. Chunks of flesh were torn off Lu's body as the bull hybrid was thrown on his back, sliding across the floor and leaving a trail of red behind him. Miraculously, Lu survived. He lay down, panting and barely breathing while he gurgled blood. He wasn't even sure how he was still conscious yet. The women who lay on his lap earlier huddled together with the rest of the gang, too scared to even scream as they witnessed their leader's defeat. Monster. You're a monster, the man spat, wheezing with agony while Izuku turned back to normal. The boss was defeated, one of the gangsters stammered with sweat running down his forehead. Who the hell is this guy? I'm getting out of here. One of them shouted before fleeing toward the exit. Wait for me. Another screamed before following after him. Soon enough, The others followed suit, running away in fear. Unfortunately for them all, a blonde girl intercepted them all, standing between them and the exit. Her wide smile sent shivers down all their spines, making them reconsider the idea of escaping. Sure, she looked like she was nothing but a young girl, but after seeing her partner's display, they began doubting they stood a chance. There was no way she wasn't secretly powerful too. Where do you think you're going? Didn't I say you'll work under me? Izuku asked, tilting his head to the side. Don't run, guys, Zhonglu ordered them, spitting out blood between his words. His eyes shifted to the man who defeated him. I give up. You and will work for you. All of this is yours, he panted. He would gladly give up on his pride if it meant he would live. More than that, this man filled him with freezing and deathly fear. He never thought he would face such a monster in his lifetime. To think he didn't even fight at full strength until the end of their battle. Lu had been nothing but his plaything. But boss, one of the men tried to argue, only for Lu to grunt in pain as he tried to shout. No arguing. He is your new boss now, he interjected in anger, shutting up any resistance from his henchmen. He won fair and square. He's strong. Too strong to resist him. At least, you are smart, Izuku stated to the fallen enemy before turning to the gangsters who were still frozen in fear. Treat him as quickly as possible. I want him to live, he ordered them casually. Oh, of course. One of them gulped before running to his former boss. As soon as he did, others followed to help him pull Lu's body to one of the private rooms and treat his injuries. With so many men, at least one of them should have some kind of healing quirk. I'll want to have a talk with him once he's better, he said while watching them take Zhonglu to safety. Good job securing the exit, he complimented Himiko as soon as she approached him. It was nothing, Ryukuen, she blushed, smiling at the boy's kind words. Of course, she also stared at his bloodied body not so sneakily, wishing she could just have a taste of it, now. We'll need to talk about what to do next, he told her before addressing a nearby gangster. Hey, did your former boss has an office or something? He questioned. Why, sir? The underling replied before pointing in the office's direction with a shaky finger. Izuku didn't bother saying anything else before walking toward the office, followed by Himiko Toga. His new underlings already had their orders, which were to take care of the injured survivors. On the other hand, he needed to debrief the current situation with his blonde partner and rest. He already had a pretty good idea of how to proceed next, too. HMPF, he grumbled as he sat on the couch. The office was pretty spacious, which wasn't surprising considering who was the previous owner. Unfortunately, there was a mess. His desk was covered with paperwork lazily thrown together while the floor had articles of clothing sprawled around. He also just dirted the floor with his blood, too. This was amazing, Izuku. Was that your quirk? Himiko asked excitedly. Yeah, I can turn into a dragon, basically, he finally revealed, leaning back on the couch. Whoa, the only person I can think of with a similar quirk is that dragon hero, Ryukyu, right? Yeah, but from what I've seen, she doesn't have a hybrid form like me. Besides, we're two different types of dragons, he responded before spitting out blood on the side. So you can turn into a full dragon? Why didn't you do it? Please show me. Please. Please. She jumped up and down with excitement. She was also wondering what dragon blood tasted like. Seriously, those were creatures from myths and legends. Why didn't anyone take Ryukyu in a research lab yet or something? If I did, then it wouldn't be discreet. The whole place would probably collapse. I'm sure you'll see it one day, he retorted before placing a hand on his chest. I'll need to wrap some bandages, he grunted with annoyance. I'll grab some real quick, Himiko shouted, ready to run outside. Later, Izuku interjected, stopping her in her tracks. For now, we have more important matters to attend to. My injuries can wait. We succeeded in taking over, so at least that's one step done. You were so cool, Izuku. But why did you let that guy live? I get he's strong and you probably want him as a lieutenant, but he'll be sad after what you did. What if he stabs in the back? She inquired. She was mostly worried about Izuku since she cared little about her safety at this point. Wasn't like anyone would miss her, anyway, except maybe for Izuku? She hoped he would miss her if that happened. Moreover, she lived a fun year until now. As if, I'm not letting him in my inner circle, that's for sure. But he can still be a pretty good asset. Don't worry about him. He knows he can't do anything to me. Izuku shook his head, scoffing. I showed him a peak he can never reach, and if even tires anything, I'll teach him another lesson until he learns, he threatened coldly. If Lu did try anything, then the horned boy would likely take one of his arms. Or maybe something small to start. Tail or horns, perhaps? Besides, Jiren told us about him because he expected me to kill him, which meant this would benefit that old man. Is that a bad thing? Himiko arched an eyebrow. I think it is. A guy with so many contacts must have sworn allegiance to someone already, so as I told you, I can't trust him. I'd rather not do too many things that benefit him. Now that we got everything we needed to start our plan, we cut all contact with him, got it? He explained as Himiko saluted with a smile. Got it? She nodded. But now about our situation. Unless we're alone or with someone we can trust, we only use our codenames when addressing each other. I'm Ryu and you're Ace, he reaffirmed. Himiko nodded in understanding. Your quirk, too, must be kept a secret, all right? No one knows about it. No matter how much you trust them or even if they're in our crew, this must be our most well-kept secret, even more than my own quirk. This is an asset that we can't afford to lose, and the less people know about it, the more they'll fall prey to us. Your quirk will be one of our trump cards, understood? He explained. Oh, you're thinking so much ahead, Izuku-in. No problem. It wouldn't be the first time I have to hide it, anyway, she replied before pausing, realizing something. Wait, is that why my codename is Ace? Himiko blushed. You flatterer. I can change it, Izuku immediately threatened. Please don't. Moving on. We still need to recruit more people and develop this place. That's another reason I kept Zhong around. He'll probably have useful information for me. Obviously, I won't be around here all day long because of the responsibilities I have in my regular life, so I'll count on you to take care of things when I'm not here since you have nothing else to do, Izuku instructed, making Himiko's eyes sparkle. So you're putting me in charge? She exclaimed eagerly. Only when I'm not around. Izuku barked to calm her down as quickly as possible and keep her from getting too excited. I'm telling you now, you better take things here seriously. I'm counting on you. I will. I promise. Himiko assured with a confident nod. Good. I guess we'll have to wait for Zhong to be in shape to talk, so we can figure out how to work with this place. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Go and find me some bandages, he ordered, only for Himiko to grin. Gotcha! She shouted as she grabbed a knife and rushed at him, trying to stab one of his wounds. Unfortunately for her, her partner reacted quickly and blocked the incoming blade with his palm. Now, I thought it should have been clear when we made that agreement. Stabbing me where I'm already bleeding won't count. You still can't get any of my blood, Blondie, he grumbled while Himiko pouted. Also, you failed anyway, he added as he showed his unscathed palm. Since you failed. Yeah, I know. She replied before lifting her skirt, showing her white plain panties, which made Izuku raise an eyebrow. What are you doing? He questioned. I still didn't tell you what you have to do. But that's what you've been telling me to do every time I failed until now, the blonde retorted in confusion. That doesn't mean I won't change my orders on a whim, Izuku scoffed. Show me your PP instead, he instructed casually. Oh, so the same thing but without panties, the villainess plainly stated. Just do it already. Alright. I just didn't expect you to be a perv, Izuku-in, the blonde villain giggled, madly blushing while she pulled her panties down. The long-haired dragon boy arched an eyebrow once he laid his eyes on her crotch. Both her vgna and panties were wet. His partner tried looking innocent, looking away while her fluids rolled down her legs. That blood actually turned you on? Izuku shouted, both shocked and disappointed. It's not my fault. Don't shame me. She yelled back, although she didn't seem that offended. You're so bloody. I like it, she giggled, still keeping her skirt up. That's the first time you asked me to show you what's under my panties, so does that mean you want to take me now? she inquired, her heart beating faster. Hell no. I'm pissing blood here, I'm not an animal. I won't in that condition, he replied while waving his hand. I wouldn't mind, you know. In fact, I would love it if we do it now. Himiko retorted, getting slightly too excited as she put her hands on one of Izuku's arms, leaving her panties behind. I know you would, he held the bridge of his nose. Psst. Get out and come back with bandages, he sighed. The fight actually tired him more than he anticipated. Izuku breathed out groggily, slowly stirring awake. The first thing he saw was an unfamiliar ceiling. The horned boy blinked a few times before remembering where he had been last night. Right, the wild dog's base. When had he fallen asleep? He couldn't remember. He rubbed his forehead before attempting to sit up, only to notice a light weight on his chest. The long-haired boy looked down and raised his eyebrow as he found out why he felt like something was lying on top of him. It was because there was. While he was still wearing pants, his jacket had been thrown on a nearby chair, leaving him topless. His wounds had been covered with bandages. That, coupled with his accelerated healing, should get him in top shape in less than a week. Nevertheless, the thing that grabbed his attention was a person he knew quite well. Himiko Toga, in her usual clothes, was sleeping on his chest. It seemed his breathing was enough to wake her up as well, since her eyes slowly fluttered open. The blonde sat up, rubbing her eyes as she yawned. Hey, Izuku-kun. Good morning. She waved happily before throwing her arms around his neck and hugging him. Did you sleep well? The girl inquired with a wide grin while the boy sat up. Why was I sleeping here in the first place? He grumbled a question. You were tired and needed rest, so I let you sleep, Himiko replied before quickly raising her hands in defense. Just so you know, I called your mom to tell her you'll be sleeping at my place, so don't get mad, she stated, making Izuku sigh. Well, at least you had enough sense to notify my mother, he breathed out in relief. Even if she wasn't that curious about his life, he still wanted to avoid having her wonder where he was and what he was doing as much as possible. So, I did well? The blonde's eyes sparkled with hope. Yeah, you did well, he confirmed, much to her joy. Yes. She beamed before throwing herself at him again, rubbing her cheek against his chest. The action prompted Izuku to raise an eyebrow. He was aware of how much she loved blood and that she had taken a liking to him, which also assured him her loyalty. However, he was still wondering why it happened in the first place. Even if she believed in the world he wanted to make, she already had an abnormal devotion. He had a feeling why that was, but he needed confirmation before making any judgment. You've been a loyal and good subordinate, but I just don't get why you're already all over me, Izuku remarked, making the blonde pause. Mind helping me find out? Come on, Izuku-kun. I told you already. I want your blood and… You're also like me, she answered while blushing. Oh, he was aware she wanted his blood. It was hard not to be. However, he needed more of an explanation than that. I know that, and I also told you we have not faced the same hardships at all, Izuku shook his head. While my peers may have feared me, taken me as a villain because of my intimidating looks, or even had the ball to say it to my face, I didn't let it deter me. I showed them I wasn't to be messed with. Soon enough, no one dared speak against me again. Apart from that guy, Izuku muttered the last part, thinking about Katsuki and how brash the other boy was every time they confronted each other. We had the same problem, but we took it differently, Himiko reasoned with a confident gaze. You fought it head-on, but I ran away. I was a coward, but it was probably the best solution at the time, she lowered her eyes in sadness. But in the end, you got lackeys, not friends. Am I wrong? All this time, you've been alone, right? She asked softly, locking eyes with him. Just like me, the blonde added, gently putting a hand over his arm. Izuku looked down in silence, taking in her words. He did not know what to answer. He contemplated the past years. Was she right? He couldn't deny having no friends. He didn't trust anyone, not after everything his father taught him. Even now, he didn't trust her fully even if she was his closest ally. Was he mad about it though? Perhaps saddened? He did not feel the urge to cry when thinking back to the times he was alone at school while everyone else played with their friends. Honestly, he didn't feel much about it. No one was interesting enough to befriend. No one he could relate to either. He had peace of mind, and after his father's passing he was also free to do as he wished. However, maybe having someone to rely on at the time would have been. But I'm not as relatable as you think, he mumbled dismissively. Don't get me wrong, I always fell in love easily. Himiko lightly grinned, playing with her knife, prickling her fingers with it. With heroes, villains, animals, boys, girls, she listed before looking up again. But I decided to choose you. You're the only one who understands, 'cause your dream's my dream. I want to live in a world where I can be myself freely, the one you'll make. You said you'll do it, so as long you fight for that, I'll be by your side, she assured him. When I make a promise, I keep it, Izuku confirmed confidently. I know, she responded before climbing on his knees and kissing him on the lips, much to his surprise. Her lips were softer than he expected them to be. Plus, I know you're all over me too, Izuku-an. Otherwise, you wouldn't ask me to do perverted stuff every day. She liked her lips after breaking the kiss, blushing. All right, I'll admit it, you're a bold one, the horned boy conceded as Himiko let go of him and climbed off the couch, giving her leader some space. What about our men? Did anything happen while I was asleep? He questioned. He also hoped the blonde did as instructed and didn't reveal her quirk to anyone, but he trusted her to keep this a secret at least. Some of them tried to talk to you, but I told them you needed rest. They wanted to know what your intentions are going forward, she explained with Izuku nodding along in understanding. Not much will change for them for now. They'll just have a different face to report to, the green-haired boy replied. He hoped to expand this small operation, attract more people, and even get a foothold in other fields such as drag dealings. Until then, most of them would work as usual until they were given new orders. What about Zhonglu? Is he alive or did he kick the bucket? Last I checked, he was breathing. I exchanged a few words with him to see how he was doing, the girl responded. And? He can talk, she shrugged nonchalantly. Then bring him here. I want to speak with him, Izuku ordered while the blonde tilted her head. Are you sure you don't want more rest? Besides, Zhong can barely move, so it'd be best if you go to him instead, Himiko reasoned, only for the boy to shake his head. Bring him here, he grumbled, unwilling to argue further. All right, I'm on it. The blonde responded, seeing that there was no use trying to convince him otherwise. Moreover, it wasn't like she actually cared about Zhong's well-being anyway. Izuku sat back while his subordinate walked out of the room. This went even better than expected. Not only he managed to acquire a group and a base of operation, but he also had a powerful fighter in his ranks. Since he never heard of Zhonglu's name, that villain must have remained mainly in the shadows, so he was lucky to stumble upon an asset like him. This was a wonderful start to his operation. He might even celebrate his success tonight with a small party. Although he doubted his new recruits would be thrilled to celebrate their subjugation with their new master. Oh well, it wasn't like they had a choice anyway. If everything goes so well once in Yuta, then he may have a whole army of former heroes in training. And they wouldn't be the only ones under his rule. Villains and even pro-heroes could follow, all he needed was to find the right ones. He needed to be careful. He heard that the school principal was quite intelligent, so he could potentially notice something was amiss. Now wasn't the time to worry since he wasn't there yet, but he should keep this in mind. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted when the door to his office was opened. The first one to enter was Himiko, or rather Ace now since they weren't alone. The other was Zhonglu, accompanied by two other men who helped him walk with his arms over their shoulders. The bull was limping, grunting with every step. It wasn't surprising considering the state he was in. Nearly his whole upper body was under multiple layers of bandages, a statement of how much more damage he received than Izuku. You called master? Zhong asked as he put a knee on the floor, much to the shock of his former subordinates. He gritted his teeth through the pain and bowed his head. Oh! Izuku smirked, intrigued. Himiko grinned, also enjoying the man's groveling. Why the sudden devotion? He questioned. Not that he didn't believe it. No, he could see the sincerity in the man's body language. Do you already fear me that much? He mused. It is not fear that makes me bow, but rather respect. I was wrong about you. I misjudged you. I trained my whole life to master the Hikisara Ken, yet it only took you a glance to mimic my moves. You possess a level, a peak, I could never reach, Zhong admitted. It would take nothing short of a combat genius to accomplish what the boy did, which was what Zhong considered himself before meeting him and realizing how foolish and arrogant he had been. I am not strong enough to oppose you, nor do I have the will. You spared me so I could serve you. As you hold my life in your hands, I will serve, he declared before bowing again. I will also teach you the Hikisara Ken as you have wished to yesterday, he confirmed. Well, that is even better than I thought, Izuku chuckled with his arms crossed. Since you respect me so, it is only right that I do the same. You will be a valuable asset to me, so don't disappoint me. What I've done here is only the start. Just know that soon, you will have more riches than you could imagine. You've chosen the right team, he explained, which only served to confuse Zhong and the two men accompanying him as they had no idea what the boy had in store for the future. Izuku then gestured to the blonde girl standing at his side. This is my lieutenant, Ace. You will answer directly to her when I am not around, as she will be in charge in such a case. Himiko waved with a cheerful smile. What? This brat? One of the men immediately voiced his rejection. Shut up, you imbecile. Zhong snapped the moment the minion spoke. But the other man tried to argue, only to be interrupted when something cold reached his throat. He widened his eyes before glancing behind him. Somehow, the blonde had snuck behind him while he was talking to his former boss. Brat, you say? Himiko repeated snarkily to the shaking and sweaty man. When did she? I didn't even feel her presence. Zhong thought while watching the display. He was aware that she worked under him from what he had seen yesterday, but he had no idea what her abilities were. She must have some kind of presence erasing or stealth quirk to move around like that. I'm sorry, the man stammered an apology with shaking legs. I think he learned his lesson, Ace. Let him go, Izuku ordered, to which Toga quickly complied, snickering as she walked by her leader's side. The horned boy turned his attention to the man who spoke out of turn. As for you, if you ever talk smack about one of my subordinates like that, you'll be left in pieces. Even worse than your former boss, he threatened, gesturing to Zhong and making the man he spoke to gulp. Understood. But, yes, sir. The man swiftly responded fearfully. Meanwhile, Himiko glanced back at the boy, hiding a blush behind one of her sleeves. But, I called you here, Zhong, because I wanted to discuss the establishment's and this group's future, Izuku explained. He knew waiting for their injuries to heal would have been wiser. That way, both of them could have some rest and a clearer mind when speaking of this. However, his patience was thin, and he didn't want to waste more time when he only had less than 10 months before getting into U.High. Before that, sorry for interrupting, but what made you choose to take over our group? How did you find us? Zhong inquired. It was a question that burned his mind ever since he woke up. Jiren told me about you. Said you didn't do any business with him, so you wouldn't be a loss of profit if you wiped out, Izuku replied bluntly. He had no reason to hide Jiren's name or keep his involvement a secret. The man had been useful, but he didn't earn Izuku's respect or trust. What? You must cut any ties with him this instant. Zhong Lu nearly jumped to his hooves, only for his haunches to crack and force him to sit back down. Trying to give me orders? Izuku narrowed his eyes, making the humanoid bull back away. I already decided not to contact him anymore, anyway, but still I'm curious. Why did you get so worked up? The horned boy calmed down. Didn't you hear the rumors? Better than rumors. I know from a trusted source that Jiren may work for. All for one, Zhong revealed fearfully while Izuku pet an eyebrow. All for one? Who is that? He questioned with a tilt of his head. While Himiko was silent, she was just as curious as he was. Don't you know? The boogeyman. The one who steals quirks. Him? That's an internet conspiracy theory, Izuku scoffed dismissively. It holds no value nor power over me, he shook his head. It is more than a conspiracy, master. Please, you have to heed my words. Jiren works with him or for him, I don't know, but he is real. People have been disappearing, and some came back with no quirks. Because they're not fond of the law, they never see the police or the heroes, but that kind of information does reach my ears and potentially the ears of other organizations. That is why I cut all contact with Jiren. I was afraid my quirk would be stolen too, Zhong explained desperately, which seemed to be enough to make Izuku consider the man's words. The boy hummed. All myths and legends have partial truths in them, and you could say the same for some conspiracy theories. Maybe the idea of someone stealing quirks wasn't that outlandish. Could Jiren really be in contact with someone like that? He had no way of knowing for sure unless he confronted him directly. However, he wasn't fond of the risk of losing his quirk either. If All for One existed, then he would be a danger to him. Very well. I will look into it, Izuku conceded, much to Lu's relief. Besides, as I already said, I cut ties with Jiren already. I don't need him anymore. First of all, the name Wild Dogs does not exist anymore. We're changing that since I'm in charge, he declared. It seemed one of the two men Zhong brought with him wanted to protest. However, a single from Ace was enough to shut him up as she simply put a finger to her lips in a shushing manner. From now on, we are the Beast Lord's Legion. As you wish, Master, Zhong bowed his head in acceptance. With a name like this, our numbers better increase if we want it to fit, Izuku grumbled since from what he had seen yesterday, most of the wild dogs had been here and he wasn't impressed. We will do our best to find new recruits, but if our establishment sinks, then it will be all the more difficult, Zhong reasoned. If we want it to succeed, then we have to change strategies. Whose idea was it to use a restaurant as a cover? Izuku asked. However, before Zhong could even respond, the boy continued. No matter, it's stupid. Taking care of a restaurant is unnecessary trouble, and hard as a brick sheet. Moreover, it's not even the kind of clientele you would want to attract. It also makes it even harder for your real customers to access this strip club in secret. Kinda hard to be sneaky. Zhong stuttered, unsure of how to respond. He chose a restaurant mainly because his parents owned one, but when he said it like that, he couldn't deny that there were likely better options. There is something much better to use as a cover. A nightclub. Izuku crossed his arms. All you have to worry about are the drinks and the music. It'll also be easier to sneak here because of the lighting and how many people there'll be. I suppose changing the cover into a nightclub won't be a problem, but its size will be disappointing for a nightclub since this building was originally built to house a restaurant, Zhong replied, which didn't seem to bother Izuku. It's fine. We can expand it once we have the money for it, he assured. I know some guys to expand the strip club, but since we need renovations upstairs, I could direct them there. With their help, the place should be ready in less than 2 weeks, Zhong explained. That's fast, the horned boy remarked contently. They're professionals. Their quirks are suited for work like this, and they'll keep quiet too, Zhong affirmed proudly. He found these workers himself on the darknet. They worked illegally because they had no license to build or use their quirks in public. I'm assuming you have what you need to pay them. I want someone to give me a report later about all of your activities. I need to know what's bringing the money here, Izuku ordered. Of course, it's only natural, Zhong nodded. The strip club wasn't their only source of income, but it was their most profitable. Until recently. Now, there's one thing that's been bugging me since yesterday. Midoriya tapped on one of his knees with his finger. Why was the establishment closed? And how are your affairs going? He inquired. Zhong gulped. Minute. So he noticed. Not good. Not good at all, he shook his head disappointedly. We have fewer and fewer customers. The most loyal are still coming, but even they are starting to waver. Do you have any idea why? The dragon boy doubted it was something natural. An establishment like theirs shouldn't lose customers for no reason so suddenly. Considering Zhong already made an enemy of Jiren, he wouldn't surprise that he had more. However, was it someone else's doing or Jiren's? Well, since you are in charge now, I suppose it is only right for you to know, Zhong looked down in shame. The truth is, I'm at odds with the Chinese mafia, he revealed, making Izuku arch an eyebrow and Himiko widen her eyes. The Chinese mafia? Are you serious? Izuku questioned, narrowing his eyes. This may bring him trouble. They operate in the Aichi prefecture, in the city of Nagoya, Zhong revealed. It was quite close to Shizuoka, and most importantly to Mizudafu. I've been one of their members for years. I even came to Japan with one of their guys, but after being accused of betrayal, I left their ranks. I kept telling them that I was framed, but no one listened. The humanoid bull spat with anger. Ever since that day, they've been sending assassins after my head. Since those idiots couldn't take me out, they decided to ruin my business. I have no proof, but I'm certain they've been throwing negative rumors about this place. I even discovered that some of my dancers were forced to quit after being threatened, he explained while the horned boy put a hand to his chin, thinking over all the information he gained. That's super bad, Ryukuen. Ace exclaimed worriedly. These idiots just got us in trouble with the mafia. Understandably, she was panicking since this wasn't a part of their plan at all. No, wait. That may not be as bad as you think. Izuku raised a hand to stop her rambling, earning curious glances from everyone in the room. Wait, really? Himiko inquired, baffled. This could be a great opportunity for partnership, the green-haired boy reasoned. While the blonde seemed to agree after thinking it over, Zhong was uncertain. That may be risky. Even if I'm not in charge anymore, they still want my head. The fact that I work for you now will also pull their ire to you. Moreover, they will request proof of your usefulness concerning this partnership, he explained, making Ace groan. Giving them your head would resolve all of these issues. Izuku suddenly interjected, making Lu widen his eyes while his former men backed away in fright. I remove their problem, show them how useful and reliable I can be, and how strong I am too. I kill several birds with one stone. But don't worry, I have an even better idea, he reassured the man, prompting him to breathe in relief. The fact that you have a bull head is your saving grace. All we have to do is find a bull that resembles you and send its head to the Chinese mafia. I'm sure they'll be willing to talk to me after that, he explained his plan. But we'll need to find a whole live bull first, Zhong pointed out. Your life's on the line. I'm sure you'll manage to do that when you have that much to lose, Izuku rolled his eyes. Lu nodded, finding it hard to deny what he said. Do we need to do all that, though? Can't you just kill their leader and take his place, Ryukuen? Himiko suggested. It's not that simple, Izuku shook his head. The mafia isn't like these idiots, he said, gesturing to Zhong and his men, who took offense to that but remained silent. They are not the kind to respect might above all else. Their boss is like family, his officers likely have close trusting relations with him. They would not join me, no matter how powerful I am. I would have to kill them all and leave only the small fries, but as you might expect, small fries are not my priority. For now, we need the mafia alive. They likely have a lot of connections and resources, so having them as allies is more beneficial for us, Izuku reasoned while Ace nodded along. She could see his point, even if she wasn't a fan since she would like to see more of the boy's violent nature. Zhong's jaw nearly dropped at the two's discussion. They were so casual about dealing with the Chinese mafia that he could barely believe it. The mafia had a few dangerous individuals, but from what he had seen from Ryu's power, the dragon should have not any issues killing them if they were to fight. However, trying to do so would be foolish. He was greatly surprised to see that Ryu had enough sense to use diplomacy instead. He expected him to be a brute, but he was cunning too. The more time passed, the more he was proven right to bend the knee to him. To think he was ready to launch a raid on the mafia before Ryu came here. I'll task someone with finding us a bull whose head we can pass off as mine, Zhong confirmed. I'll also take care of changing the restaurant into a nightclub, but we'll have to close the strip club until the construction is complete. That's fine. What are your other sources of income? Izuku asked. Jiren didn't give him much information about their group, after all. We just opened a meth and coke lab outside Chinatown. We were about to start a drag dealing business. However, before that, and aside from the strip club, we've been laundering money for a few groups, Zhong responded. Money laundering? Seriously? Izuku deadpanned in disappointment. It's a good business, Zhong Lu defended himself. Well, focus on that, then. I also want you to start that drag dealing business as swiftly as possible, he ordered the humanoid bull, who nodded in agreement. Once we're done with these things, I'll tell you about my future plans. Bring you up to speed. I thought you'd want to be making money, Zhong tilted his head. The money is only a means to an end. What I want is much more than that, and the second step can only start in less than 10 months, Izuku replied. Before Zhonglu could say anything, the boy cut him off. Since it'll be noon soon, I have to leave to take care of some other business. Ace will be in charge while I'm away, he gestured to the girl. Very well. Zhong nodded while Himiko silently cheered, happy to hear that Izuku was putting her trust in her. I want to throw a celebration for the new management, Izuku smirked pridefully. So tonight I want you to bring all your girls and men. With drinks, too, we'll have a nice party, he instructed. That will cost us some money, Zhong pointed out. They wouldn't even gain any since the club wouldn't be open either. However, he couldn't deny that a party could help calm and relax his former men down. It would make them more accepting of their new leader. Doesn't matter. I want it done, Izuku retorted before waving them away. Meeting adjourned, he added dismissively, prompting them to leave. Naturally, Himiko stayed behind, waiting for them to exit the room before turning to Izuku. What do you want me to do? She inquired eagerly. She wanted to be useful too. For now, nothing. Just stay here and make sure nothing happens. I didn't give them too many orders either because I just took over. I want to make everything go smoothly, so it's best if they see I can give the carrot as well as the stick, he explained to her while putting on his leather jacket, reminding himself that it was damaged in the fight. You got it. I won't disappoint you, Himiko assured him with determination. I'm counting on you, Toga, he declared, already ready to leave since he had nothing with him except his clothes. However, he stopped himself when he noticed the blonde was pouting. What? You could use my first name, you know, she mumbled with her arms crossed. Ever since they met, he either called her by her last name or now her code name. It was especially annoying since she used his first name. She even gave him a nickname. She could see that he was about to protest, so she cut him off before he had the chance to. You've seen my panties multiple times. I even showed my PP, so that's the least you could do. She huffed, making the boy sigh. Himiko, he conceded, seeing no point in arguing. Besides, she wasn't completely wrong. The blonde beamed instantly, smiling wide. I love hearing you say my name. Why don't you try Big Sis Himiko now? She suggested, only for Izuku to sharply turn away. F you, he grumbled, quickly walking out and closing the door behind before she could say anything. The former schoolgirl giggled to herself, enjoying his reaction. She would have quite a lot of fun with him, even more than before. Izuku sighed as he entered his home. He didn't even know what he would tell his mother concerning his injuries. Even if she couldn't see them, the fact that there were so many bandages would suffice to tell he was hurt. A part of him figured she wouldn't question it as usual, but you could never be certain. From what Himiko told him, his mother thought he slept at the blonde's place, but apart from that, he had no idea what she told her. Again, he likely wouldn't have to explain anything. However, once he got home, the house was eerily silent. She should have been making lunch at this time, usually. However, there was no sound coming from the kitchen. He decided to check there first. As expected from his earlier deduction, there was no one here. Looking around, Izuku's eyes landed on a cardboard bag with the logo of a fast food brand. If that was here, then it could only mean one thing. He swiftly grabbed the bag to check its contents. Just as he thought, this was what he usually bought to eat in that particular fast food chain, which meant that Inko went out and bought it for him. He rubbed his forehead in annoyance. Since she already went to buy some groceries earlier this week, she didn't go out because of that. Because of the loss of her job and the severe lack of friends, his mother had no reason to go out. Thus, narrowing down the reasons she went out was easy. She went to see Mitsuki again and bought him some food on the way home. It wasn't that he disliked Mitsuki, he had nothing against the woman despite the little sheet she called a son annoyed him on a daily basis. In fact, he would say she was quite pleasing to look at, and the thought alone made him chuckle. What annoyed him about her was the fact that his mother just wouldn't stop bothering him to go with her and see the Bakugas, specifically Mitsuki. He could understand since they were childhood friends. Perhaps, she wanted to show her best friend how her son was faring. However, if these two wanted to see him that badly, they could just as well come to the Midoriya residence. It would also take care of another problem he had with Mitsuki, which was to force Inko to walk all the way to her house even though she had a hard time walking with her prosthetic. His mother not only didn't want to tell her about it, but she didn't even want to get a car, at least. The boy grumbled a few swears under his breath before going to his mother's bedroom. If she wasn't in the living room, then she was perhaps sleeping. A few steps later, he was already inside. As expected, she was there, sleeping on her bed. She wasn't under the sheets, and she was still dressed in her usual clothes, which meant she was likely only taking a nap. Ever since his father died, she hadn't been eating well, so she was a bit thinner than normal and easier to tire out. Her prosthetic was off, sitting beside the bed. Perhaps he could buy her a new one soon? He was about to earn much more money than before, so might as well use it. He'd have to talk to her about it, though. Just as he was about to turn around and walk away, Izuku noticed something held in her hand, which was clutching protectively. Curious, he approached her bed before leaning down to take it. It was a photo. It wasn't framed, which he would have expected to be since she seemed to hold it so close to her. How strange, they didn't have many photos, so most of them were familiar to him, but this one didn't ring any bell. After a good look, he recognized everyone on it. It was his parents and the Bakugas. It was taken a long time ago since they were all in school uniforms. His mother and Mitsuki wore sailor uniforms with blue skirts while his father and Masaru wore an all-black uniform similar to the one he possessed. His mother was on the left, beaming with joy and a wide smile with an arm wrapped around Masaru's neck, pulling him toward her. Masaru stood between her and Mitsuki, struggling to stand straight since he was dragged down. Mitsuki had a hand on his shoulder as she was pulling Hisashi toward the group. While his father looked unwilling to take part in the photo since Mitsuki pulled him in, he was also smiling as wide as the others. Izuku didn't think his old man could even be this happy. This was the first time he ever saw that photo. He was aware Inko and Mitsuki were childhood friends, but he didn't know they met Masaru and his old man in middle school. He had no idea why his mother didn't want to display it, but he didn't care enough to find out. The horned boy put the photo on the bedside table and then left the room. Izuku grabbed the bag she left in the kitchen, then sat down in silence in the living room. Now that he thought about it, with the new resources he had, he could get himself a weapon, couldn't he? Take this! Bakugo shouted as he pet his fist back and punched forward, creating an explosion the moment his hand made contact with his target. The blonde teen stood in his backyard, using his personal training dummy. Because his parents were fairly well off, not only did they have a large house, but they also had a spacious backyard, which the blonde used quite a lot for his training. Public use of quirks is prohibited, but doing it on private property was another matter. So this was a perfect place to train for him. Moreover, his parents also used that money to buy him a training dummy since they always fully supported his dream of becoming a hero. The dummy he was using his quirk on was made to withstand explosions like his. It was made of hardened steel so that it wouldn't break or even melt unless attacked by exceptionally high temperatures. Of course, using his explosions on that thing wasn't enough to improve himself. He needed to be stronger physically too. Sure, he worked out, but he wanted to withstand the pain and make his blows stronger. Thus, he regularly punched or kicked that pole, even risking breaking his knuckles or legs. The blonde looked down at his hands, which were shaking and covered in bruises. His knuckles were slightly bloody, but nothing too serious. He needed to be stronger, to be the best. He needed to train every day without fault, otherwise he wouldn't become number one. All of it was to surpass All Might and him. The one wall in his life. The one that stood in his way the most. The one obstacle that looked insurmountable. If it weren't for him, he would have lived the life of a king by now. Everyone around him would have realized the pebbles they were when faced with him. Well, everyone except his parents, because the old hag he called a mother didn't know her place. He let out a battle cry as he slammed his fist into the dummy again, pain shooting through his whole body as something cracked. This was nothing. If he couldn't handle some steel, then he couldn't handle him. He imagined that guy standing where the training dummy was, making him look up. There stood Midoriya Izuku, who he often called Snake Breath. They were somewhat childhood friends before that relationship abruptly ended. Okogu clenched his teeth. He couldn't stand looking weak compared to him. He was the best. If he couldn't defeat him, then Katsuki wasn't the best, was he? Yubi asserted. How dare you think you're better than me? Katsuki shouted at the illusion of the other teen, who remained silent. The blonde would never forget the humiliation he suffered that day. 10 years ago. Are we going exploring again? Tsubasa asked while stretching out his wings. Nah, my mom said we couldn't go too far today. Katsuki clicked his tongue with his arms crossed. I'm too lazy to go anywhere, anyway, Saito, who extended one of his fingers to scratch the top of his head, replied. The three boys were currently in a park near their homes, and usually they would go into the nearby forest to explore. Wanna play heroes and villains? Can me and Tsubasa play the heroes this time? He asked hopefully. However, before Katsuki could reply, the boy turned around. What do you say, Midoriya? He inquired to the fourth boy. The green-haired kid was playing in the sandpit, building a sand castle with the help of a bucket. He didn't seem to have paid attention to their current conversation as he turned to look at them. HM? Yeah, that's fine. The boy shrugged before standing up and dusting off his clothes. Nice. Can we? Saito addressed the blonde boy this time, who merely scoffed. Don't wanna, he shook his head. Saito and Tsubasa's faces fell in disappointment, but before they could make a remark, a feral grin suddenly formed on the blonde's face. I've got a better idea. Look over there. He pointed at a nearby tree. There was a boy their age sitting in the shade and playing with figurines. Isn't that Muto? Tsubasa muttered in confusion. I heard yesterday that he was quirkless. Katsuki laughed and slammed a fist in his palm. Let's beat that loser up. That'll be so awesome. Saito immediately perked up excitedly. The blonde proudly snickered. Of course, they were on board with this. He had such a great quirk, so it only made sense that they would listen to him. And it made even more sense to beat Muto's quirkless but to the ground. This extra dared getting a better mark than Katsuki the other day in school, even though he was nothing. Watching him wither in pain would be enjoyable, and probably quite funny. However, another voice suddenly brought his excitement to an end. Why? Katsuki widened his eyes before turning to look at the one who asked as Tsubasa and Saito did the same. It was Izuku. The green-haired boy stood there nonchalantly. What do we get out of this? The boy asked, seeing as his three friends weren't responding. What do you mean? Saito inquired, unsure of what he was getting at. Isn't it obvious? What do we get out of it? His lunch money? His toys? Izuku clarified his question. Katsuki frowned. Why the hell was he questioning him? He was supposed to be one of his sidekicks and nothing else. We get fun out of it, duh. He's a loser and I want to beat him up, that's all. The blonde loudly responded. Oh, I'm not interested then. Not worth the trouble. Izuku shrugged, then turned around to walk back to his castle. What do you mean you're not interested? Katsuki stepped up, making the other boy pause and look at him in confusion. You should be. We all got quirks and he's a nobody. Don't you think strong guys like us should put weaklings like him in their place? Oh, so that's what this is about. Izuku grinned in realization. If I did that to everyone, then I'd have to beat you too, guys, he explained with a carefree attitude. Tsubasa and Saito exchanged nervous looks while Katsuki laughed. He wasn't surprised these two were already shitting their pants at the prospect. The two of them were pretty weak compared to him and Izuku. However, they were still better than someone quirkless. I know these two aren't much, but you don't need them like that. They're still stronger than that quirkless weakling, Katsuki snickered. Izuku, however, tilted his head in confusion. I was talking about you too, though, he revealed, much to the blonde's shock. What? He immediately stopped laughing. Whether someone's quirkless or as strong as you, it's all the same to me. I don't really notice a difference, Izuku shrugged nonchalantly. Katsuki froze. What did that BSRD say? He didn't mean it, did he? There was no way. How dare he talk to him that way? How dare he imply he was no better than that quirkless weakling? Everyone else was smart enough to see how much better his quirk was, so why didn't he get it? Was he too arrogant because of his quirk? If that was the case, Then Katsuki needed to teach him a lesson he would never forget and teach him to respect him. But that's not true. Take that back. Katsuki spat with anger. Why? Izuku asked in confusion. I'm just telling the truth, he shrugged. You, the blonde growled, his blood boiling. The other two extras were losing respect for him. He could feel it. He knew it. Then I'll make you take it back. He launched himself, sparks flying out of his palms. The next thing Katsuki perceived was the sky. The young boy lay on his back, bruised up and with a bleeding nose. He was unable to stand back and held his head in pain. The blonde did his best to hold down his tears, but the pain as well as the humiliation of that instant defeat made it quite difficult. Tsubasa and Saito stood at his side, asking him if he was all right and trying to help him to his feet. However, he remained down. They were taking pity on him. Meanwhile, Izuku stood there, completely unscathed. It didn't look like he had been in a fight at all. Why did you attack me? Aren't you supposed to be my buddies? The green-haired boy asked with narrowed eyes. However, after receiving no response for several seconds, he sighed. Oh well, I guess I was wrong. It was fun hanging out with you while it lasted. See ya, he waved before leaving. What these three didn't know was that he had already been used to people who were supposed to be on his side attacking him, and his father was the biggest proof of that. He supposed they were never friends in the first place. So he bid them goodbye. With shaking legs, Katsuki stood on his knees, watching the other boys back as he left. There was no way. He couldn't even scratch him. Why couldn't he? Izuku couldn't be better than him, could he? He was supposed to be the best. How did he dare speak to him that way? Katsuki gritted his teeth. No matter what happened, he would make him pay. Present. Ever since that day, Bakugo had been training ceaselessly, growing stronger every day. He would challenge Izuku from time to time, and lose every time. Unfortunately, it was like he made no progress, but he knew that wasn't the case. He was perfectly aware he was strong now. However, since the horned teen hadn't accepted any challenge for the past few years, he couldn't tell if he was on his level. Bakugo had a feeling he wasn't. His opportunity to show how much he had improved and see if he surpassed Izuku would come soon, though. Once they would both enter UA, something he was also mad at because he wanted to be the only one in Aldra to get in, he'd show everyone. Katsuki! His mother suddenly called out to him from inside the house. The blonde teen clicked his tongue, gave one last look to his training dummy, and then went back to his house. He was aware that his mom would only annoy him more if he didn't listen. Come on, you trained enough. You'll blow the neighbors' eardrums if this goes on, Mitsuki said as her son went in. There's no reason I should give a shit, Katsuki replied dismissively. Well, you should. Because any problem you cause is my responsibility, you shitty brat. Mitsuki shouted at him, showing clearly where he got that temper from. However, she immediately calmed down once she noticed his bloody hands. What the hell happened to your hands? Nothing, old hag. Katsuki yelled back at her before trying to go up the stairs. I need a shower, so don't bother me. How many times have we told you that this training dummy is for your quirk only? You're not supposed to bust your hands on it like a dumbass. Mitsuki shouted. However, the teen scoffed and ignored her. This was already a shitty day, and he didn't want it to be worse by arguing with her. Thus he walked away without a care in the world. For her sake, that kid doesn't listen to shit. She pinched the bridge of her nose. Sometimes she didn't know what to do with him. She should ask Inko for tips because the other woman never complained about her son, so she must have been doing something right with Izuku. Katsuki glanced down at his bloody knuckles again and sighed. No matter what anyone said, this wasn't enough. Later, in the evening. Now that's what I call a party. Izuku laughed cheerfully as he made his way to the counter. Much better than the boring fest I stumbled on yesterday. He exclaimed. The gang's strip club was far livelier than before. Following his instructions, Zhong Lu opened it to as many clients as possible, even if most were their own members. Music blared throughout the room, while colorful lights flashed incessantly to which several heirs pole danced. Some wore bikinis, like the ones he saw at Zhong's feet yesterday. Others wore something more classic, bunny suits. Some simply had lingerie on. He could say there was some variety, but nothing crazy. The important part was that everyone seemed to have fun, especially since they still had a supply of drinks after the ones he broke when he came in the first time. He rarely had the opportunity to celebrate, so he also never organized parties. Some of his schoolmates invited him to their parties, of course, but it was nothing as entertaining as what he would see on the TV or the internet. The kind of parties they weren't allowed to organize because of their ages. Obviously, he wanted to grab the first girl he'd lay his eyes on and have her give him a private dance, especially because of his pumping blood. His draconic blood would make him wild and bloodthirsty, which could be fixed with a fight or more peaceful means. A strip club was a good way to do it. However, he needed to check on Zhong and Himiko first. After passing the counter, Izuku's eyes finally landed on the two. They were toward the back of the room, sitting on armchairs around a dancer currently performing on a pole. The horned boy grinned before rushing to join them. A guy his size was hard to miss, so most of his new henchmen fearfully bowed to him every time he crossed their path. Even if they had fun, they still hadn't accepted him fully, but if their fear of him overshadowed the temptation of betrayal, then it was good too. "Oh, Ryukuen!" Himiko exclaimed the moment she noticed him. Thankfully, it looked like she still didn't forget they used code names in public. "Master," Zhong greeted him, getting off the chair and kneeling to him despite the injuries he was riddled with. "Yo," Izuku smiled before gesturing for the bullman to get up. "Come on, there's no need for that. We're here to have a good time, aren't we?" He snickered as he grabbed a nearby armchair and sat in it while Zhonglu returned to his seat as instructed. "I'm happy you listened and put your all in this night, even if it was improvised. After all, they were supposed to be on the verge of closing because of the mafia. It would have been understandable if they couldn't afford to open this night and make it look so good. Izuku would have still severely punished them for it, of course, but still. Thank you, Master. I only did as you ordered, but to be honest, I'm quite satisfied with the result too. It seems everyone is having fun, even though it is likely in order to forget yesterday's night," Zhong responded. Good, good. Izuku nodded, then turned to Himiko. "Everything went well, Ace?" he inquired. No problem. Organizing this was pretty fun." The blonde girl grinned before picking a drink up from the table and showing it to him. It was seemingly a red cocktail. "I even got to try some cranberry margarita. It's pretty good." "Let me try," he said, gesturing for her to hand it over. She did so without hesitation, and Izuku raised the drink to his lips. He pursued his lips as he tasted it, letting half of the drink flow down his throat. It was refreshing, that was for sure. It had a bold and tart flavor, but it was also sweet. "Give us more of that," he ordered a nearby henchman before returning the drink to his companion. "I'd say you've got good tastes, but knowing you probably picked this one because of the color," he remarked. "What? No," Himiko giggled sheepishly. "Anyway, I was starting to wonder if you'd even show up." "Of course I would. Was it getting too boring without me?" he replied. "No," Himiko shook her head, then glanced toward the dancer before them. "This place is pretty fun, and I also never thought I'd see so many beauties in one place," the blonde commented, blushing while watching the woman's melons jiggle as she danced, her eyes following the SDR's chest everywhere. "Never been to a place like this?" Izuku questioned with a raised eyebrow. No? I never thought about it," Himiko shrugged. After all, she had too many problems to ever think of enjoying herself like this. Even alcohol had never been on her mind before, since all she thought about was blood. However, discovering new experiences was pretty nice. "Did you?" she inquired. Not I haven't either," the horned boy replied, much to Zhong's surprise. "Really? I thought someone your age and of your caliber would have, Master," the bullman spoke. "Someone my age? The hell's that supposed to mean?" Izuku grunted in annoyance, ticked off by the other man's remark. However, before Zhonglu could ask what offended him, green-haired man waved the remark off. "Just forget it. Let's have some fun, all right? This is a great day," Izuku exclaimed cheerfully. Who wouldn't be happy to have their plans go so smoothly, after all? "I think the one who contributed so much deserves some form of reward," he grinned. Suddenly, Zhong stood up, a wide and grateful smile on his face. I'm honored, master, but all I did is prepare a party worthy of your dash. Sit down, you cow-brained moron. Izuku barked at him, prompting the man to sit back down in shame. I'm talking about Ace, obviously, he smiled at the girl, who looked more proud of herself than ever. Thank you, Ryukun. I was just doing what you told me to do, the blonde blushed, slightly hoping to fish for compliments. Nonsense, I know you've been keeping them in line while I was away, he said, grateful. Now, Zhonglu, he suddenly addressed the other man, making him perk up. Can we afford to lose a dancer? The sudden question made Zhong pause. I'd say yes, we can. We'll likely even have to fire one or two of them because of the profits we lost lately, Zhong explained in confusion. Why were they suddenly talking about business? He wondered. Great, then here's your reward, Ice. Izuku talked to Himiko again, who tilted her head. Pick a dancer. Anyone that catches your eye, and do whatever you want with her in one of the private rooms, he instructed, making the girl snicker, thinking it was a joke. However, from his tone alone, Zhong figured out this was no attempt at humor, and the blonde quickly realized it too. Wait, really? She asked in shock, to which Izuku nodded in affirmation. I can do anything? Anything, he confirmed. You're awesome, Ryukun. Thank you. Himiko jumped high and wrapped her arms around his neck, tightly hugging him. The horned boy didn't protest, and she got off swiftly enough. I already saw a pretty cute one earlier, she exclaimed before running off to find whoever caught her eye. Huh, I didn't know she swung that way, Zhong commented silently. Let's just say, she swings all ways, Izuku interjected, to Zhong's utmost confusion. He had no idea what that meant. She'll need a mask, by the way. I don't want people finding out Ace's identity. I can take care of that then, Zhong nodded since it was an easy enough request. Will you need one too? However, Izuku simply arched an eyebrow. The bullman's eyes wandered from up to down, looking over the boy's figure. Right? Stupid question. A mask would likely never be enough, would it? For now, I want to have some fun. We can discuss business tomorrow, though. I hope you already sent someone to look for that bull we need, Izuku said, leaning back in a relaxed manner. There's a slaughterhouse not too far from here, so I've contacted them to check if they have a bull they need to get rid of, Zhong replied. They also needed to give them quite a sum of money to get that bull and get them to keep quiet about this whole affair. But I want to improve our relations with the mafia as quickly as possible. Once it's done, this place will be much livelier. And bigger, Izuku exclaimed, greatly anticipating the income they would have. He grabbed a glass of cranberry margarita one of the men left a little earlier, and drank it all in one gulp before setting it down again. Come on. I want to see a nice show. He lightly slapped Zhong on the back and turned his attention to the dancer in front of them. The woman smiled when their eyes met, showing off more SSL moves. For some reason, a new idea struck him as he watched her. All the women here didn't bear any distinguishable features. No multiple arms, horns, or a tail. They looked completely human. The lack of heteromorphs slightly bothered him since he was pretty sure that the more variety they had, the more they would receive potential long-term clients. Moreover, he couldn't deny he had a small form of kinship with heteromorphs. He wasn't as different as they were, but he was still pretty big and bore horns on his head. However, before he could mention it to Zhonglu, the bullman spoke. If I may, master, there's something I prepared just for you. You could call it a gift for besting me and becoming our leader, he declared, piquing the horned boy's curiosity. Oh, consider me intrigued, Izuku responded, which seemed to make Zhong quite satisfied. I'm happy to hear that. Come, girls. Zhong suddenly called out to someone behind him, gesturing for them to join. Izuku raised an eyebrow as he recognized them. These two were the women who were present the previous night. Just like that night, they only wore simple laced bikinis. The first woman's one was white, while the second one was yellow with flower prints. Now that they were both so close, he got a better look at the two. The first dancer was blonde with shoulder-length hair and fair skin. She was slender but shorter than the other. The second one had long black wavy hair and dark skin. She was curvier than her partner and had a more visible hourglass figure. Both had quite ample BRSDS. "Hey boss," the blonde crooned, hands on her hips. "This one is Mio." Zhong gestured to the blonde, who smiled and waved. "And she's Isami," he pointed at the dark-skinned one. "Glad to meet you under better circumstances," Isami greeted him. "Nice to meet you too." Izuku's eyes wandered all over their bodies. "I'm guessing you're introducing them for a reason." "I am. They're my best and most loyal workers, and I thought someone like you deserved the very best introduction to your new business," Zhong explained with a smile. "Are you trying to get in my good graces?" The horned boy chuckled. "Not at all, master. I simply want to make your takeover as enjoyable as possible. My meeting with you has humbled me tenfold." Zhong Lu bowed his head. "Defeat will do that to you," Izuku muttered before glancing at the two women. "Oh well, I'd be stupid to refuse. Though, just so you know, every single person working here belongs to me from now on, including you," he told the bullman, who nodded in respect. "I am aware, but I still wish to give you this gift. Again, a reward for defeating me and learning my techniques so easily," Zhong retorted. "As long as we're on the same page." Izuku finished another of his drinks, then stood up. "The boss of this place must have room to relax, right? I still haven't gotten to see it, so show me the way," he ordered the Mio and Isami. "Right this way." Mio winked and walked away. Isami grabbed the dragon boy's hand and led him after the blonde. The dragon boy followed them out of the main space until they reached what was supposed to be his private bedroom. To his relief, his smell didn't pick up anything once they got inside, meaning this room was certainly clean. It was appealing to the eyes, too, since the bedroom looked luxurious as visible even in the dim light. The walls and the carpet were lavender, and the large bed was red. There were 2 long nightstands with multiple drawers, a few cupboards, and a chest in front of the bed. "Looks cozy," Izuku commented while looking around. "The room reserved for the boss, after all. It belonged to Zhong Lu, but it's only right it's yours, now," Isami explained before gesturing to the cupboards. "We have different outfits here if you'd like to see us wear anything in particular," she stated. "Nah, what you're wearing is fine." The horned boy waved his hand before sitting at the edge of the bed. "Besides, I'd like to get back to the party after we're done," he said confidently. "Are you in a hurry? We're not good enough for you." Mio joked while looking through the drawers. After a few seconds, she pulled something out and fiddled with it, out of Izuku's view, who could only wonder what it was about. "It's ready." "HM? What is this?" the dragon boy inquired when Mio finally turned around and revealed the object, a syringe filled with a strange blue liquid. "Never heard of it before?" Mio asked, only for Izuku to shake his head. "A method of CNTR-CPTN that has been out for a couple of years. Pretty expensive, but so much better. You inject it into you, and it interferes with the reproductive organs," she explained. "Yup, gotta stab you right in the ball with it," Isami snickered, making the blonde roll her eyes and smile. "She's just joking. Gotta do it in the thighs." "In any case, that won't work on me," he said, and before they could ask why, he tapped on his chest. "A needle will never be able to pierce through my skin." That was the main reason he never got his shots too. Truthfully, the doctors had special needles specifically designed to pierce through tough skins. They were harder and bigger, and would have been quite painful to regular humans. However, Izuku never needed those either. Doctors had done several tests on him, which allowed them to confirm he wouldn't even need those shots. His body was tough down to its cellular level, and his antibodies were efficient enough to exterminate most viruses and negative bacteria that entered inside. He didn't speak out of arrogance when he said his body was invincible. His draconic blood simply made him superior to normal humans in every way. Mio clicked her tongue, seemingly annoyed, but ultimately shrugged in acceptance. "Guess we'll need 2 then," she said before handing the syringe to Isami and preparing another for herself. The brunette didn't seem to mind as she slowly inserted the needle in her thigh and injected herself with the liquid. Mio proceeded to do the same a few seconds later. "Now that's done, let's get to the fun," Isami smirked after they put the syringes on the nightstand. "Smut start." To their credit, they didn't seem intimidated by his massive size as he towered over them even while sitting on the bed. Obviously, they were used to big guys. "Let's see what we're working with." Mio liked her lips before kneeling in front of him, followed by Isami while he pulled his pants and underwear down, revealing his manhood. The blonde widened her eyes as nearly all her vision was suddenly obstructed by the irked monster. "Oh, that's gonna hurt in a minute," she whispered, but despite her seemingly worrying remark, a wide and lustful smile stretched across her face. "Getting cold feet?" Isami asked, though her eyes were still stuck on the massive D standing straight before her. "As if," Mio proudly smirked. "It would take more than that to scare her." Moreover, she was aware of the benefits of being on the boss' good side. She also couldn't deny this would feel quite good, of course. Izuku remained silent, choosing to observe while they started to pleasure him. They didn't start slow, for sure, since they immediately used their mouths. Mio planted her lips on the tip of his pee-pee while Isami ran her tongue across the underside of his. They had plenty to share, after all. Both their lips were soft, and the way they moved their tongues just showed how experienced they were. The blonde SED on his tip, which was already partly inside her mouth. It was warm, and since this was his first time, Izuku couldn't explain why that warmth gave him pleasure in the first place. Mio slowly pushed the until it was halfway inside and slightly sliding down her throat. She left some room for her partner, Isami, to enjoy herself by kissing the boy's pee-pee over multiple spots, wrapping her lips around and suckling on them. The blonde moved her head up and down, using this as an opportunity to run and lick his length with every move. The brunette glanced enviously at the other woman, having wished to have a better taste of his pee-pee too. By now, his pre-cum already leaked down Mio's throat, filling her mouth with a sour taste, but most importantly, making her wet. Isami could only frown as the blonde suddenly pushed their boss deeper in, leaving nearly no room for the brunette to pleasure the horned boy. She would have gladly gone for the ball, but she would be overshadowed by the other woman, who was moving her head faster and faster as seconds passed, seemingly easier the more she was used to the man's length and girth. Even a bulge could be visible in her throat every time the tip went far enough. Izuku held down at him, having never experienced getting his D in something so tight before. Her throat firmly squeezed his manhood, caressing it with every one of Mio's moves, which constantly sent shudders through his body. His crotch was getting hotter and hotter. When he was too overwhelmed by hormones before and couldn't fight anyone, he would just JRK off, so he imagined the feeling would have been the same, yet it somehow pleasured him tenfold. Was it because Mio was that good? "Come on, you're hogging it all to yourself," Isami complained from the blonde's side, watching her vigorously blow that pages. Mio seemingly smirked with her eyes, enjoying Isami's envy. The brunette rolled her eyes, then grabbed the back of her partner's head and pushed her down, forcing her to take the whole pee-pee down her throat. Mio widened her eyes in surprise but miraculously didn't GG. "Alright, take it then," Isami grumbled, still pushing the blonde's head down to make her give the man a deep throat. "Don't worry, you can have some fun too," Izuku suddenly spoke up before giving her his hand. Isami let go of the blonde's head, who bobbed it up and down more vigorously. It seemed the brunette's earlier action filled her with lust. She rarely had the opportunity to blow the manhood of someone that strong, after all. Getting it all inside her mouth and throat made her body so much warmer. "What are you planning?" Isami asked as she grabbed his hand, only to yelp when he suddenly pulled her up and made her lie on his lap. "This," he answered, taking off her bottoms and spreading her legs, and sliding a couple of fingers in. The brunette breathed out immediately as he somehow already found her most sensitive spot. The dragon villain could tell from that touch alone that her pee-pee would firmly hold his D later. A part of him wanted to go straight to FING, but he supposed they deserved some kind of reward too. "Oh, F dash," Isami exclaimed as watched the man moving his fingers inside her as if exploring her most private place. "You know how to use your hands, for such a big guy," she commented as he used his other hand to tear off her top, leaving her BRS bare. The woman couldn't help but as he suddenly pinched one of her nipples and squeezed her melons. "I can see that," Izuku smirked. Isami was already wet from those moves alone. He wasn't sure if he was that good or if she was just a slut, but Mio looked like she was aroused and he hadn't touched her yet because of her focus on his pee-pee. He fingered the brunette for several minutes, making her in sync with the suction sounds Mio made as she deep-throated his D-dash. The more time passed, the more he wanted to replace those fingers with his manhood and finally get a taste of her pages. However, the blonde seemed nearly glued to it, hoarding it for herself while Isami slowly approached her climax. If he stopped now, they'd be disappointed both. Besides, his crotch was already burning hotter than earlier, notifying him he wouldn't last much longer either. Mio had been relentless and hadn't paused to breathe even once. I'm coming, Isami announced at the last second, orgasming once Izuku moved a finger further inside her. Oh, the size of your fingers definitely helped, she muttered dreamily. You're not the only one reaching your limits here, he replied, a feeling of electricity running through him. The boy didn't even let Mio an opportunity to pull back before grabbing the back of her head and slamming her onto his pee-pee until her nose was pressed against his pelvis. A second later, he shot his load down her throat, and while the blonde attempted to gulp it all down, drops of it spilled out of her mouth and rolled down her chin. Mwah, Mio voiced once she was finally allowed to pull her head back. She smirked and opened her mouth wide, showing there was none left inside. See? Drank it all up like a nice girl, she panted. No surprises there, she didn't have much room to breathe all this time. No fair, Isami complained, her breathing returning to normal. You'll have your turn next time, Mio winked her way mockingly. Now, who said it was over? Izuku questioned to their surprise. The two women realized with shock that his D was still hard and standing straight, seemingly not satisfied yet. Oh, our boss has quite the endurance, Isami remarked as she was suddenly thrown on her back. Before she could say anything, Mio took off her bikini, threw it over her shoulder, and right on the brunette's face. Hey! She complained while the blonde got on all fours beside her. You can look after them while the boss rails me from behind, Mio declared smugly, swaying her butt from side to side. What do you say, boss? Hey! You got to blow him, so it's only right he does me first. Isami interjected stubbornly. The blonde chuckled, ready to argue. However, whatever she was about to say was cut off when the horned boy they were speaking of threw off his clothes, revealing completely his naked body. Was a lot of muscles, much to their pleasure. Oh, Izuku enjoyed watching two women fight over him, but it would never end if he didn't step in. Both of you will get your turn, don't worry, he smirked before grabbing Isami's legs and spreading them apart to see her wet pages. You first, he announced as he plunged his pee-pee deep inside her. The woman ummed as Izuku's manhood hit the back of her womb, an electroshock going through her body. It was so big it stretched her pee-pee to its limits, and the shape of it was visible through a bulge on her stomach. Sheet! That thing will split me in half. Me stud! She pleaded, her desire having built up ever since they entered the room. As you wish, Izuku happily declared, rocking his hips back and forth. He couldn't do it too hard so as not to hurt her, but he still held little mercy with every move, slamming his meat against her flesh. Any pain he was inflicting upon her seemed to only make it more pleasurable for her. Even if her pee-pee was tight, he could still tell she squeezed his D with it, wanting to keep him inside her as long as possible. The warmth her flesh provided, coupled with the dripping love juice it expelled, made it feel like his pee-pee would melt. Oh, it's so effing good, Isami ummed, curling her toes and grasping the bedsheets in joy. The bed creaked with every move as the man plowed her pages. She wasn't sure if it was the size or something else, but it felt incredible. Her crotch was already blazing hot as if about to burst. Is it the best F you've had? The dragon boy smugly asked, holding her ankles in a tighter grip. It's going to be. Isami responded between two m's. Where have you been before? It's that good? Now I'm really jealous. Mio grumbled as she watched her partner being railed by the massive pee-pee. Boss, I can't anymore, Isami shouted, overcome with pure pleasure. She released another M, spraying out love juice all over his D, as she finally orgasmed again. The brunette was left breathless, yet was about to ask for more. Unfortunately, to her dismay, Izuku pulled his manhood out. Wait, you didn't come yet? she said, hoping for another round. Oh, I know, but as you can see, I have your friend to take care of, he gestured to the blonde, who was more than happy to shake her butt for him. Finally. Hurry up, boss, and harder than you did with Isami. Until I can't walk anymore. Mio pleaded, much to the green-haired boy's amusement. If that's what you want, don't regret it. He grabbed her butt cheeks, sinking his fingers in her flesh before slamming his pee-pee inside her pee-pee with no mercy. The blonde jerked her head back, letting out a pained cry as his D pushed her womb all the way up and stretched her up. F-. You're not playing around, are you? She shouted with a wide smile, clenching her fists. That's what you wanted, isn't it? Izuku retorted before rocking back and forth even harder than he did with Isami, making Mio's butt ripple with every move. Oh God, yes. The blonde responded. It seemed she had completely forgotten why she was doing this in the first place, since all she felt now was insatiable lust, just like Isami earlier. I love it, boss. Oh, as Izuku moved back and forth, slamming his meat against her flesh. So good. Mio screamed. Mio continued to scream the word, good, as he pounded her. She couldn't care less if it made her look like a desperate wear. What mattered now was how good she felt. She could understand why Isami didn't want to let go of that D when it was rammed into her. Izuku's pee-pee throbbed, realizing he would reach an orgasm again, soon. I'm coming. Mio ummed, her pee-pee juice rolling down her thighs. Feeling his throbbing manhood, she had hoped he would finish inside her, especially since she bothered injecting herself with that Sinner CPTV. Unfortunately, he pulled his D out and quickly grabbed Isami by her head. Huh. The brunette voiced in confusion before her mouth was filled with his manhood, making her GG at the sudden action. Since you wanted it earlier, take it. The horned boy declared, shooting his load down her throat and forcing her to swallow as much as she could, which she gladly did. The brunette took it all down her gullet, some of it overflowing until he was done and released her head, letting her fall back. Smutend. I wanted a good cream pie, Mio complained, trying to push herself up, only to fall back on the bed. Her legs hurt. Isami panted, desperately trying to catch her breath as she fell on her back. I wanted it too. But that wasn't too bad. She liked her lips, wiping off some of the semen that was left on it. Next time when I need to relieve some tension, Izuku grinned, proud of his work. The two women lay on the bed, sweating profusely and too tired to move. I hope we were to your liking, Mio muttered tiredly. Oh, you definitely were. I'll have quite a lot of fun at this place, Izuku chuckled while putting on his clothes. I'll let you clean everything up, he instructed. Taking over this place was sweet already, but having girls like them to use as toys was a nice bonus, too. They likely wouldn't be the only ones either. However, he had a party to go back to. He left the room without another word and returned to the strip club's hub, which was as lively as he had left it. The fact that it didn't even seem close to closing was good. It told him that this place had a lot of potential if they worked hard enough. Zhonglu, give me some drinks. He immediately shouted the second he returned. The bullman, who was still in the seat he left him in, was seemingly occupied with Ethar dressed in lingerie and dancing over his lap. However, the second Izuku's voice reached his ears, the man perked up. Whatever you have. Right away, master. Zhong exclaimed before gesturing for a nearby man to go and bring more drinks. You heard him. Go and get him something good. He ordered, refusing to stand up as he held the SR before him with a hand on her butt. Was your prize to your liking, master? He inquired once Izuku was close enough. Sure was. They were good, the horned boy nodded, much to the bull's relief. I'm happy you were pleased. As the boss here, you can take any of our workers any time you want, Zhong stated. Is that what you did? Izuku asked curiously, though he already expected the answer. Indeed. Never really had to force them either. Most of them come to work here because they have little choice. Either they desperately need the money or they've always loved showing their bodies or selling them. The bullman chuckled as he ran his hand across the woman's hips, which she didn't seem to mind. Obviously, a job like that's dangerous, so they have to be careful. They want good protection and the wild dogs, and I could offer it to them. They'd open their legs for me to gain my favor. Now, you showed you were even stronger than me. Beat my butt, he snorted, remembering that night. They'll flock around you soon enough. Think you can handle it? Easily. Though, they better not expect FNG every day. We'll have a lot of work to do, soon, Izuku responded, reminding Zhong of their current task. Indeed we do, Zhong looked down. Their first order of business was the Chinese mafia, and he was still concerned about the plan. He hoped it would work. He would rather avoid an all-out war with them. He'd want nothing more than to destroy them to the point they get as weak and forgotten as the Yakuza, but he was aware it would have been a difficult task for him alone. With his leader, he had wanted to make those beasters pay for what they did even before this whole affair, and when he was about to abandon the idea of revenge, they had to mess with his business. For now, let's enjoy ourselves. We can talk about it once this party's over. Izuku slapped the bullman on his back, having noticed the way he lost himself in his thoughts. Ace still isn't back yet? Not from what I've seen. She must be having the time of her life, Zhong whistled. Guess who? Someone suddenly jumped on Izuku's back and covered his eyes with their hands. You do know I can recognize your voice and your smell, right? The horned man asked. Gross. I showered yesterday, you know? Himiko asked offendedly, taking her hands off him and jumping off his back. You're done then? Izuku inquired while looking the girl over. Her hands were bloody, but the most disturbing part was the blood all around her mouth, some even on her lips. It didn't seem there was any on her clothes, though. It was fun. Himiko exclaimed happily, putting her hands on her cheeks and smiling wide. She was so cute. She gushed over the woman she likely already killed. Of course, this caused the woman dancing over Zhong to slightly quiver in fear. Nevertheless, with a seemingly steeled resolve, she put her trembling to a stop, opting to please Zhong instead in the hopes of not ending up in the blonde's hands. I bet, Izuku replied nonchalantly. He was about to end this conversation to enjoy one of the whiskeys the waiter brought. However, he was stopped when a lightweight suddenly jumped on his lap. What are you doing? He asked Himiko Toga, who had her arms wrapped around him and rested her cheek against his chest. Hugging you, silly. Thank you for the gift, she muttered, hiding her face in his chest. Nevertheless, he had an idea of what her expression looked like, thanks to the small tears rolling down her cheeks. Let's just have fun, Izuku simply spoke, knowing better than to bring it up. Fortunately, they had quite some fun. They drank, but not to the point of getting drunk, and even played pool. Since neither Himiko nor Izuku knew how to play, though, Zhonglu utterly destroyed them in every game. To call it a humiliation would have been an understatement. Still, while they played, something Izuku hadn't thought about yet was brought up. I can't believe I lost again. Himiko whined and slumped against the pool table. Gore, Izuku growled with clenched teeth. He was this close to breaking the pool cue in half out of anger. Too easy. Zhonglu grinned in pride. Just kick his butt, Ryukun. Himiko shouted, pumping up her fists. Oh, Izuku wanted to, but this would make him a sore loser. The bullman did perk up at the blonde's remark, though. That reminds me. Is Ryu your real name? Why do you want to know? Izuku answered with a question. If it's not, then I was wondering if it was your villain name, Zhong explained. Oh right. I forgot all about that. Never thought of getting a villain name, Himiko commented. Izuku placed a hand on his chin. Now that he thought about it, he never even considered a villain name before. He was focused on other things. Do you have one, Zhong? I do, but I rarely use it since I never go out, he shrugged. I'm Minotaurus, he pointed at himself with his thumb, only to receive deadpan stares. I didn't pick it, okay? He exclaimed offendedly. In any case, I wonder what name would fit me best, Himiko asked herself before glancing at Izuku's way. The blonde blushed and smiled wide. I kinda like Ace, she said, showing a toothy grin. Of course, she loved the name he picked out for her. Couldn't it be considered his first gift? What about you, Ryu? She asked. From the looks of it, he soon wouldn't even need to use that code name. Besides, Zhong would learn Izuku's true identity at some point for sure. Yeah, I've been thinking. I was born strong. He looked at his right palm, remembering the training he had with his father. But I still trained every day to get stronger and stronger. It was never enough. When my body seemingly couldn't get any stronger, I trained my mind. This time, he remembered the hours he spent studying, doing homework with his mother, analyzing every fight he witnessed outside or on the TV, and the heroes he watched, which he also admired in a few aspects. It was all so I could become invincible. It was all so I could become one above all and conquer anything in my way. To rule, he clenched his fist. Zhong widened his eyes as he watched the man openly declare a glimpse of his goals. I told you, didn't I, Ace? I will change the world, and only the strongest can accomplish that. He turned his head to the blonde. You did, and I believed you since the moment you said it. Himiko smiled warmly, her heart beating faster than ever. I know what name I will take, Izuku confidently stated. Somewhere in the city of Nagoya. A man took a puff of his cigar before placing it back in the ashtray. Sitting behind a desk in a nicely furnished room, he read a newspaper while classical music played softly in the background. He wore a suit and tie, which did not conceal the gills on his neck, and his slick gray hair added to his distinguished appearance. He was none other than Lei Shui, leader of the Chinese mafia. Just as he was about to turn the page, someone knocked on his door. Come in, he said in a gruff voice. We have received a package, father, someone said. Lei Shui raised his head to see one of his men coming in, and holding a large package. Seems you already know what it is, Lei Shui remarked, seeing the man's worried expression. We opened it. There was a letter with it, he replied before putting the package on the father's desk and opening it. Lei Shui widened his eyes in surprise. This was a bull's head. Its eyes were wide open and its tongue hung out of its mouth. He saw that head somewhere, didn't he? Zhong Lu. Lei Shui voiced in shock. His man nodded before holding the letter that came with it. Some killed him and took over his group. Changed the gang's name to Beast Lord's Legion. Apparently, this is a peace offering. They want to meet you, his man explained. Interesting. I didn't think someone would ever take out Zhong Lu, Lei commented. Suddenly, he chuckled and stubbed out his cigar on the bull's forehead. Serves that BSTRD right. What's the name of the one who did this? He calls himself Hao, Supreme Ruler. How? How arrogant, Lei Shui remarked before leaning back in his chair. All right, send a reply back. I'd love to meet this Hao, the man grinned. Never thought the father would want a meeting so quickly, Zhong remarked as he read the letter over again. Guess they really wanted your head, huh? Himiko commented with her usual wide smile. What did you do to them again? Izuku sat back in his chair with a raised eyebrow. It didn't take too long for the Chinese mafia to give a response to the package he sent them. Unsurprisingly, their letter was about a meeting, telling them the time and place. The fact that it had been so quick meant that they were quite excited to meet the one who seemingly got rid of a major thorn in their side. They think I betrayed them, but I was framed. Worst of all, it was by a newcomer who quickly rose to the ranks, and every one of these FS believed him. I lost more than my position because of him, Zhong Lu answered, anger burning in his eyes. He clenched his fists so hard he even drew blood. You'll probably get your revenge at some point. For now, let's just prepare for our meeting with them. Izuku raised a hand in a calming manner. Clearly, the mafia and their former member had a lot of bad blood. He couldn't allow that to cloud Zhong's judgment for now. Anything you can tell me about your former boss? He's greedy as F-. I'm sure he's delighted that you took me out, so you're already in a good light. Still, he'll expect some kind of... He'll consider leaving you alone a good enough reward for you, but I doubt he won't want anything in return, Zhong explained, to which Izuku hummed. I think I can work with that, the green-haired boy nodded. Are you sure, master? Zhong questioned him. Even if he hadn't been XPLCT, Izuku already had an idea of why he was unsure. It was because he still thought his new master was the kind to punch rather than ask questions. He couldn't completely fault him for that considering how Izuku took over this group. Don't worry about me. I can assure you, I'm far from being an idiot, The dragon boy reassured him before gesturing to Toga. Is her mask done? He asked before a man quickly ran up to them, holding a suitcase. Here it is, sir. Just like the lady ordered, he stated as he obediently opened the suitcase, showing it to them. It wasn't just a mask, but also a helmet, which would serve to hide her hair to keep her identity even safer. Of course, the additional protection was a nice bonus. It was all black with white outlines of a face, consisting of a wide-open smile while the eyes were crossed. Izuku picked it up, spinning it around to inspect it, then threw it at Himiko, who expertly caught it. This is acceptable, he complimented as the man who gave it to them nodded gratefully and went back to his position. This looks cool. Himiko smiled while looking at it, satisfied with the result. I could be like a silent assassin or something. I would never talk and would be full of mystery, right? Do guys like girls like that? The blonde asked cheerfully while looking at her partner with bedroom eyes. It looks kinda scary, Isami remarked from Izuku's side. Wouldn't you rather keep your cute face, Ace? She asked, which made Himiko blush with happiness. She loved it when people called her cute, of course. I need to keep her identity a secret. No one outside of our group should know her face, Izuku explained. Am I going to meet the mafia guy with you? Himiko gasped excitedly. Naturally. I'll also probably take one or two of some of our guys, he declared to Zhonglu, who nodded in agreement. The fact that we'll have to go all the way to Nagoya is annoying though, he grumbled. He'd have to skip school because of that. Well, it wouldn't be the first time, but he still didn't want to try his luck too much even if he had the school wrapped around his finger. The meeting's tomorrow, will you need to prepare anything else, Master? Zhong asked. No. I don't think there'll be a fight and if there is, I won't be in trouble. I need to take a look at these guys before I come up with anything, Izuku replied calmly. Oh, so you'll do something about them at some point? Zhong arched an eyebrow in surprise. He was happy about it, of course. He wanted revenge on them, after all. But it still came off as a surprise since he thought his boss would wait before striking the Chinese mafia in any way. They could be good allies thanks to their resources. Yeah. I can't allow them to know too much about me, and I'm unwilling to give them any kind of protection money for too long either. When I know we don't need them anymore, we'll get rid of them. Besides, I could always find good recruits among them if I'm lucky, the horned boy explained, much to Zhong's glee. As you wish, Master. Know that I will have your back no matter what. He declared confidently and proudly, clenching a fist to his chest. I'm his right hand though. Don't forget that. Himiko playfully pouted before kicking the man in the shin, though he barely felt it. Power-wise, Zhong was certain he could take her in a fight. Easily at that. However, he was also aware that she was his master's most trusted companion, so power didn't matter here. Unfortunately, it meant he could do nothing but be her punching bag if she saw fit as she was his superior. I'll prepare my personal car for you, Master, and a driver, Zhong stated. Because of Izuku's size, a regular car would be a hindrance, so he figured giving him the one he used was the best course of action here. There was also enough room for him to bring around 5 people with him. Good. Get me all our financial reports, too. It could come in handy, Izuku instructed before standing up. Well, I'm off. Keep this place secure. I'll come back tomorrow and we'll be leaving for Nagoya first thing in the morning, he explained before walking away, not leaving them time to respond. Himiko simply waved at him, saying her goodbyes in a cheery and high-pitched voice. The fact that she was so relaxed and carefree around his master also made it clear that Zhong had nothing on her, and would need much more to prove his worth if he wanted to avoid being expendable. Though, he couldn't help but wonder where Izuku left off every day. He wasn't in the club most of the time, even if it would have been a perfect hideout for him. Was he one of those villains who lived double lives by keeping their criminal activities a secret? He didn't seem that sneaky, but Zhong could be wrong. For all the bullman knew, Izuku could even be married with a wife and kids. Should he inquire more about his leader or not? If he knew more about him, then he could be more helpful. Obviously, he couldn't investigate his boss or spy on him. He needed Ryu to tell him himself when he trusted him enough. I can't wait to be tomorrow. I never left the city before. Himiko exclaimed excitedly. Her family hadn't been the traveling kind after all. Sights were something else Izuku would help her discover. The horned boy glanced at her one last time, thinking of tomorrow. He remembered their discussions well thanks to his good memory. Tomorrow wouldn't simply be a profitable business opportunity, but also another way to check how truly devoted Himiko was, and how truthful. Naturally, he trusted her the most currently, but he still couldn't say it was at 100%. Tomorrow would either be her greatest challenge, or greatest prize. Oh well, that would be for the next day for him to ponder. The next day. He wasn't impressed. The trip went well and without issues, especially since they arrived in Nagoya quicker than expected. The instructions for where to find the location for the meeting had been clear and concise and led them to a safe house. Soon enough, he was sitting across from the mafia boss, Lei Shui. The old man didn't look powerful, but looks could be deceiving. He was surrounded by several men, all looking certainly more professional than the ones who worked under Zhong's name when Izuku took over. The horned boy, on the other hand, only had Ace standing by his side with her mask on, as well as two men a couple of feet behind. I can see how you defeated Zhong Lu, Lei Shui hummed softly, looking the horned man up and down, before snapping his fingers. A nearby henchman swiftly pulled out a cigar, placed it in the father's mouth and lit it. He was an annoying thorn in our side, but I doubt you did this knowing that. No, I didn't. I was looking for a gang to take over and he was the perfect target, Izuku confirmed. You could say I just started my criminal career. And how did you find out about Zhong Lu? Even we had to look for him for quite some time before finding he was in that little club of his, Lei questioned. An information broker told me about him, Izuku answered without hesitation. Can't say his name, he added. Of course, he wasn't going to mention Jiren's name if they didn't know it already. The old man grinned. I like you, he pointed at him. Izuku would expect a mafia boss would be mad at someone hiding information, but it seemed the reality was different. Do you know who I am? You're Lei Shui, Izuku responded, making Lei nod. It is, he confirmed. And you're Hao, aren't you? Quite a bold name, but what I'm mainly wondering about is how you heard about me, and why you sent me that fool's head. I took over his business on top of his group and interrogated his former men about it. I learned that he had a few problems with you, so I decided to let you know he wasn't in charge anymore. I thought there was nothing better than sending you his head as a peace offering, Izuku explained carefully. He was careful not to reveal how much he knew about Zhong's past issues with them. He couldn't let them discover that this information came directly from Lu himself. Maybe we could come up with a deal? I give you a percentage of the profits and you help me out sometimes, he suggested. He didn't want to give them anything but had no other choice if he wanted him to listen. Moreover, he couldn't let them know that he was aware they were trying to screw Zhong's business. This offer should get them off his back, and let his group resume their activities as usual. I was right. You are bold. Lei chuckled, pointing his cigar at the younger man. But I do like your spunk. You know how the world works. That's good. You did me a favor by taking out Zhong Lu, so I wouldn't mind doing you a favor in return. If we go through this deal, then I may do more than one, who knows? He stroked his chin in thought. Izuku waited for him to continue, wondering what he would offer. What would you say about 30%? Did Lei think Hao was an imbecile? The mafia boss probably started high because he expected Izuku to fight it and settle for something lower, but still too high. He couldn't afford to give him 30% when he already had so many expenses. The business wasn't going well either because of Lei's actions. No, sorry, but that's too much, Hao shook his head. I was thinking along the lines of 10%, he responded, sparking a gasp from the man standing right beside Lei. He looked average, except for his clawed hands. If he remembered Zhong Lu's words correctly, this was Shuren, Lei's most trusted man. 10%? Who do you think you are speaking to? Father deserves more than scraps. Don't forget you are on our turf here. Shuren exclaimed, his claws extending with a sharp edge to them. Quickly and wordlessly, Ace pulled her knife out, ready to defend her leader if need be. Oh, please, will you calm down? We're just talking. Lei Shui snapped at his underling in annoyance. Shuren was loyal to a fault, so his reaction didn't surprise Izuku, nor the way he obediently retracted his claws. Izuku threw a glance in Ace's direction, which seemed to be enough to tell her to put her knife away. I understand 30% may be a bit much, but remember I'll offer my assistance to expand your business too. Though I see you won't budge on this. What about 20%? Lei offered next, only for Izuku to shake his head. 15%, and I'm not going higher than that, Izuku stated confidently. Oh, he could definitely go higher than that, but he needed to keep that pressure up. Really? No higher than 15%? Not even for 18? Lei suggested, tapping his armrest with a pointer finger, getting frustrated. Izuku paused to ponder. He already knew what he planned to say, but that was something else they couldn't know. Lei would be more willing to accept his offer if he showed more reluctance, and there might be a chance Hao wouldn't make the deal at all. 17% and it's a deal, he finally spoke out. Lei didn't answer immediately, thinking the deal over. After a few seconds, he grinned and stretched out his hand. It's a deal, he nodded. Satisfied, Izuku shook his hand and smirked. Honestly, he would have preferred to give him less, but this was the best he could do at the moment. Besides, it wouldn't last forever. The moment he wouldn't need Lei Shui anymore, he would destroy him and his little crime empire, if he could even call it that. From what Zhong had told him, they weren't faring too well in Japan, even if it had been better than in China. There were even more concealed crimes in China than in Japan, so there were more underground pro-heroes than in Japan. Moreover, their government was far more controlling and meticulous when it came to their investigations. You could hardly grow a crime empire in that country, which was why the mafia eventually relocated to Japan. However, considering how the Yakuza were becoming nothing more than an old myth, slowly dying out, Lei Shui may have yet to pick the best country for his underground activities. He was a fool, and this would work in Izuku's favor. Soon he would be as much of a myth as the Yakuza. Old and forgotten. Their talk didn't end here, of course. Discussing the strip club itself wouldn't be enough if they entered a partnership, since they also needed to think of other ways they could help each other. Laundering their money wasn't a good offer since they already had a way to do it. Ultimately, they decided that Izuku would supply them with drags for a price beneficial to both of them and that Lei Shui would use his network to sell any information Hao may need. The older man also offered his services if a hit ever needed to be put on someone. All in all, it went well. Luckily, Himiko had also been behaved. It seemed she took this seriously just as he wanted her to. Well, I think we're done here. We'll send you a written agreement about everything we talked about too. Make sure we're all on the same page. Lei Shui leaned back in his chair comfortably, quite happy about the outcome. You'll go far in this business with me, my good man, he pointed at the horned man. Thanks. Before we go, though, I'd like to use the favor you owe me now, Hao suddenly stated, to Lei's surprise. The older man arched an eyebrow, curious, while Izuku slid 2 pictures on the table and made sure they were out of his subordinate's view. Even Ace shouldn't see it since this should give him the final answer to how much he could trust her, but would also prevent any future issues. I want these people delivered to me by tonight. Their addresses and names are on the back. Can you do that? He explained as Lei picked up the pictures and looked them over for a few seconds. Yeah, shouldn't be a problem, he shrugged, handing them to his right-hand man, who immediately took a look too. What's your issue with them? They don't look like much. Nothing personal. They could pose a problem, that's all, Izuku replied, not revealing anything. Alright, I can respect that. Consider it done. Lei Shui nodded before standing up, encouraging Izuku to do the same and causing the horned boy to tower over him. This is the beginning of a wonderful partnership. The old man grinned, greed almost visible in his eyes. I'm sure it will, Izuku nodded and shook his hand yet again. This was only the beginning of his empire. He still had much to do before Yue's entrance exam. He spent the rest of the day at home, telling his mother that school ended early. As usual, she didn't question it much. He trusted Himiko and Zhong to handle the strip club on their own, which was currently closed as they would soon start the renovations to change the restaurant into a nightclub. When he returned to the club, the first one to welcome him hadn't been Zhong or Himiko, but a random underling, seeming nervous. Boss? There was a packet for you, the man announced. From his tone, Izuku could already tell what it was. Yeah, it's something I ordered from the Lei Shui. I understand it must have been tough to sneak in, though. Where did you put them? The horned boy inquired. We don't really have anywhere to hold prisoners, so we put them in one of the private rooms. Good. I'll go there. Tell Ace and no one else I'll be waiting for her, he ordered and left, acknowledging the man's salute as he ran to notify his blonde partner. It only took a few seconds for Izuku to reach the room where his personal prisoners were held. Unsurprisingly, Himiko joined him even faster. She rarely left his side every time he came here. Haokuen, you're finally here. Himiko greeted him cheerfully and jumped on his back the moment she reached him. He was happy to hear she used his villain name even if they were currently alone. After all, they were still in the strip club, so there were risks of eavesdropping. Yeah, I'm happy to see you, Izuku replied dismissively. He was more excited about what was behind this door. I've got a surprise for you, he said, making her perk up. Oh, what is it? She clapped her hands excitedly. Why don't you go in? He simply smirked and opened the door, letting her go in first. I love the secrecy, Zuzu. She grinned, showing a toothy smile as she went in. The first thing she heard was sobbing, which already made it clear what kind of gift it was. However, what happened next shocked her to the core. Please let us go. We'll pay you anything you want. Himiko froze, instantly recognizing those voices. It only took her a few steps to see who spoke those words and confirm her suspicions. They were her parents. Both were on their knees with their hands tied behind their backs, crying and miming uncontrollably as if they were on their way to slaughter. Their heads were nearly touching the floor while they begged desperately for mercy. Mom? Dad? She voiced out loud. The blonde held no pity in her voice nor resentment. She was simply surprised. It seemed her voice was enough to get them back to their senses, making them hurriedly perk up in shock. Why you? It's you. I should have known. You, devil child. Her mother cried with anger. You brought us here? Her father screamed, his teeth clenched. What? No, Himiko shook her head. What are you doing here? I'm the one who brought them, Izuku interjected before her parents could scream something else, pulling everyone's attention to him. You did? Himiko exclaimed. You told me you hate them, that they hated you in return, and that they could never accept you. You told me that you rejected them. I thought there would be no better prize than claiming their lives. Something even I didn't get the chance to do with my old man, Izuku explained, gesturing at them. Of course, killing them was also necessary so that there would be even fewer people who would know about Himiko. She needed to be his trump card, his chameleon whose identity would be a mystery to anyone but him. It would also serve to show how dedicated she was to him. Saying you despised your parents and rejected them was easy, but proving it in such a way was a different matter. Thank you, Izuku. But, Himiko muttered, surprised he went that far. We can talk about it later. I trust that you won't need me for this. Izuku turned his back to her before she could speak. He needed to leave if he didn't want to influence any of her decisions. She needed to make those on her own. Wait. The blonde outstretched her hand to stop him, only for the tall boy to close the door behind him and leave. What was she supposed to do now? She wasn't prepared for something like this. She never thought she would even see them again. You won't do what he said, are you? Her father asked with a wavering tone and a shaking voice. You wouldn't do that to your own blood, would you? He shouted, trying to crawl back, only to fail as he had been tied too tightly. Now you care about blood? Himiko arched an eyebrow. While she had been unsure of what to do until now, and still was, she couldn't help but glare. We always have, stupid girl. Why do you think we wanted you to be normal? It was for your own good. But you kept screwing up. You and your creepy smiles. Her mother screamed in response. Gone was the fear, replaced by fury. Clearly, she didn't believe her daughter would hurt her, no matter how demonic she believed her to be. You have the opportunity to fix everything now. Get us out of here and we'll get you some help. What kind of help? Himiko asked. Disinterested. A mental asylum, obviously. Her father interjected before her mother could answer. Don't you want to be like everyone else? He questioned her. Indeed, in the past, she wanted to. Her parents hated what she was, so she believed them when they said she needed help. She believed them when they told her she needed to be normal. She tried so hard to be what they wanted her to be, repressing her emotions and who she was. It was no wonder she ended up snapping eventually, hurting other people. Ironically, she couldn't have been happier when that happened. And now, they were surrounded by enemies, facing death at every turn. They still treated her like trash when she was their only potential savior? Even now, they believed they could mold her however they wished? Hurry up and free us already, before he comes back. We still have a chance to be a normal family again, Himiko. Her mother ordered, shouting her name for the first time in a long time. Yubiasardis, what do you know about normal? Himiko questioned as she pulled out her knife and held it in front of her face. Her cold and merciless glare reflected on the blade as she stared her progenitors down, eyeing them with contempt. What are you holding this knife for? Himiko's father sputtered nervously as he watched his daughter fiddle with the blade. What does it look like? I'm going to gut you both, Himiko bluntly answered. Usually, she'd be smiling wide before killing her prey, specifically because she'd get to see their blood and insides. However, her parents had a gift for pissing her off, and now they'd crossed the line. Sure, they had always talked to her that way, but to do it even now. But we're your parents. Her mother argued in disbelief. They always considered her a crazy monster, so Himiko couldn't help wondering why they still believed she wouldn't kill them simply because they were her parents. Seriously, even after everything, Himiko growled under her breath, the shadow of her bangs hiding her eyes. You two are still clueless. You could have avoided all of this if you weren't pieces of shit. Even when you're in a villain's lair. You still talk to me like you hate me. She snapped, revealing her furious expression, freezing both adults. They had never seen such anger reflected in her eyes before. Don't get me wrong, I would have still killed you, but maybe a single kind word would have made me feel some remorse, at least, she explained, her gaze softening before slowly turning into one of bliss. But it's all right. It's better this way for me. I'll feel just as happy as if you were any of my other victims. She giggled, cupping her cheeks with a blush. You, her father mumbled, his entire body trembling with fright. Or was it anger? It certainly turned into rage when he scowled, pouring all his hatred into his glare as he addressed his daughter. You freaking monster. I always knew we should have gotten rid of you. Every time I saw your disgusting smile and your horrible eyes, I wanted nothing but to scrape them off your face. Every time you talked to me, I wanted to puke and wondered why we were even keeping up with that sheet. Why we were keeping you. We should have killed you when we had the chance. He snapped, screaming out his inner thoughts. However, Himiko hadn't been surprised by any of it. Honestly, her father had a bad poker face, so she could hardly miss the disgust in his eyes. Honey, maybe we shouldn't antagonize her. We may have been too hasty in our judgment. I mean, it's our little girl, right? Her mother tried to reason with a shaky voice. Now that she was faced with death and felt Himiko was completely serious, she was confronted with the undeniable truth. They were about to be killed. Thus, she would try to do everything she could to survive, including sking up to her insane daughter. Himiko almost wanted to laugh. Even if they somehow appealed to her, she wouldn't let them go. Even if she tried, she couldn't. They were already in Izuku's lair, and the man she loved was the very representation of strength. They would never sneak past his eagled eyes. You shut up. Don't think you're innocent in this. She must have gotten that from your side of the family, you crazy beach. I bet you're just as insane. Her husband screamed at her, suddenly throwing his rage at her, much to her shock. How dare you? You know there's no family more virtuous than mine. Don't lay the blame on me when she got crazy on your watch. I told you to keep an eye on her, but you didn't do shit when she started drinking blood from random dead animals. Her mother rebutted immediately, already forgetting her idea of playing nice to gain her daughter's favor. That's not how it happened and you know it. Himiko's father retorted before attempting to stand up without using his tied-up hands. You were in the house too, you lying dash. He attempted to throw other insults at his wife, only to fall back to the floor with a yelp as blood spilled out of his mouth. Himiko had cut open his cheeks before any of them could even blink. Gra. F dash. Even now, you're fighting because of me. That's not fair. You two should only be hating me now, Himiko pouted, though she seemed more amused than annoyed. But it's okay. I learned something really important while I was away from home. In my world, I'm the most normal girl there is. She smiled wide, her eyes nearly shining bright with joy, something neither of them had ever seen in her before. Well, her father was busy screaming in pain on the floor, so he couldn't see much, but still. And I met a wonderful boy who I love. He's cute and strong, he can definitely protect me. He bought me a cute mask not too long ago too. Sometimes, I gossip with the girls working there, 'cause it's fun, and I want to make friends. See? I'm just a normal teenage girl. She exclaimed, blushing redder than ever as she hugged her knife close to her chest, her father's blood dripping down from the tip. Get away from me, you psycho! Her father screamed fearfully, spitting out the excess blood in his mouth. Unfortunately for him, his daughter didn't relent. Instead, she slowly approached, raising her knife in the air, and stabbing him in the shoulder with it. She didn't even hold any of her strength back. He screamed in pain again, feeling a burning sensation coming from the stab wound as his nerves had been struck. Why the shoulder, but not any vital area? Then, he horrifically realized that she was planning on making this last. It's time for all of us to move on now, Himiko snickered, removing the blade from his shoulder and liking some of the blood on it. Immediately, the blonde girl grimaced. Your blood tastes like trash. She kicked him in the jaw, glaring at his pathetic form as he was thrown back. TSK? Well, I wasn't that hungry anyway, she muttered, twirling her knife in her hand and approaching her father again. No. Please, her mother gasped as she watched her daughter sit on top of her husband while raising the knife high in the air with two hands. He's your father, Himiko. She cried, attempting to appeal to her again. However, the young girl only snickered in response before bringing the knife down and stabbing the man in the other shoulder. He screamed with a burning pain shooting through his body, making him kick the air while he desperately tried to get the girl off of him. Himiko's snicker turned to a giggle, then to full-blown laughter as she stabbed and slashed her father on every part of his body in her sights. Her mother could only watch in terror, screaming and begging her to stop while the man's red life juice was sprayed all over the room, slowly turning cold as time passed. The mother had no idea how much time had passed, and how long her husband's grueling torture and death lasted. His screams had quickly turned to weak pleas, then miserable gurgles while Himiko enjoyed herself. He was likely long dead, yet she relentlessly attacked him and showed no mercy. Her mother knew there was no denying it now. She had given birth to a monster. They weren't to blame for this. She was sick from birth. Insane and psychotic. They had been saying that from the beginning and they were right. If only they had acted sooner, they wouldn't have been in this situation. After what felt like an eternity, Himiko stood up from her father's corpse and turned to her mother. The young girl had a gleeful expression, but this wasn't the main focus at all for the older woman. Her daughter was all red. Her shoes, her socks, skirt and top, even her hair and skin, she was covered in blood from head to toe. Blood and guts all over her. She looked like a sick villain from a horror movie. It's done, Mommy. Daddy's dead. So, what do you think will happen, huh? Himiko giggled happily, amused by her mother's horrified expression. Will your blood taste any better than his? Please. Please, don't. The older woman desperately shook her head, tears streaming down her face. Please, she pleaded, knowing perfectly well it was useless. After what she just did to her own father, there was no way Himiko wouldn't do the same to her too. Look at you, Himiko crouched in front of her, casually grabbing her mother's head with a smile. Your eyes look so crazy now. She giggled while holding her by the cheeks and forcing the older woman to meet her gaze. I bet you'd hate them. But I got just the solution to get rid of them if you accept my offer. She revealed, making her mother sniffle back some of her tears. An offer? She repeated with a newfound hope. Whatever it was, she'd take it. Anything if it'd save her from that insane girl. Anything if it'd let her keep her life. Don't know if you noticed, but we're in a strip club, so here's the deal. You work here for free for the rest of your life and I won't kill you. Oh, and you'll make a wonderful cum dump for my boyfriend. Himiko offered. Her mother's brain took some time to process everything the younger girl said. Why, of all things, would she ask for that? She'd have to give up her freedom? She'd be used as a mere AC toy for as long as she lived? She nearly puked at the thought. But the other option was a slow and painful death. She also picked up on her daughter's last sentence. But you said you loved him, she reminded her of what she said about this supposed wonderful boy. Of course I do. I'll stand by his side as he claims the world for himself. I want him to be happy and have fun. Just like he helps me have my fun. She chuckled, throwing a glance at the corpse behind her, which was nothing but a pile of meat and bones now. I know he'll enjoy using you. Also, I'd love to watch him put some girls in their place. She liked her lips in anticipation. Why the offer? Why not kill me? The mother asked before she could stop herself. Maybe this would only encourage Himiko to kill her, but she couldn't help her curiosity. Well, apart from the reasons I mentioned, you can be useful for the business at least. Free labor is always welcome. Himiko replied, shrugging nonchalantly. The smaller blonde patted her mother's head, caressing it like it belonged to a pet. What do you say, Mommy? She asked softly, only for her mother to whimper under her breath. After a few seconds, she mumbled something, making Himiko smile wide. Great choice. All right then, now we can take care of those. She exclaimed joyfully before raising her knife and slashing without warning. There are more customers than usual, Master, Zhonglu remarked in relief while he and the horned boy watched the crowded room from their VIP booth. Their workers had more money in their panties and bras than ever. It must have been the work of Lei Shui. He must be reversing the damage he did to the business as a show of good faith. We should be careful not to owe him a favor, though, he deduced while his leader remained unresponsive. Haha, Izuku voiced in dismissal, not paying attention to what the man said. Instead, he was focused on wrapping something up in a thin paper until it looked similar to a cigarette. Wordlessly, he breathed a small ember on the tip, lighting it, before putting the other end in his mouth and taking a puff of it. Nope, not feeling anything, he mumbled, taking an even longer puff before blowing it out. Well, he wasn't expecting much in the first place. This was just weed after all. However, he still hoped it'd have some sort of effect. We don't deal in weed since this is too light. But we have harder drags if you want to try them, Master, Zhonglu offered, only for Izuku to shake his head. Nah, my body isn't my only advantage, the mind is too. I don't want to F up my brain with this sheet, the horned boy responded as he threw his joint over to a nearby henchman, who quickly proceeded to throw it in the trash. Zhong almost commented about his leader's growing habit of drinking even during the daytime but refrained. Knowing his master, he doubted alcohol of all things would have an impact on his mind. By the way, Zhong, I'll need some of your time for the next few days. Anything for you, Master, the bullman nodded immediately. Your martial art is interesting. I want you to teach me more techniques than the only few I've learned by watching you, Izuku explained, casually chugging a glass of whiskey down. Teaching a fighting genius such as you would be an honor, Master, Zhong bowed his head proudly. He had never met anyone who could copy his techniques with only a glance, which only went to show his master's unique disposition. It was no wonder Lu would follow him despite swearing he'd never follow anyone again. I'm strong, I know that much. But I have to be so powerful that no one in the world could ever hope to compete with me, he declared. Will that really be necessary? Zhong wondered. Of course. The challenges we'll face in the upcoming months are nothing compared to what I've planned. This is only a prelude, preparations that aren't even done yet to begin to compete for the world. And conquer it, he declared with a determined gaze. A goal I wasn't expecting we'd strive for. This is huge, but I can't deny that I've seen your limitless potential. If anyone could do it, it'd be you, Zhong assured confidently. If anyone else had told him that, he would have laughed in their faces, but seeing his master's prowess with his own eyes, he could only admit that he had what it took. Still, I can't help but wonder what kind of world you plan to make. I didn't tell you? Izuku arched an eyebrow. It'll be a world where might makes right. The strong will impose their rule, and the weak will have to obey. I'll probably get rid of most laws since they won't have much use. Fighting for what you want with no restraints, now that's what I call equality. He laughed in amusement. Death was fair to all, and everyone in the new world would bet the same thing, their one and only life. Those with actual power wouldn't bend their knee to those with status only, and every day would be a day of fun, one where combat reigned. He would find entertainment in accepting challenges from those who try to usurp his future throne. But don't worry, Zhong. Those loyal to me will live a luxurious life. After all, I'll need to delegate if I am to rule the whole world. Do you understand what that means? Do not disappoint me, the horned boy warned him, eliciting a nervous gulp from the older man. Of course, I won't, master. I swear my complete allegiance to you. He quickly got to a knee and bowed his head. Whether it was genuine or he was just sking up to him, it was hard to tell. However, Izuku seemed to believe his word. Good, I may need it if I ever meet someone who's bigger than me, the boy said, though he doubted it. He had never seen anyone whose size rivaled that of his full dragon form before, but then again, those people could be hiding. As you know, we'll take care of Lei Shui and the Mafia when we have no use for them anymore. But do you know of any gangs or groups we can take over? I assume some of them rule over certain territories. I'd be interested in taking them for myself, he explained, making Zhong rise to his hooves again and put a hand to his chin. I do know some gangs. Since our territories border each other, we had a lot of disputes. We found common ground by organizing meetings from time to time when heroes or the police would get their noses too deep in our operations. It took some time, but we could make it work, even if we weren't allies at all. However, I haven't been to any of those for some time now since Lei Shui organized a few to employ some of their services. Obviously, I wouldn't be welcome. I also didn't want to take any risks, Zhong explained after pondering it. So the Mafia could help with those? Would Lei care if we disrupt any of it? Izuku inquired, to which Zhong immediately shook his head. Not at all. I'm sure he had some business deals with them, but at the end of the day, they're still rival groups. The only reason he doesn't go after them is because his territory isn't in Mizudafu. Though, he'll probably be worried if we expand our territory. If we do take the other group's turfs, then we'll have a large reach. We would be far from taking over the Mizudafu's entire underground, but it'd be a start, nonetheless, Zhong responded. In that case, Lei Shui might see them as potential enemies. Of course, Zhong didn't mind that since his blood pumped to see that BSRD dead and his whole group slaughtered, but he needed to warn his master to prevent him from getting into unwanted trouble. We'll deal with him if he has a problem with it, don't worry, Izuku reassured him with a wave of his hand. What I want to know is, do you believe we can take over those territories? That's hard to answer. If we start a turf war, then our resources will be spread thin, especially if we attack multiple of them. Our group was already on the brink of collapse before you came along, Master, and it is only now getting better. If you participate, then I have no doubt you'd massacre their soldiers, but I assume you want to keep yourself in the shadows, Zhong answered. Izuku simply nodded in confirmation, making the bullman hum. Then it will be more difficult. I could go in the front lines, but I risk revealing that I am still alive. We'll also have pro-heroes and the police on our buttes. Succeeding would bring a great payoff, but it involves many risks. All great points, Zhonglu. Now, what if I told you we organize one of those meetings and I make them swear allegiance to me? Izuku suggested, making the older man slightly widen his eyes. That could work, with a few of them. Some of them are cowards, so they would quickly bend the knee if they believed they had no chance of defeating you. I thought of doing something similar, but never could since all of us brought a couple of trusted bodyguards with us. It would essentially end in me and a couple of men fighting against multiple gang leaders and their strongest bodyguards. However, if it's you, Master, I believe in your strength, Zhong affirmed with a confident and proud gaze, clenching his fist in support of his leader. Of course, I am invincible. The issue is that not all of them are cowards. They will fight you to their last breath, Zhong warned him, only for Izuku to laugh. Oh, But those aren't a problem, Zhong. He chugged down another glass of whiskey after his laugh died down. We need to make an example of someone for a coward to bend the knee. Those who want to die will volunteer by fighting me. After that, we'll take over their turf, which will be protected by weak men devoid of leader, he smirked confidently. Of course, master. You are as wise as you are strong. Zhong Lu smiled happily. He was disappointed he wouldn't get to join in on the fight, but the prospect of following someone with such promise still made his heartbeat quicken. To think he believed his gang was finished only weeks ago, and now they would significantly expand their territory. Now, Zhong. I like flattery, but let's not go into sking up territory, Izuku chuckled while waving his hand in dismissal. Before Zhong could reply, another subordinate came running in with a phone in his hand. How-sama? There's a phone call for you, he exclaimed urgently while holding a smartphone out to his leader. It's Lei Shui, he whispered as the horned boy took it off his hands. Hao held the phone between two of his fingers, maintaining it in front of his face, much to his subordinate's confusion. Hao speaking. I hope you have received the package I promised, Lei Shui spoke without a greeting. One of my subordinates is having fun with it as we speak. You work even better than expected, Izuku complimented him, though he hardly meant any of it. I couldn't be happier that you enjoyed our service. Am I right to assume that you'd like to request more of our services in the future? Actually, I'd need a service right now. Just name your price, Hao admitted. He also made sure to mention he'd pay for it in case Lei attempted to do it for free in exchange for favors later down the road. Already? Well, who am I to refuse business when I see it? The price will depend on the service requested. I want a meeting with the gang leaders around my territory. All of them. Would that be possible? Izuku asked bluntly. Lei remained silent for a few seconds on the other end of the line. Hao could only wonder what face he was making. You are quite bold, Lei simply stated. I can do that, but I will not be held accountable for anything that happens during that meeting, he warned the younger man. That's fine. No trouble will come your way, Izuku affirmed. The two spoke for a few minutes longer, discussing the details of the payment and the way the money would be delivered. Izuku also used this opportunity to ask some questions about the gangs he would be meeting as well as all the troubles they were faced with recently in case there was anything he could use. When will the meeting occur? Zhong inquired once Izuku hung up. He said he could probably have it scheduled for next week. I'll take Ace as my bodyguard, so you'll be in charge while I'm gone, Izuku answered. Frankly, he didn't need a bodyguard, but he had to show his rivals that he also had manpower. Of course, the most important part would still be their quick defeat at his hands. How-sama? Another subordinate entered the room as Izuku threw the phone in the hands of the one who brought it. Ace-san told me to tell you that she is coming with a surprise. HM? Is she done enjoying her gift already? Oh, well, all of you leave, he ordered the men around him, including Zhong Lu. They all nodded before scampering off to avoid getting him mad. Soon after they left, his nose picked up Himiko's scent approaching the door. I'm alone, so feel free to enter, he said, his nose picking up the smell of someone else. That's great, Izuku-an. I want you to be the first to enjoy the surprise I brought. Himiko announced, slamming the door open and walking in. It seemed she changed into her spare clothes and even took a bath, which was no surprise considering she was probably covered in blood not too long ago. However, this wasn't what piqued Izuku's attention the most. Himiko was holding a leash, but instead of leading a dog as most would expect with it, it was a blonde, mature woman, walking on all fours. It was the girl's own mother. She wore a dog collar, and a white BLNDFLD covered her eyes. Most importantly, she was ND. He was intrigued more than aroused, even though it did affect him. Because of her lack of clothes, Hao could see the older woman's figure more clearly now. Her BRSTS and but were bigger than her daughter's, but not by much. But more surprising was that she was slim, maybe a little too much for her age if he had to tell. Nevertheless, she had a good body, one she likely kept on a strict diet. I thought she'd be dead already, Izuku noted, making the older woman visibly shiver with a quivering lip. I killed Dad, but I thought we could have a better use for her. She accepted to work here for free as long as I didn't kill her. Did I do good, Izuku-an? Now, we get a free SRPR. Himiko declared excitedly. Free labor is always better, and I'm sure she'll have success with some of our clients, Izuku confirmed, making the blonde squeal in joy. Why is she blindfolded though? He inquired in confusion. Oh, that's because she always hated my eyes, so I did her a favor and removed them. She giggled while the tall boy's sweat dropped, noticing the young girl's eyes were perfectly fine. I think you got those mixed up, he mumbled, but that kind of injury would reduce the woman's worth, undoubtedly. Oh well, it wasn't like he'd have to pay her anyway. I brought her to you first since it's better if she gets familiar with the owner of this place. Himiko grinned wickedly before pulling her mother closer to him. This is your master now, Mum. I know you can't see him, but it's okay, you'll feel him soon, she snickered in amusement. Hello. Nice to meet you, she stammered fearfully, lightly bowing her head. Since you're here, might as well get to work and show me what you can do. I need to let off some steam, the horned boy ordered casually. Boredom might just be my worst enemy, he clarified before pulling his pants down along with his underwear, revealing his D-dash, which slowly rose as it hardened. It wasn't surprising since he just witnessed the older woman being dragged in here naked and leashed. Come here, he ordered as the blonde crawled toward the sound of his voice. Himiko blushed, seeing the man's irked member. She bet her mother would have made a pretty funny face if she had seen the size of it, but she would get to touch it soon. Her mother stopped when she bumped her head into Izuku's knee, making her wave her hands around to find his manhood. First, she placed them on his legs before making her way up until she finally reached it. Hesitantly, the older woman made contact with his, poking it with her fingers before gulping nervously. As if she was in disbelief, she grabbed it with both of her hands, running them across his length and inspecting the girth. What is that? She asked in a shaky voice. The hell is that question? It's my PP, of course. He shouted offendedly while Himiko snickered. No way. That has to be the size of my forearm. Himiko's mother exclaimed in shock, her hands wrapped around his manhood. Oh, don't be a drama queen, Mom. It just feels bigger, 'cause you can't see anything. Probably. The younger blonde laughed while her mother still knelt there, uncertain how to proceed. So? Are you gonna do something or what? Her daughter suddenly shouted between two laughs. Don't be so hard on her. She doesn't look like the kind of woman who's got a lot of experience with this stuff. I'm not sure she's fit to work here, Izuku hummed in boredom. I mean, I've had two whores who could handle it with no issues, he shrugged. I am. I'm sorry. I'll get started right away. The older woman suddenly broke out of her frozen state of shock. She mumbled something under her breath but did as she said, wrapping her hands around Izuku's PP again. She nervously stroked his manhood, slowly moving her hands up and down, starting from the base all the way to the tip. Naturally, she wasn't quite enthusiastic about it, not putting much effort into her movements. Izuku had to say he was disappointed, for now, feeling no pleasure. All she did was slightly move his skin up and down. However, before he could tell her, Himiko beat him to it. Come on, Ma. Start taking this seriously. Does he look like he likes it? Himiko scolded her with her arms crossed. How could I tell when I can't see, you little? Her mother suddenly snapped, only to freeze once Izuku cleared his throat, which served as a warning well enough. I'm sorry. Just, that's how I've been doing with my husband, she apologized. Well, I'm not your husband, am I? You can forget all about him. You'll have a lot more PPS to serve soon, better start with the best one, he replied, making Himiko giggle in the background. Since you can't use your hands for sheet, try it with your mouth, Izuku ordered, to which the older woman nodded. Still, she took her time, getting her face closer to it and giving it a hesitant sniff. The only man she had relations with was her now late husband. Even seeing another man's PP for real was something she couldn't recall. Admittedly, there wasn't a lot of seeing in this case, but her hands did feel it up well. She didn't know they could get this big, but it would make sense if the man was a mutant. She recognized his voice. Wait, he was the one who brought Himiko to that room with them. That giant of a man. That was her boyfriend? He looked twice her age. Though now the size of his thing made sense. She gulped, realizing she'd be putting this in her mouth. She shouldn't be impressed. However, the only positive to this, apart from keeping her life, was that the man was handsome at least. It was an unfathomably small relief considering what her life would consist of now. Finally, she put the tip in her mouth. It was warmer than she expected, but she didn't dwell on it before wrapping her tongue around the head, forcing her tongue to explore a stranger's pages. Maybe it really was because she didn't have sight, but it felt so big. She wasn't sure if she should deep-throat it, something she often did with her husband. Yet, as she was slowly pushing the man's pee-pee deeper into her mouth, the tip getting closer to her throat, her heart beat faster. She was growing warmer and warmer. Now that's better, Hao remarked satisfyingly while the older woman moved her head up and down. Her soft tongue seemed to be looking for the right sensitive spots, so at least she was a good pee-pee sucker. Still, she was taking her sweet time. "Whoa, Mom! How naughty!" Himiko exclaimed, hiding her snicker behind a hand. "Look at that! You're wet already. Does skin your daughter's boyfriend's d***rs you that much?" she asked mockingly, pointing at the woman's pee-pee, which was, indeed, dripping. "When did we establish we're dating?" Izuku arched an eyebrow in annoyance. Unfortunately, Himiko only giggled in response. "As for you, since you're already aroused so much, put more spirit into it," he ordered as he grabbed the back of her head and forced her down, making her take his whole d***. No matter her earlier reservations, her mother had no choice but to deep-throat him now that his pee-pee slid down her throat, leaving a bulge behind. It was nothing like her husband's, and expectedly, she gagged, coughing out spit or at least trying to with the limited space she had now that her mouth was filled with his pole. Gluck gluck. Izuku didn't wait for her to adjust before moving her head up and down and lightly moving his hips. Even in this situation, the older blonde managed to remain responsive as she ran her tongue all over his manhood with every move, liking his every spot and every vein. Now, he was feeling something. Every time she would go from the tip to the base, with her chin touching his ball, a shudder would pass through his body. "This is what I'm talking about. Blow every client like that and you'll be a fan favorite." He complimented her while still dragging and pushing her head around his pee-pee. "You should be glad, Mom. That's the best you'll ever have. After that, you'll be servicing C-tier villain dis every day." Himiko laughed while standing right beside the older woman, watching as she choked on her leader's pages. Now that was a fantastic way to shut her up. "Oh, Izuku, I can't wait to have pro-heroines dancing on poles and blowing villain PPS all day. Just imagining it is so hot." She blushed at the thought alone. "Don't get ahead of yourself, we aren't there yet," Izuku warned her. He still spoke casually, even though he was FANG her mother's throat. "Though something tells me you'd find it hotter if they serviced your PP, he scoffed. "How did you know?" Himiko grinned sheepishly. "'Cause I know, it's that simple," he grumbled as Himiko's mother suddenly began tapping his leg with her palm. If they had to guess, she was probably running out of air. Much to her horror, they ignored her. She could handle it for a few more seconds. "See? You know everything I like. We're made for each other." Himiko beamed in delight, squealing with happiness only a second later. "No need to scream like a banshee. I have sensitive hearing here." He barked in annoyance. Mother tapped on his leg harder. "Look, you brought me your mother, so I guess the least I could do is bring you a hero chick just for you. Personal use. The others wouldn't be allowed to touch." "Happy?" he offered. Well, he was planning to do that anyway, but since she surprised him with this, "Of course I am. I can't wait. But we both know it wouldn't really be personal. You'll use her a lot too, right? 'Cause I know you're a perv, Izuku," she snickered with red cheeks. "I told you already, it's my dragon quirk. Makes me all bloodthirsty. Chicks are the only other way to calm me down apart from fights," he grimaced, his eyes wandering away. The older woman was now hitting his leg with the bottom of her fist. Now that he thought about it, the dog collar probably didn't help. His D had a harder time moving down her throat every time it reached its level. Even the bulge he made only pressed her throat harder on the collar. "Excuses." Himiko shook her head mockingly, clicking her tongue. "Shut up. Here it comes. He suddenly warned the older woman, gripping her head tighter and keeping her down to the base of his D-dash. Soon enough, he erupted inside her, shooting loads of cum down her throat as her fingers twitched. Already deprived of air, she now also had to gulp down his thick semen. Unsurprisingly, some of it came bursting out of her nose, and the sides of her mouth, rolling down her chin and falling on her knees. Thankfully, as soon as he was done, Izuku finally pulled his manhood out, allowing her to breathe. "Fire. You started out bad, but you just won your place back here," he stated with a small smile. The woman didn't answer, too occupied with trying to catch her breath. She panted like she ran a marathon or as if the air got rare. With the cum dripping down her chi, it was certainly a sight to behold. She would have likely collapsed to the floor too if Himiko hadn't been holding her up by her hair. "So? How was it, Mom? Best pee-pee you've had, right?" Himiko taunted the older blonde with a mocking sneer. But this... "Yes, it was," she responded weakly. Izuku didn't know whether she was sincere or not and frankly didn't care. This wasn't over yet. With his D still standing tall and hard, he still needed to F her pee-pee. "What's her name, by the way, Himiko?" he asked. He should know at least that much before FNG her and having her work here. "HM? Right. Since she's nothing but a pet now, I decided she didn't need her old name anymore. Now she's called Bichi. Right, Mom?" Himiko replied, a wide grin spread across her face. "Yes," Bichi weakly answered. "All right then. Time to F her pee-pee." Izuku brushed the interaction off. Her name probably wasn't that important anyway. She was kissing her old life goodbye now. "Yes, sir," Bichi replied, ready to crawl over to him, only for her daughter to suddenly slap her away, much to Izuku's surprise. As if, "I'm going first. Letting me Mom get to F you first, Izuku-an? Out of question." Himiko glared at the woman lying on the floor. "You already made me upset by giving your virginity to those two whores," she pouted with her arms crossed. "Hey, you were also busy playing with one of the dancers, don't forget that," he reminded her. Yeah, I guess you're right. Let's say we're even." Himiko chuckled before slowly taking off her clothes, throwing them over her shoulders and only leaving her thigh-high socks. She had a well-preserved figure for a girl who lived on the streets for multiple months, but Izuku guessed someone as sneaky as she had no trouble finding food. The girl had a slender frame, complemented by her fair skin. Her overall physique only showed delicacy with little hints of muscles and subtle and gentle curves that emphasized her softness. Her frame was still athletic, though mostly because that body was perfect for her style of fighting. She was agile, quick on her feet, and graceful, he knew that much. Her relatively small biarthus made it even easier for her to move and fight as she pleased. "Oh, finally! I've wanted to do this ever since I fell for you, Izuku-an," the blonde said before climbing on the dragon man's lap with his D resting on her belly. "Somehow, I'm not surprised," he replied while the older girl stood on top of him and grabbed his manhood, aiming it at her pages. She rubbed his tip against her slit, though she seemed hesitant to put it in. Having second thoughts? Izuku raised a mocking eyebrow. Suddenly, the girl poked his shoulder, making him raise an eyebrow. "Look, I tried to stab you and failed. So, what do you want me to do?" Himiko smirked. What do you think? Bounce on my D-dash," he said without hesitation, remembering the deal they made seemingly so long ago. "As you wish. This is probably gonna hurt," she commented along with a small snicker. However, she didn't waste any more time. With a boost of confidence, she slowly squatted down, bringing nearly half of it inside her before it hit the back of her pages. She couldn't stop nor tried the that came next out of her mouth, feeling her whole body shudder in pleasure. He already reached the deepest part of her pee-pee and wasn't even halfway in yet. His girth also stretched out her pee-pee more than she even thought it could. Despite that, those two dancers could apparently handle all his length. No way. She couldn't let them win. Those slots were probably used to mutant DS, and it was their only advantage. Nevertheless, no frustration appeared on her face. While she sought to compete with them inside, she looked in joy on the outside. It's still not all the way in. Want some help?" Izuku inquired as the blonde placed her hands on his torso. I can take it, she affirmed confidently, a wide smile gracing her lips. The green-haired boy smirked. Then, here I go, he warned her before grabbing her thighs. It was the only second Himiko had to brace herself as he pulled her down, sliding his entire schlong inside her in one go. The girl released a pained scream as his pee-pee slapped her womb, pushing the furthest it could, and stretching her pee-pee to its limits. Electricity seemingly traveled through her body, filling her with newfound bliss, even stronger than when she drank blood. Yet she didn't come. She couldn't let this end so quickly, so she held it back, her legs trembling. You all right? Izuku asked, seemingly not worried at all. Yeah. F me, Izuku-an. Me until I'm all yours. Himiko grinned crazily, breathing heavily. Don't come crying if you can't walk anymore, the man chuckled. The blonde had no time to answer before he moved his hips up, slamming his pee-pee on her womb again, the shape of his slightly visible as a bulge while he pounded her mercilessly. He still held some of his strength back, knowing it was still too soon for him to use it on her, but it didn't stop him from using her body as an onahole. This rapidly escaped the blonde's lips, gracing Izuku's ears with the sweet music of her pleasure. Aizu. Himiko ummed relentlessly, clenching her fists against his abs while she tried to contain her excitement and lust. She would go crazy at this rate. Even crazier about him than she was before. Every move hit the back of her pee-pee, sending shocks through her body and ripples across her butt. Even if his pee-pee was heavenly, she still felt like it wasn't enough. She wanted him to explore all of her body, to use her BRSS, butt, and mouth. Everything. Izuku perked up as Himiko's pee-pee squeezed his pee-pee, her flesh tightly wrapping around it. He could smell her lust emanating from her body. It was making his blood pump faster and faster. The touch of her smooth skin, and the sight of her melons bouncing up and down as she bounced on his pee-pee, they were all making him excited. Just like in a fight, he was roaring to let go and get wild, only relying on his bloodlust. He rarely ever felt such elation, but it always drove him to certain places. He wanted nothing more than to stop holding her back and plow her to the floor for hours no end, without worrying about breaking her. Yet, his willpower was strong enough to keep his lust down. How do you like that, slut? He asked, gripping her thighs harder and moving faster. Doubt you'll bug me again before the week's end, huh? Couldn't even stand after this. He shouted, her butt cheeks clapping with every move. He wouldn't be surprised if her belly ended up bruised with the way his tip pounded her insides. Despite that, the girl's expression reflected insanity mixed with glee. You belong to me, body and soul. Is that what you wanted to hear? I can use you however I want. He added, his heart beating faster. It was as if a beast inside him was unleashed, but why? Why now and not with Mio and Isamai? Oh. Breaking. You're gonna break me, huh? She somehow managed to laugh between enums, showing her sharp canines. Hao leaned down, lowering his head to her level and ignoring the strain in his neck as he did. It wasn't for a kiss at first since liked her slender neck, almost tempted to bite it. However, despite the lust-crazed state Himiko turned into, she still had enough sense left in her to aim for his chin and grab it, pulling him into a deep kiss. They didn't waste a second before their tongues met, wrestling in each other's mouths. The man's tongue was bigger than the blonde's, which only made it more pleasant for her as she wished to explore every bit of it. Even in their mouths, her tongue was dominated and squashed, reflecting their current experience. Coming. Izuku-an. Himiko screamed in pure joy, breaking their kiss, as her pee-pee juice streamed down his pages. Her pee-pee felt like a blaze, threatening to burn her entire body with lust alone. With her tongue hanging out of her mouth, she didn't realize her eyes rolled back into her head before she fainted. Chen. Izuku paused, immediately noticing her state. What? She passed out? You just orgasmed once and he growled in frustration. Admittedly, he was likely partially to blame for how rough he was. Her excitement was too much, too. He didn't get to come, he could F her unconscious body, but it wouldn't be as fun. Also, For some reason, he felt like he couldn't do that to her. Instead, he spun his head in Bichi's direction, a lustful glint in his eyes. Of course, the older woman couldn't see that considering her current condition, but she seemed quite disgusted after listening to her daughter losing her virginity. Izuku was also pretty sure he heard her spouting insults under her breath, but because of what he was occupied with, he didn't pay much attention. Nevertheless, that meant she was still disrespectful and not obedient enough. "Since your daughter can't take any more, I'll finish off with you," he declared before quickly walking up to her and bringing her back to reality. She nearly froze on the spot as she realized the thick pee-pee she held earlier would be inside her soon. "Wise, Izu," she whispered, remembering the name Himiko used to call him as she stayed on all fours. "It's master or Hausama for you, slut." Izuku replied with disdain, grabbing her by the back of the head, which fit in one hand, and used the other to hold her butt. "Yes, master. It won't happen again, master," she retorted as soon as the splitting headache came. Yet he didn't let go of her head or butt before shoving his D inside her pee-pee, squeezing a scream out of her throat. "Big. Too big," she shouted, gripping his hand. "If your daughter could take it, then you can too, so SCK it up." The horned man proceeded to pound her pee-pee like he did with the other blonde. It only took a couple of seconds for Bichi to turn into a squealing mess, miming like never before. No matter how much she'd want to deny it, her body loved every second of this. Her pee-pee was just as tight as Himiko's, but considering his size, it was no wonder he wouldn't feel a difference. Nevertheless, he could tell her love juice was running down her legs while she was being plowed. "Usually, the dancers and talis here don't have to be prostitutes," Izuku said between breaths. "But you sure made an enemy of your daughter? But you won't have much of a choice. You curious how many men will use you?" "No," Bichi stammered between "ehs." Her mouth was wide open while her tongue flailed around as if she wanted to eat in her mouth. House smirked, maybe it wasn't a coincidence and she really was a slut. Since he was already holding her head, he simply moved a finger to shove it inside her mouth, pulling on her right cheek as her tongue quickly made contact with him. "Then you'll find out soon. I'll come in a few from time to time. You'd like that, wouldn't you?" "Yesh. Master," the woman replied in the heat of the moment. Even she was losing herself to her lustful side. "No wonder. Your husband never f'd you, did he? How had no shame mocking the dead man as he f'd his wife?" However, it seemed he finally reached his climax. He twitched, feeling hotter than ever. "Get ready to be filled up, slut," he warned her with one final move. "W8. Shouted, only for him to come, shooting loads of cum inside her as her pleas fell on deaf ears. For the first time in a long time, she was filled up to the brim, with SMN thicker than she had ever known, making her instantly orgasm too. "Ooh," she ummed, her pee-pee juice coupled with the man's cum running down her shaking legs. Once the horned man was done coming, Bichi's arms dropped to the side while he pulled his schlong out and let her go. Immediately after, she dropped to the floor, likely unable to stand up as his seed poured out of her most private place. "Oh, if I get PRGNT, I'll give birth to another monster." "No," she muttered in a shaky and tired voice, sounding nearly broken from her overly loud M's from earlier. "If you do, then you'll be that kid's SLV too," Hao bluntly replied, his eyes briefly wandering to Himiko's unconscious form. "She was the one to make her mother a pet, after all. You're mine, and that means I can do whatever I want with you, just like everyone else in this building. Welcome to your new life." He went back to his underwear and pants, then put them back on, leaving the older woman to lie on the floor, her butt still up in the air. Instead, he focused his gaze on Himiko. Izuku looked around for a few seconds, then sighed. He quickly picked up her clothes, took off his leather jacket, and used it to cover her body before picking her up. "Hey, Zhonglu. Get over here," he called for the man. "If you want, you can have fun with the new SRPR I left here, but after you're done, I want Mio and Isami to wash her up and teach her everything she needs to know," he ordered as he carried Himiko to his personal room. "As you wish, master." Zhonglu nodded, rushing in as soon as his name escaped Izuku's lips. The bullman watched his master leave before turning to look inside the VIP booth, where Bichi still lay. "She's got a nice piece of butt," he commented quietly. "But I think I'll leave this one to the boys." "Smells crazy," he added. The past week had been quite enjoyable. Of course, he continued to work on the strip club while simultaneously going to school. School had been uneventful, apart from Bakugo challenging him once or twice, but at this point, he didn't even pay attention to it. The bomb boy had been a small thorn in his side, but would never be anything more. The nightclub, the public face of his base of operation, was complete. It was already pretty much over and open to the public thanks to the workers Zhong hired, but this week served to set up improvements and the last additions it needed. Of course, he fed Himiko plenty of times during that time, as well as Isami and Mio since the two SRS missed his D-dash. He was too busy to do anything with Himiko's mother, but her training was going well. Zhong Lu was a good training partner and taught him plenty more about his martial arts. He got much stronger. However, the main event would be here and now. How did he end up in this place? First, what was this place? It was an old and abandoned factory just outside of Mizudafu, basically neutral grounds since there was no civilization here, only trees. A long table and chairs around it had been set up for multiple people to sit. Indeed, Lei Shui managed to get that reunion set up, inviting all 6 gang leaders ruling the underworld of Chinatown and its surroundings. Well, including Izuku, there were 7 of them. Of course, they all brought 1 or 2 bodyguards with them while Hao only brought a masked ace. The bodyguards stood behind their leaders as they were all seated around the table. He actually had to stand since the chairs were too small. No matter. He wouldn't be sitting for long if he had a chair anyway. The first gang was the Steel Wolves with their leader Titan. The second gang was the Hollows with their leader Lady Fortress. The third one was Dark Sentinels with their leader being Shade Wielder. The fourth one was the Ashen Brigade with Avian King leading them. The fifth one was the Ravagers, led by Lifebane. Finally, the last one was Thorns, which had Tangle Weaver as their leader. He realized they were all accompanied by 2 guards, actually. He was the only leader to come with only 1. "So, you're the reason we're having this meeting?" Titan questioned as he looked up at the horned man at the end of the table. "How did you get Lei Shui to agree to set it up?" he questioned. Titan was a bulky and muscular bald man but was much shorter than Izuku. He possessed an average height, actually. He was in casual clothes, like most of the other leaders present in the room. "I simply got rid of a thorn in his side. I am Hao, and I killed Zhong Lu with my own 2 hands, he revealed, much to the shock of many in the room. Some didn't look surprised at all, while others were stupefied. He supposed some of them never expected Zhong would be defeated, most likely because they didn't have the power to do it themselves. It explains his radio silence. "So, you are the new leader of the Wild Dogs," Lady Fortress noted, resting her chin on her hands. The woman had long blonde hair and blue eyes, taller than your average woman, and the heels she wore only served to emphasize that height. Unlike Titan, she wasn't in a casual outfit, but what seemed to be a blue hero costume, consisting of a bodysuit spandex and a small white jacket. It was no wonder since she was a pro-hero who lived a double life as a villain. Strangely, she also held a handkerchief, using it to clean her gloved hands. "We do not use that name anymore. We are the Beast Lord's Legion. I took over only recently and wanted to meet the gang leaders surrounding my territory," Hao explained. "That's bold of you. Not everyone wants to meet their enemies so soon after settling in," Lifebane commented in suspicion. Clearly, he felt there was something wrong with all of this. After all, most people wouldn't want to face multiple enemies and rivals just after opening up their business. Nevertheless, that horned man looked old enough to seem like he had some experience, so perhaps this was a strategy of some kind. Lifebane was a slim man with short blue hair, dressed in a business suit. "I wasn't aware of the Wild Dog situation, so when I learned of all of your existence, I didn't want to waste any time," Hao answered. "So you called a meeting just to introduce yourself, or do you actually know something that would concern all of us?" Avian King snarkily asked with his arms crossed. The man was a tall humanoid hawk with talons for hands and feet and wings on his back. He was covered in feathers, but the most prominent characteristic was his hawk head, similar to Zhong's, which was a bull. Oh, believe me, what I know concerns all of you. I didn't ask for this meeting simply for trivial introductions, Hao affirmed with a small smile. I have a bad feeling about this, Shade Wielder whispered. The man was dressed in all black, which complemented his black hair and silver eyes. Consider this proof of my strategical abilities, Tangle Weaver. Hao suddenly addressed another gang leader, the only one who hadn't spoken until now, and threw a folder in the man's direction. The leader of Thorns was a dark-skinned man with a rugged face and green hair. Thick dark green vines were wrapped around his arms and were covered in black thorns. The man arched an eyebrow curiously but didn't respond. Instead, he opened the folder and flipped through the files inside while the room was bathed in silence. This is... He widened his eyes in realization. To the shock of everyone, they quickly gained a blazing fury that couldn't be missed by any onlooker. That beach! Just seeing her face makes my blood boil. He slammed a fist on the table to everyone else's confusion. Hold on. What is this about? Avian King questioned with his hands raised. It's that beach 10T. That DMN hero fed over one of my best operations. It slowed down all the business on my grounds. Lost valuable men too. He clenched his teeth, glaring at the folder as if he'd burn it with his eyes if he could. What I wouldn't give to get my hands on that beach and make her pay. And this folder will help you with it. Everything you need to know to defeat her is recorded in there. All you need is to follow that plan, and you'll have her in your clutches. If you're diligent with the instructions, even quirkless thugs would be enough, Hao explained, surprising everyone in the room again. Did he really conceive such a well-thought-out plan? They doubted it would be that easy to take her down. Even though 10T's way of fighting was unique and controversial, she was surprisingly strong. And what do you want in exchange? Tangle Weaver questioned, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. Whatever it was, it could only be a fair price if it earned him the head of the one who set him off so much. Don't kill her. I want her captured and sent to me. With her body, she'll have a lot of success in my strip club, Hao replied, seemingly calming the other gang leader's temper. I guess I can accept that. Killing her would be satisfying, but that fate isn't too bad either. I wouldn't mind going to your strip club and paying her a visit, he chuckled darkly, his lust dripping from him. But that's not the only thing you want, is it? What was that about proving yourself? He inquired, momentarily willing to forget about the heroine who bothered him so much. It's proof that I know what I'm doing. Albeit this folder was only a bonus since I would have shared my demands anyway, he replied, making them all narrow their eyes at the word demands. I called you here because I want all of you to swear your allegiance to me, the horned boy bluntly revealed, silencing the entire room. You could hear a pin drop amidst the silence their sheer disbelief caused. Ace, standing a couple of feet behind Hao, almost giggled at the sight of their expressions. Suddenly, they all burst out in laughter. Ha! Now that's hilarious. You gotta be crazy to make a joke like this. Avian King hollered with a belly laugh. Crazy is one word for it, Shade Wielder muttered after his laughter stifled. Now wait a second. I don't think this is a joke, Lifebane whispered once he noticed Hao's serious expression. It isn't, Hao confirmed, suddenly silencing their laugh. The way you do things is too inefficient, not optimized. If you were all united under one banner, we'd become one of if not the most powerful gang of Mizudafu. We'd be coordinated, productive, and resourceful. Our territory will only grow, he told them, to which they silently listened, seemingly not interrupting him. It would only be the start. I have a plan to make us grow more powerful and richer until we are the face of the underworld. But my end goal is far more ambitious. He raised a hand to his face's level. It is the total domination of not only Japan but the world. As the supreme ruler, I will create a world where might makes right. The heights of your power will determine your life, whether you have a strong quirk, a weak one, or none at all. What you can do, and how many you can defeat will place you on top of others. There's nothing freer and more equal than a fight, isn't that right? He clenched his fist, smirking. Of course, all those who bend the knee now and pledge their loyalty to me will be precious subordinates and will earn privileges they could only dream of in my world. He finished his speech while Ace held her hands, feeling her heartbeat quicken as she watched her lover in awe. "You," Titan mumbled in disbelief. "You overly ambitious bastard, do you even realize what you're suggesting?" He shouted, punching the table. "Take over the world? You must be insane if you think you can accomplish anything close to this. And what's worse, you actually think we'd accept getting roped into this? Of course, a union of us all would make us stronger. Everyone here knows that. But we are the heads of our gangs because we believe we are the most fit to lead and impose our ideals on the ones who follow us. None of us would kneel to someone, especially not someone who just got here." He screamed. Many of the leaders nodded, agreeing with him. "You can have the best strategies and plans in the world, but we'll always fight for leadership. That's how much pride we have. That's what allowed us to rise to where we are." Avian King added fiercely. While the others also agreed with the statement, Lifebane remained silent, watching the horned man in suspicion. "You can shove your plans and speeches up your butt, 'cause I'm telling you, if try that sheet again, we'd actually slaughter you where you stand." He warned the taller man. While they were enemies and rivals, and would only rarely work together. This wasn't like most meetings, where they knew a single attack would cause a chain reaction leading to some battle royale. After Hao's declaration, all of them would agree to kill him. Pride? No, that's not pride. It's hubris. Hao shook his head and sighed. He figured they wouldn't agree so easily. All of you used your power or wits to get where you are, stomping the small fry. And proving them you are capable of leading. Ultimately, you follow the same philosophy as I do, but now you're stuck in a stalemate with your rivals. You know you can't take them out, and you don't want to lose either, so you bide your time and hide. Yet you still think you won't submit? Still think yourself better? You call that pride? Hao glared at the humanoid hawk before his eyes wandered to every leader in the room. "I'm here to change this. I'm the insurmountable wall. You can't win, and you can't hide. You either kneel or you die," he declared. This time, none of them laughed, despite believing how ridiculous his statement was. "You think you could take all of us?" Tangle Weaver snorted, gesturing to the people in the room. 6 leaders with 2 bodyguards each. No one would be crazy enough to take such a challenge expecting to come out alive. Of course, the green-haired boy nodded without hesitation. "Lei Shui sold me everything I need to know about your quirks. None of you can match up to me. Even so, Hao does not know defeat," he declared confidently. "All right, I've heard enough of this joke. I'm sure no one will object to me disposing of the trash." Lady Fortress sighed before glancing at her bodyguards. "Get him out of my sight. This filth repulses me," she ordered coldly. "Yes, my lady." They both replied, jumping into action without hesitation. Himiko took out her knife, ready to jump in front of her leader until his voice stopped her. "No need to interfere, Ace," he instructed. "Those who wish to die can step forward," he announced to the rest of the room. Lady Fortress' first bodyguard stomped the floor in front of Hao, with wood bursting out from beneath the tall man's feet and wrapping around him. The boy didn't resist as the second bodyguard, standing beside the first, aimed his outstretched arms at him. "Heat blast!" The guard shouted, his hands burning red. A second later, a sudden and strong blaze burst around the wood, lighting it on fire and threatening to consume Hao's entire body. Yet, the man still did not move, even as the flames covered his entire body. He was all talk. The first bodyguard mocked while the gang leaders remained cautious. Pathetic, Hao suddenly spoke casually, much to the guard's shock. The man proceeded to flex his muscles once, breaking the burning wood apart and removing the fire, attempting to eat him. It did burn his jacket and leave him topless, but he didn't have a scratch on him. He spread out his arms, and before any of them could react, he dashed forward so fast that their eyes couldn't follow or realize he moved at all. "Dragon guillotine," he declared as passed between them and appeared behind. Blood burst out of their necks as their heads were flung into the air. Hao had decapitated them with a single hit. Blast breath. He turned to Lady Fortress and breathed a stream of fire in her direction. The woman widened her eyes as the others quickly jumped out of the way to avoid getting caught in the blast. The table was blown to smithereens, with various of its pieces burning while a cloud of smoke formed around the point of impact. Hell. Tangle Weaver coughed as he held an arm to his nose. He turned to look at where Hao had shot his fiery attack, expecting the female gang leader to be reduced to burned shreds. However, much to his surprise, the woman was still standing, seemingly unaffected by the blast other than having some dust on her clothes. He quickly understood why. In front of the woman floated a yellow translucent barrier. Airwall. A barrier that protects me from any attack, Lady Fortress stated with scorn. How dare you? Look at how dirty you made me. She scowled, glaring at the horned boy as she gestured to her dirty clothes. Airwall lets the user create circular shields made of compressed air anywhere around them in order to shield themselves. Now that a-hole did it. Think he can just show up and do whatever he wants. Titan growled, punching the floor. All of you can step back. I can take care of this alone. He ordered the other leaders as he flexed his muscles. Instantly, his skin turned dark gray with engraving lines on various spots of his body. Iron hide. The user can turn their skin into an extremely durable metallic substance that greatly enhances their physical durability. Combined with increased strength, they can charge into battle, shrugging off most physical damage while dealing heavy blows. Does he think he can order us around? Shade Wielder mumbled in annoyance before slowly sinking into his own shadow. Thank God he isn't asking me to fight, Titan's first bodyguard whispered. He was a man of average height with brown hair, not standing out at all. Meanwhile, the second one, who had white hair, seemed ready to jump in at any time to help his leader. Titan roared as he charged at the draconic man at a surprising speed. Hao narrowed his eyes, but instead of getting ready to attack, he flexed his muscles and tanked Titan's first blow with his abs, only releasing a small grunt. Titan slightly narrowed his eyes in shock but quickly followed up with more punches, striking as fast as he could and just as in many places. You hit hard, Hao remarked as another blow connected with his abs. But not hard enough, he added before countering with a hit of his own, right into Titan's belly. The enemy leader gasped out loud as he attempted to hold his stomach in pain, only for Hao to hit 3 more times. A punch in the face, another on his sides, and the last on his chest, flinging him several feet away. Titan could hardly believe it. Not only his hits were powerful, but they were also even faster than anticipated. He should have known when he saw that giant of a man move so quickly earlier. Boss! Both his bodyguards shouted before turning their attention to Hao. As they were about to attack, Shade Wielder suddenly jumped out of the horned man's shadow, wielding a katana. Eclipse. The user can generate dark, eclipse-like shadows that can obscure visibility and engulf opponents. These shadows can solidify into defensive barriers or offensive tendrils, allowing for versatile combat tactics in both attack and defense. Silent death, the man said before going for Hao's neck. Schooling. He widened his eyes as only long locks of hair fell to the floor, followed by his broken blade. What? As if that crap would work. Hao remarked, quickly grabbing Shade Wielder while he was in the air, slamming him to the ground, and throwing him to the side without even bothering to kill him. No. Your hair! Ace exclaimed as if she just witnessed a murder. She loved his long and wild hair since she always used it to climb on his back or shoulders, but maybe now wasn't the time. Hao didn't comment on her remark as he focused on the current battle, dodging various lighting chains that were hurled at him from a distance from one of Lifebane's bodyguards. He likely didn't even need to avoid them, but he didn't wish to sustain too much damage either since he was fighting against around 20 people. Before he could close the gap with him, he shielded his eyes as he was riddled with more bullets than he could count, all bouncing off of him. They bounced off his body but were still an annoyance. For some reason, Lifebane's bodyguard stopped his attacks. Hao quickly understood why when another man suddenly grabbed onto his leg, holding it tight. He had sensed him arriving the moment the first guard attacked but waited to see what his strategy was. You're wide open, he shouted as the spot around his hands turned incredibly cold, a second before freezing. The freezing quickly crept up Hao's leg, threatening to turn him into an ice statue while the first guard paused his attack. Seriously? The horned man scoffed, unimpressed. He kneed the man in the stomach with the frozen leg, breaking the ice in the process, and picked him up by the neck before holding him up as a human shield. The white-haired man widened his eyes as an air wall was hurled at him, silencing any scream he may have let escape as it crushed him into a bloody paste. "So you can use them as projectiles," Hao remarked with a small smile as he dropped the corpse. The woman clicked her tongue. "Demen you fortress? You team-killing fucktard. This was one of mine." Titan yelled, finally getting up from the blows he received. While the impact hurt him, he didn't even have a bruise or scratch on him. It wasn't a huge loss. Lady Fortress retorted before firing even more air walls at Hao's hulking figure. Unfortunately for her, the man was agile and quick on his feet, dodging every one of them either by jumping or sidestepping them. Why hide behind those barriers? Isn't fighting with your life on the line much more fun? Hao laughed while jumping around. As if, "It's filthy and only fits brutes like Dash," Lady Fortress replied, only to realize he suddenly disappeared. The woman widened her eyes in surprise as she spun on her heels, seeking him out. The horned man suddenly appeared in her field of vision, a punch pulled back. "Erwa Dash," she began to shout as she attempted to will a barrier into existence. However, Hao had been too fast. The blonde could only watch in horror as his fist went straight through her body, bursting out of her back, along with her blood and bones. The other leaders gasped in shock as they gazed upon Hao's protruding thick arm impaling her. She clawed at his arm, a terrified expression etched on her face as she vomited blood. Hao was indifferent to it. The man didn't bat an eyelash as he went to pull his fist out. "W8. My guts are gonna spill," Lady Fortress begged desperately. "I warned you," Hao simply replied before pulling his bloodied fist out and dropping her body to the floor with a resounding thud. Shade Wielder, who had covered his arm in black tendrils, froze. He had gotten back up and was ready to launch another attack on the man. Yet, the way he disposed of Lady Fortress had made him hesitate. The woman wasn't the strongest here, but her barriers weren't something they could easily bypass. Even with his shadow transportation, he wouldn't be fast enough to get to her. When she used them as projectiles, they could crush every bone in a man's body. Nevertheless, she was killed like nothing. They still had the numerical advantage, and there were the heads of their gangs, but those titles suddenly seemed insignificant when faced with that seemingly impenetrable wall. The horned man hadn't received any injuries yet. "So hot," Ace remarked under her breath, watching the pool of blood forming around Lady Fortress' gargling corpse. Multiple electrical chains hit Hao head-on, making him grunt in annoyance. "You're starting to irritate me," the horned boy grumbled, glaring at the nearby attacker. One of Lifebane's guards. "Ten no Tenohira." He moved his palm forward in the guard's direction. "That technique." Lifebane gasped before turning to his man. "Dodge. Quick!" he shouted. The bodyguard could only widen his eyes and move his head to the side. But it was futile. Hao wasn't even close enough to make contact, yet the air alone from his move had hit the guard and removed the left side half of his head, exposing his bones, flesh, and brain. Damn it. He knows Zhonglu's moves? What the hell? Lifebane gritted his teeth in disbelief. Who was that guy? Shade Wielder's legs shook as he watched Hao proceed to exchange more blows with Titan and flinging him away again. The metallic man didn't receive any injuries, but it didn't matter as long as he couldn't hurt this opponent either. He turned to his bodyguards. Maybe a retreat was better than waiting to be killed here. As if he had read his thoughts, Hao suddenly raised his head and took a deep breath. Blast breath. He spun around, firing his beam of flames all around him, uncaring if the place was going to burn down. Shade, along with many others, threw himself to the floor and let the flames pass above him. Unfortunately, his guards weren't so quick on their feet. The blazing breath hit them head-on, throwing them back and burning them to a crisp. The gang leader widened his eyes with dread. It couldn't be. He clenched his fists with anger. Grah! Titan began pounding the massive man with his fists. Enough. Fighting you is a real bore. Hao declared before grabbing Titan by the head, his palms pressing on both sides like he was trying to crush a fruit. Don't treat us like jokes. As if you can break me. Titan retorted, feeling his metallic body creak. Nevertheless, he didn't let fear or worry show in his eyes. I don't need to. Blast breath. Hao fired a fire breath at point blank, right into Titan's face. Arg! Titan screamed, gripping Hao's hands, clawing at them to escape while the powerful blaze scorched even his reinforced skin. The heat alone generated from the flames made the others hesitate before approaching, and Titan's agonizing screams didn't help either. However, they didn't last long. After several seconds, Hao let go of him, allowing the body to collapse to the floor. The man's head was a melted mass of metal while the rest of his corpse turned back into his normal form. His last bodyguard fell on his butt, too afraid to move and avenge his fallen leader. Ha! One of Avian King's bodyguards, a man with orange unkempt hair, released a shout, which turned into a powerful and loud shockwave. Hao's hands swiftly shot up to his sensitive ears. The shockwave itself didn't hurt him, but the sound had been painful and disorienting. Because of his acute senses, it had been even more effective against him. Good job, Tremor. Time to finish him off. Avian King shouted pridefully, flying high in the air before descending toward Hao. My talons can cut even through steel, he declared, aiming them at the horned man's face. Hawk Soul, the user is a humanoid hawk. He can fly and use his sharp talons to fight. Only if they hit. The green-haired boy retorted, quickly gaining back his senses and grabbing the human bird by the wrists. Arg! Avian King screamed as the boy casually crushed his wrists in his grip before throwing him to the floor. Vivorix! Get me the F out of here. We're leaving. Avian King shouted to another man, who immediately pressed his fists together. A second later, a blue circle opened under the human hawk, showing the sky. Avian King let himself fall into it, but just as he passed through it, Hao reached out and grabbed him by the leg. Where do you think you're going? He inquired as the other man desperately flailed his wings, trying to get away from him. Vortex, close that diamond portal and cut his arm off. Avian King ordered. Why, sir? Vortex shouted back before pressing his fists tighter to close the portal. Expectedly, the portal shrunk in the blink of an eye. However, when it reached Hao's arm, instead of slicing it clean off, it struggled against it. What? I can't close it. He gasped in shock. Stay here and fight, coward. Hao roared, still holding on to his opponent. Thankfully, he covered his arm in scales, which was what likely prevented Vortex's portal from cutting it off. Itchin, he uttered, suddenly feeling much heavier. What's this now? He mumbled as the floor around him cracked and soon turned into a crater from the sudden heaviness. Good job, Gravito, Lifebane complimented his bodyguard, who was holding his hands out in Hao's direction. He just increased the gravity around you. Right now, it's like you weigh a ton, he explained, slowly approaching Hao and holding his hand out. And I'll make you even weaker, he added as a blue aura escaped the draconic boy and was absorbed into Lifebane's hand. You fought well. We shouldn't have underestimated you, but it was a foolish endeavor. Everyone has their limits. Aura Drain. The user can absorb the energy from opponents within a certain range, temporarily weakening them while boosting their own strength and stamina. Ace was tempted to step in as her leader seemingly struggled. Nonetheless, she didn't interfere, placing her total trust in him. Hao nearly fell to his knees as his strength was sipped away and the gravity around him threatened to crush him. He was only a few inches away from touching the ground. Despite that, he somehow held firm. Much to Lifebane's confusion, who also seemed to realize something was wrong. Who decided that? Who decided that I reached my limits? Hao glared, nearly making Gravito's blood freeze. Even then, he increased the gravity just in case. By all means, the tall man shouldn't even be able to move. Yet it looked like he was slightly rising again. I am Hao. Hao does not falter, does not kneel. He does not know defeat. He shouted, standing up to his full height, and pulling his arm out of the portal with all his strength. The gateway had been shrunken to cut off his arm, so that was what its current size was. What would you think would happen when the horned boy pulled his arm out along with the one he was holding? The gangsters were quick to witness the answer as bones, guts, and feathers were pulled out along with his arm. What remained of Avian King's body was nothing but a grotesque mass of shredded flesh. Don't let him make any more portals. Hao barked a sudden order. He quickly raised a fist and slammed it into Lifebane and Gravito's direction. Now to get rid of you. The gang leader widened his eyes, seeing his life flash before his eyes until his body moved on its own. He had absorbed enough of Hao's energy to greatly enhance his physical attributes, allowing him to jump out of the way after taking Gravito with him. They successfully dodged Hao's blow, which had been strong enough to open the ground the moment it made contact with it. Vortex, witnessing his boss' brutal death, swiftly brought his fists together to create another portal, one that would likely allow him to escape. However, just as he was about to, two slender legs wrapped around his waist from behind while an arm locked around one of his. A cold blade was then pressed against his throat, serving as a warning. "You're not going anywhere," Ace giggled in his ear, keeping him in place. "Sheet. I won't try anything," Vortex exclaimed nervously, his voice shaking with fear. "And you better not do something stupid or else you'll blow your friend's eardrums," Ace warned Tremor, who was just about to let out a shout in their direction. The man paused, knowing she was right. Maybe. You'll be ready to listen," Hao muttered, slowly approaching Lifebane and his bodyguard. The horned boy had killed most of the people in the room and even removed 3 leaders from their gangs. "You guys can't do anything right, huh? How did we never defeat you?" Tangleweaver's voice suddenly reached their ears. Multiple thick vines shot out from his arms, wrapping around Hao's body, trapping all of his limbs. "My men and I will take care of this." He smirked before glancing at his 2 bodyguards. The first one had chestnut hair and a slim body with a blue mushroom growing on top of his head. The other had leaves for hair but looked as average as the first guard. Creeping Vine. The user can manipulate and grow vines that can ensnare, trip, or bind opponents. These vines are adorned with sharp thorns that deliver a potent venom. "Is this supposed to hurt?" Hao asked mockingly, only for Tangleweaver's second bodyguard to outstretch his arms toward his leader's vines. "Burst Surge," the bodyguard spoke, his hands glowing green. Immediately after, the vines glowed with the same color before expanding, growing larger and stronger. Hao gritted his teeth, but the act seemed to come more from annoyance than pain. Tangleweaver's thorns couldn't go through his skin, and he'd break out of these vines easily despite their growth. However, he wanted to see what they were capable of since he had witnessed everyone else's quirks already. They seemed to make a good team, especially since they had compatible quirks for a team fight. Nevertheless, he wondered about the first bodyguard, who still hadn't done anything. No, actually, he was lying on the floor, seemingly unconscious. The mushroom that had grown on his head was gone, too. Suddenly, something began crawling over Hao's back, climbing by wrapping something around his limbs and hair. The hulking boy spun his head to see a small mass of plant roots standing on top of him. The living mass of plant roots had twisted and knotted together into a dense, tangled cluster, sprawling out in every direction. Thick, fibrous roots intertwined, their surfaces rough and gnarled, dotted with small nodules and tiny root hairs that extended like delicate tendrils. "What are you waiting for, Leech? You've got a prime body, right here," Tangleweaver shouted as the mass of plant roots attempted to drill into Hao's body with one of its tendrils. "I can't hold him for long," he added, grunting as his arms began to soar. "I'm trying, but I can't go through his skin. And I'm not going through his mouth just to get blasted." The mass of roots, likely his bodyguard, retorted from Hao's back. Oh, now he understood. He must have been similar to that sludge villain he fought not too long ago. He tried to take over his body by going inside him, and Leech probably had the same type of quirk, except he was solid and not liquid. Well, he was done experimenting. He had seen everything he needed to see. "Let's just end this. I'm done playing around," Hao stated coldly. His body began pulsating, much to everyone's confusion. Suddenly, the vines wrapped around him blew apart, also sending Leech away. Green scales spread all over Hao's body as it grew bigger and longer, covering his skin in a shimmering jade-like sheen. His limbs extended, growing leaner and more sinewy, with his fingers elongating into claw-tipped talons that gleamed like polished steel. His body lengthened and coiled, becoming serpentine and powerful. 2 long, silken whiskers sprouted from either side of his snout, waving gently with each breath he took. Horns emerged from the top of his head, curving back like a crown. A thick, flowing mane of greenish fur lined his neck, cascading down his spine. Dark green fur grew out of the end of his tail. "This is," Ace muttered as Hal became too big for the building. She fell to the floor as Vortex threw himself to it along with everyone else here when the gigantic dragon broke the building apart to allow himself more space. They stayed on the ground for several more seconds, hoping no debris would fall on them. Ace, on the other hand, quickly recovered and looked up at the sky to witness Hal's dragon form for the first time. "So beautiful," she whispered. They were in the wilderness, far from civilization, so naturally he could let loose here. "You didn't have me on the ropes even once," Hal declared as the remaining gang leaders and their men stood back on their feet. "I declared 6 wars and ended 3 of them in less than an hour. Without their leaders, their gangs will be like headless chickens and lose a turf war against me," Hal explained, his eyes wandering from one boss to the next, ignoring the bodyguards remaining. "Earlier I gave you all a choice. Join me or die. The ones who refused are dead and forgotten. Now I give you another choice. Swear fealty to me and obtain the chance to fulfill every one of your dreams, or fight me and lose, then you will become my slaves. I have no use for additional corpses," he declared, gesturing at the dead bodies with his eyes. "No matter where you try to flee, I will track you, and no matter how much you struggle, you will fail." The ones still alive stayed silent, still baffled by the turn of events. Ace quietly giggled while watching their speechless expressions. They truly had no idea what they were getting into when they agreed to this meeting. The first one to go to his knees was Titan's remaining bodyguard. The man placed his hands on the floor and bowed his head the lowest he could, uncaring of how pathetic he may have looked. "I'll join you, Hao-sama," he declared with a shaky voice. Hao briefly glanced his way. Even with his size and the fact he was flying, the dragon's sight was excellent to the point he quickly recognized the man. "You're one of Titans, aren't you? You misunderstand, this offer is for the leaders. I have no care for underlings who have no authority," Hao denied immediately. The man yelped but kept his head down while trembling like a leaf. "Please. I do have the authority. I am Arsenal, Titan's second in command. Whatever I say, our men will follow. We don't need a turf war. I will make sure my gang understands they will serve under a new banner." "How, no, my lord." "Master," he begged, still bowing. Hao hummed, humoring his pleas for a second until he nodded. "Very well. I see that one of you knows his place, at least. Who else will join willingly?" he questioned, his eyes leaving Arsenal whimpering, but relieved, form. Lifebane released a choked breath. All of this had been too much. Damn it. How could he have predicted the meeting would go like this? He threw a look at Gravito. His other man died in an instant, unable to do anything. He clenched his fists but supposed there was no other way. They were now faced with a wall they couldn't overcome. "I pledge allegiance to you, Halma," he finally decided, lowering himself to a knee and bowing his head. "Boss." Gravito yelped in surprise, but a single glance from his leader made him quiet down. Seeing he had no other choice, the underling joined in. "You have made the right decision, Lifebane. Those who prove their worth to me can live like kings," Hao assured, nodding in satisfaction. The gigantic dragon turned to look at Vortex and Tremor, Avian King's bodyguards. Both of them tensed up, and since Ace was still there, the former couldn't even open a portal without the risk of getting his throat cut open. "I would have killed you and slaughtered your whole gang in the turf war that is to come, but your quirks interest me. I'll keep you. I'm sure you have nothing against that?" Hao mused, to which the two of them quickly shook their heads. "Of course not. We will follow you," Vortex affirmed as he got to his knees. Tangleweaver clicked his tongue at the display. He knew when he was outmatched, and even with his 2 bodyguards still alive, he was aware he had no chance. Especially considering they lost even when they were much more numerous earlier. Ultimately, he needed his life if he wanted to ever achieve his dreams. Perhaps, how was the fastest way to attain them? Men, I guess you know what you have to do, he told them. Leech had returned to the earlier body he had inhabited after the factory had collapsed, and his expression was enough to tell everyone he wouldn't protest Tangleweaver's orders. We pledge ourselves to you also, the leader confirmed as he got on his knees, followed by his subordinates. Wise decision, Hao nodded, then looked at the last man standing. What about you? Shade Wielder was alone, both his men gone. Everything he had fought for so long just crumbled under his eyes as he witnessed true despair. All it took was a random event that he couldn't have predicted, the arrival of an impossibly powerful foe. Wordlessly, Shade Wielder fell to his knees and bowed his head. He had no other choice. Then it's decided. All of you belong to me now, Hao declared in a low and cold tone, looking at what was only the beginning of his future army. Several months had passed since his takeover of the other gangs. The turf war to take Lady Fortress territory ended only in a couple of days as her men were no match for his forces. Indeed, he already had a small army, but that was it was small. He needed much more than that to take over all of Japan. Nevertheless, he still expanded his territory and also left a few men in the ones he took over, so they could rule in his name. After all, he couldn't be everywhere at once, especially since he was unavailable during the day. While the numerical advantage he gained from these takeovers was interesting and useful, the individuals who joined him were even better. Some of them had quite useful quirks. First, from the Steel Wolves, the former second-in-command, Arsenal, also called Tanaka Huro. He had chosen to remain in Izuku's main base after bringing the rest of the gang under the Dragon Boy's rule. He was still in charge of any operation happening in the territory of their former gang, but he needed Izuku's approval for everything now. His quirk was called Weapon Forge, allows the user to transform any part of their body into various weapons at will. They can switch between different types of weapons, such as swords, shields, guns, and more, adapting to different combat scenarios as needed. The man was committed to pleasing Izuku's whims, making him the perfect bootlicker. Of course, cheap flattery wasn't enough to assure Izuku of his usefulness, but he was doing a good job for now. Then there was Shade Wielder. Real name, Suzuki Yuto. His quirk was useful for infiltration, and he could also use it to fight. While it had been useless against Izuku, the young man was aware that he was a special case, and that Shade Wielder wouldn't lose so easily against other opponents. Since he was the former leader of Dark Sentinels, Izuku allowed him to remain in his former base to keep taking care of his operations from there. Of course, he also needed to be sure Shade wouldn't try anything stupid. Thus, he needed to send regular reports once a week, which he'd have to deliver himself in Izuku's hands. The Horned Boy also sent one of his subordinates on surprise visits to see how everything was going. Most of the time, Arsenal volunteered for that job. For now, he was faced with no issues concerning him. Tremor, whose real name was Saito Takumi, was one of the bodyguards of the late Avian King. His quirk, Concussive Blast, allowed the user to release powerful, concussive sound waves from their voice. A loud enough shout could destabilize or knock down enemies, shatter objects, and even disorient those with enhanced senses. It was good enough, he supposed, and he was in a similar situation as Shade Wielder, except with less surveillance. He was only a pawn before, so he could hardly scheme against Izuku when he knew the Horned Man was his best bet at a successful criminal life. Moreover, he actually spent more time in the Legion's main base than his former gangs. His colleague was much more interesting. Vortex, whose real name was in no way Daiki, was in the main base at all times because of his quirk. Dimensional Drift allows the user to create a unique symbol that they can imprint on any surface, object, or even living being. Once the symbol is marked, the user can open a portal to that specific location at will, enabling instantaneous travel between points. That symbol was a circle with a large plus sign over it. You could also draw the symbol yourself, and as long as Vortex knew of its existence, then he could open a portal to it. Of course, the symbol needed to be perfect, otherwise, the portal would be unstable. Moreover, the ones he created from his quirk couldn't be wiped off unless he wished them to be unlike one that would be drawn. Nonetheless, Despite these limitations, a teleportation quirk was rare, and one of the most useful abilities you could obtain in this world. If he'd prove himself, Izuku would be tempted to make Vortex one of his lieutenants. Avian King actually had a symbol on his back, which made for a quick escape since Vortex would just make a portal behind him in an instant. Of course, Izuku proved that this wasn't infallible. After he turned Avian King into a bloody paste. The former leader of the Ravagers, Lifebane, remained in the main base. Lifebane, whose real name was Nakamura Kaito, was a good tactician and leader. You couldn't say Izuku needed him, per se, but he was useful enough that the horned boy would sometimes delegate some tasks to him as he would with Zhonglu. He still trusted Lu more than Lifebane, but the latter gained a lot of points with Izuku as he had efficiently incorporated his gang into his new leaders group. He also made it clear to his former subordinates that Hao was their new master. They were quick to adjust their plans and organization to match Hao's so that their operations would run just as well under his rule. His bodyguard, Gravito, was still by his side, but he understood that Hao's orders were a priority over his former leaders. The last ones were interesting too. Tangle Weaver, real name, Kanzaki Isabara. While the man had a strange obsession with plants, he held no hesitation in giving up his pride to save his life and serve Hao. Moreover, he was a SDST, one who loved playing with his food. Naturally, any time they would need to interrogate someone or extract information, Tangle Weaver was the first to volunteer. Not that he needed to, considering one of his former henchmen's abilities. He had surprisingly good administrative skills and was pretty good with numbers. He was apparently an accountant as well as a God-fearing man before he tasted the joy of hurting others and adopted a life of crime. He worked well in tandem with Powerplant, whose quirk, Verdant Surge, allowed him to accelerate the growth of plants at an extraordinary rate, enabling him to manipulate them if needed. The last one's quirk was perhaps nearly as strong and useful as Vortex's. Leech, also known as Kurigaya Koga, had a quirk called Fungi Dominion. Fungi Dominion turns the user's body into root-like tendrils that can infiltrate another person's body. Once inside, the user can travel to the host's brain and exert influence over their thoughts and actions like a parasite. When the user takes full control, a distinctive mushroom grows on the host's head, marking their complete domination. Leech had no proper body to speak of. From what he said, when he was 1 or 2, his body permanently turned into a mass of root-like tendrils. Because he lost his parents early, he didn't even know if he was a man or a woman, though he always chose to inhabit a man's body. Even out of their bodies, he would speak with the vocal cords he stole from them. He could either enter someone's body through their skin by piercing a hole in them, or go through a hole already there. All he'd have to do next would be to reach the brain and plant his roots inside it. From there, he could communicate with the person with some kind of telepathy as if he were their own thoughts. He could influence their actions and opinions, but that was only if he wished to remain hidden. If he wanted to take full control of the body, then he'd need to grow further until a mushroom grew out of the victim's head. It wasn't sneaky. Not that Leech cared about that, since he would usually lobotomize the victim's body to make sure they could never take back control, and he sustained himself by absorbing the victim's nutrients directly. Truly, like a parasite. Of course, he could use the victim's quirk as well, and since he had access to their thoughts, learning to use it efficiently was as easy as pie. How would keep that one close, knowing all the damage he could do if used well? Of course, he also needed to make sure he wouldn't get any funny ideas and attempt to steal Hao's body. They were all quite surprised to see Zhonglu was alive and well when they came here. Apart from their new recruits, they expanded their base too. The strip club was much bigger now, yet, it was only a small part of their underground facility. They had dug deeper and made another floor under it, one even wider than the floor above it. It was even easier thanks to Tangle Weaver, Powerplant, and Tremor, who helped the people Zhong previously recruited for this job. While the strip club was a place for leisure for them all, it didn't offer much room for them to discuss and organize their operations, especially since they also had customers there. Now they had living quarters for the subordinates without homes, a training room for anyone who might need it, and even a dining area and a kitchen. It wasn't just a base where plans would be discussed, as it was also made so that people would live in it. Of course, Izuku had his own private room, as did Himiko. He allowed that privilege to Zanlu too since the man had helped Izuku a lot. He was a good asset. The bullman even made a throne for him. It may have seemed egotistical, but Izuku didn't ask him to do that in the first place, though he didn't refuse the gift. A throne, specifically made for his size too, was fitting for him. Apart from those rooms, there was also an infirmary, though they didn't have medical experts, only a couple of people with some medical training. It was better than nothing. They established an armory to store various weapons and a vault to secure their money and other stolen valuables. A few empty rooms remained, still awaiting designated purposes. Izuku couldn't be prouder of what they had accomplished until now, of what they built. Yet, this was only the start. Oh, it was far from over. While that base was good, it was nothing compared to what he would have in the future. Soon he would join UA. Before that, they had one last major operation to take care of. That was why Hao was in the throne room, sitting on Zhonglu's gift while Himiko, from her codename Ace, sat on his shoulder. The dancers, Isami and Mio, who he had fun with mere minutes ago, were lying on his lap while he spoke to his subordinates. Zhonglu knelt in front of him while the former gang leaders, and Leech, Vortex, Power Plant, and Arsenal were doing the same only a couple of feet behind him. Several men were also stationed around the room. Do you remember what I told you around 10 months ago, Zhonglu? I said that my plans would truly start around this time. Hao reminded his subordinate. I remember, Master. Zhong nodded in confirmation. It is finally time. The UA entrance exam will start in a couple of weeks. Once I enter UA, I will be closer than ever to the pro heroes, an ideal spy. Most of all, I am planning on finding potential recruits for us, Hao revealed, much to everyone's shock, except for Himiko's. Master, no offense, but I don't think UA would hire you as a teacher if you have no experience as a pro hero, Zhong mumbled, making Izuku arch an eyebrow. What the hell are you talking about? I'm not looking to be a teacher, dumbass. I'm going as a student. Izuku retorted with a shout, making Zhong's composure nearly fall while the others seemed just as confused. But how are you going to pretend to be a kid? Even if you have fake papers, they'll see right through you, Zhong argued, which only made his leader fume even more. Now, you're starting to PSS me off. Are you doing this on purpose? Are you all so blind that you can't even see I'm a kid? I'm starting high school soon, and I chose UA to be the school I enter. Did you connect the dots yet? Izuku loudly revealed. Everyone froze on the spot, eyes wide, while Himiko giggled. The women lying on his lap nearly fell on their butts. What? Everyone screamed in unison, nearly blowing Izuku's eardrums. Does that mean you're in middle school, Master? Zhonglu stammered. No, I'm not. I just told you I graduated, didn't I? Izuku grumbled in response, getting fed up by all of this. I was defeated by a middle schooler. Zhonglu muttered to himself, unable to process the information. My gang was taken over by a middle schooler, the former gang leaders uttered in shock. I got F'd in the butt by a middle schooler, Mio voiced with her throat tight. Am I going to jail? She quickly turned to Isami, who looked just as shocked at the realization. Pretty sure we would have gone to jail either way considering everything we've done here, Isami replied, still not over the discovery. Oh right. I mean the damage is already done, so, what's the point of stopping now? Mio nervously chuckled before trying to snuggle up closer to Hao. The age explains the mood swings, Lifebane whispered. Useless chatter began flooding the room as they all discussed their leader's age with baffled expressions, surprised that they weren't in a dream they would soon wake up from. Suddenly, Hao slightly shifted his body. Got a problem with that? He asked, glaring holes into their skulls. His eyes alone were enough to freeze them all in the spot as they were reminded of the fights he led and won. Meanwhile, Himiko simply giggled in her sleeve at the spectacle. Whether I'm 80 or 3 doesn't change anything. You lost, and now your lives belong to me. I could kill all of you in a heartbeat if I wanted to, he reminded them. They stayed silent, knowing he was right. Even if everyone in this room teamed up against him, they would lose. He got even more powerful since they fought him last. Of course, they had some improvements as well, but it was nothing that could put them on his level. Of course, glorious master. You are perfectly right. Pardon our rude comments, we were just surprised by your age, that's all. Arsenal apologized, lowering his head until his forehead touched the floor. Shut it. I don't need your butt kissing. Hao retorted in annoyance, making Arsenal yelp in fear. Zhonglu suddenly slammed his fists into the floor and lowered his head in the same manner. Master, I'm sorry. My pride got the best of me again. I felt my ego wounded because I lost to a child, but, if anything, it should have humbled me even further. For you to reach such a level at that young age is awe-inspiring. In the world of villainy, there is no speaking of age. He shouted. I will still serve you to the best of my abilities, he assured his leader. The others stared in silence, waiting for Hao's next words. But I expected nothing less, Zhonglu. See? That's why I like you, Izuku grinned as Zhong nodded. That is why I want you to lead our final operation before I enter you. I am ready for anything, master. It's time for you to get your revenge. Lei Shui and the Chinese mafia had their uses, but they'll be troublesome when our legion grows even stronger. We don't need them anymore, which is why their end has come, Izuku revealed, shocking quite a few people. Nevertheless, some seem to have been expecting such a decision. Shade Wielder, Lifebane, and Himiko obviously knew about it. We have the locations of every one of their hideouts, including the main one. Lifebane will tell you about the plan in more detail, but we'll attack all of them at the same time, swiftly and efficiently, before they can share any information about the attack. The Mafia will cease to exist in a single day. He partly explained the plan before turning to look at Arsenal. Arsenal will accompany you to their main base. The others will split up between different hideouts. You can count on me, Hao-sama. Arsenal grinned as he turned his hands into guns. Master, I thank you for this opportunity. Zhonglu bowed his head. It's all right. I can see it in your eyes. The deep hatred you have for them. You've been waiting to get back at them for so long, didn't you? Izuku softly asked. Yes. Ever since the day I was kicked out. There hasn't been a day where I didn't wish to kill them with my own 2 hands, Zhong confirmed with a hate-filled glare. It was a story that happened years ago, one that would always remain in his heart as long as he lived. 12 years ago. Zhonglu exhaled a puff of smoke as he removed the cigar from his mouth. He was dressed in a formal black tuxedo suit that looked quite strange in his hulking figure, leaning on a lamppost as he watched the quiet night of Nagoya. Even after living in Japan for 2 years, he wasn't quite used to it. It had beauty for sure, but it didn't feel like home like China would. At least, he didn't have his old master annoying him with the daily lessons of the Hikisaka-ken. He knew 1 or 2 things, and that should have been enough. His body was already strong enough, after all. Suddenly, his phone rang. Zhong remained still and relaxed, exhaling another puff of smoke before calmly pulling the phone out of his pocket. Boss? He greeted the man on the other side. How is the hunt going, Zhong? Are you close? Lei Shui's voice asked from the other end. Yeah, I am. Don't worry, boss. I'm close to cornering the little mouse. Just saw the informant pass by, Zhong responded calmly. You better not let him escape. That traitor, whoever he is, could bring the end of our family. You better not disappoint me. Once you find him, bring him to me alive, Lei ordered with rage. I know. He won't escape me, I can assure you. I'll make that rat pay, Zhong affirmed to his boss. You better or else. Lei Shui replied before hanging up. Zhong had worked for him for around 10 years now, and yet, his boss had never warmed up to him. It was alright, he could accept that. He was a nobody when Lei found and recruited him, so he had to painfully and slowly rise up the ranks. It was harsh, but worth it in the end. You guys stay here, I can take care of it myself, Zhong said to 2 men. They were twins, Saiko and Reiko, born with the same quirk, which allowed them to turn their right arm into a blade capable of cutting even steel. He had known them even before joining the Chinese mafia, and even if having friends in the world of villainy was something some would consider dangerous, he couldn't deny the bond they formed. Not too far from them were other subordinates of his, a little over a dozen of them. He dropped his cigar on the ground and stepped on it before walking toward his target. He had been on the trail of a traitor, someone who was feeding other groups information on the mafia's operations and secret storage houses. It took him some time, but he eventually got a lead on an informant who may have been buying the information from that traitor. He followed him for a few days, hoping he would meet the traitor at some point, which seemed to be tonight as the informant slipped into an alleyway. Zhong moved slowly, and as sneakily as he could, which wasn't his forte because of his size. Despite that, he still managed to sneak up on the current meeting. He hid behind a wall to listen in to the conversation first. Yes, he doesn't suspect anything. Still, this is getting riskier and riskier for me. It's my life that's on the line. I do hope the payment I will receive at the end of this will be doubled, the informant said worriedly. Zhong Lu approached closer. Yeah, we'll pay you triple if you want to. As long as you keep your end of the deal, we can all come out as winners, the trader's feminine voice replied. Zhong Lu froze. That voice? No, it was impossible. He immediately stepped out of the shadows, unable to stay hidden any longer than that. May! Zhong yelled, making the informant yelp as he turned around in surprise. However, Zhong's eyes weren't on him, but rather on the woman he was talking to, who seemed just as shocked. Lin Mei. She was a woman with long black hair and orange eyes with an hourglass figure. Of course he knew her. She was just like him. An orphan street rat who grew up in the slums of Hong Kong. They grew up together and survived together, then they met the twins and became a little stronger. Surviving was made easier. Until they were all recruited by the Chinese mafia. They owed the mafia so much. And yet, she would betray them? She would betray him? After she told him that she loved him? I can't believe this. You're the traitor. He snapped at her, clenching his fists while tears threatened to spill from his eyes. No, I promise this isn't what it looks like, Lu. May rushed to grab his hand, and he was almost tempted to backhand her then and there. However, he couldn't. Even after a betrayal, he couldn't. You'll try to tell me you're not selling information to the enemy? Zhong screamed. To the girl's credit, she didn't even flinch. I'm not. Seriously, Lu, do you think I would ever betray you? May snapped, making the tall man flinch as she rarely ever raised her voice at him. After everything we've been through, everything we've suffered through, do you think I'd stab you in the back like that? You know I love you, she blushed and looked away, lowering her voice. She always had a hard time admitting her real feelings, after all. I know, but you can't deny this looks compromising. Zhong replied. Look, May sighed as she glanced over at the trembling informant. There's a reason for all this. I've been working to lure the traitor into a trap by paying off his informant, she revealed, much to Zhong Lu's surprise. But the boss only gave that mission to me. He retorted. I know. And it's not like I wanted to do this. I started planning that literally a few days ago. I didn't even tell anyone in case I got the traitor wrong, so May suddenly froze mid-explanation, a look of terror etched on her face. How did you know about the informant? She asked in a shaky voice. What do you mean, how did I know? I told you, I've been looking for the traitor, and my leads got me to this guy. Zhong gestured at the informant, who was still there and shaking against the wall. I'm pretty sure he's the one in contact with our little traitor, he explained, only for May to shake her head. No, that's not possible. The only reason I even learned about this informant is because I happened to overhear the traitor by mistake once when he was in the base. So, how did you know, Lu? Tell me, how did you know about the informant? She screamed, clutching his arm fearfully. I found some burner phones back home, hidden under the living quarters floorboards. There were some names and locations on them. I just squeezed some information out of some people, brutally, until they spilled this guy's name. He gestured to the nearby informant. No, May shook her head frantically. You shouldn't have known Lu. Don't you get it? It's too easy. She screamed until a shot suddenly rang out. They both snapped their heads toward the loud bang, just in time to see the informant's corpse collapse to the ground. This pawn was useful, a shame I had to get rid of him, now. Someone chuckled before putting their gun back in their belt. It was a man of average height. His hair was short and white, slowly flowing in the cold breeze of the night. While he wasn't overly muscular, they were aware he had a toned body. After all, it was someone they knew well. He was a man who was recruited only a year ago by the mafia, Ishida Sora. That's him, Mei gulped, biting her lower lip. I knew it was a trap all along and we fell for it. He's the traitor? Zhong Lu muttered in incomprehension. He didn't talk much with him, so he wasn't too familiar with the guy. He didn't even know if he had it in him to betray the family. What the hell are you doing, you BC? Why would you betray the family? He demanded an answer even though he knew he should have taken him out then and there before bringing him to the boss. Oh, you'll have to forgive me, but it's not like I meant to destroy the family. I only wanted to make the boss scared a little. Would make my promotion all the likelier when I take care of my scapegoats, Sora snickered. Scapegoats? You don't mean, Zhong Lu muttered in realization. He was planning to put the blame on them. Sorry, but I can't stand the wait for being a right-hand man. I'd rather rush to it. Catching a couple of traitors will be easy as pie. Sora exclaimed pridefully. As if we'd let you do that, Zhong Lu amusedly scoffed. There was no way that lanky BSTRD would defeat them. You said it. Mei shouted before pulling out her gun and aiming it at Ishida's head. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Ishida smirked, only for Mei to fire. The man immediately put a hand in front of him. In any other case, the bullet should have gone straight through his hand and killed him, yet it stopped. It was as if it lost all momentum. Counter, Sora simply said before the bullet exploded. Zhong Lu widened his eyes as drops of blood hit his suit, making him look down. Mei's gun had exploded as if a bullet were shot through its timber went through the woman's head. Her right eye along with the upper part of her head had been blown apart, spewing her brains out in the air before she collapsed to the concrete floor. Her death had been instant. Mei, Lu whispered in disbelief. He slowly fell to his knees before reaching out for her. Her remaining eye was wide open and frozen, lifeless. This can't be happening, he muttered, his breathing quickening to the point his lungs were being emptied, turning his breathing ragged and painful. This must have been a nightmare. It couldn't be real. Mei had always been there for as long as he could remember. To be gone was inconceivable. I warned her, Sora clicked his tongue while shaking his head. Immediately, Zhong Lu turned to him with hate-filled eyes. You FNGBSRD. Die. He roared and charged forward, not caring about Lei Shue's orders to bring him alive. No, he would crush him like a bug. And he wouldn't do it quickly either. He'd make sure he'd suffer a slow and painful death. He threw a punch forward, ready to splatter Sora's intestines out of his body, only for the man to easily block his punch with his palm. Counter, he simply spoke. Zhong Lu's fist broke, spewing blood in every direction. Gah! He squealed as he grabbed his broken hand and took a few steps back, still clutching his broken limb in pain. What was that? He muttered to himself, clenching his teeth. Usually, his brute strength alone would have been enough. This man should have been sent flying with that hit. Blown apart even. Lu winced again as his arm cracked. So, it wasn't just the fist. The arm was broken too. It was as if he got hit by his own punch. Frankly, he didn't even want to figure out what happened. All he wanted was to kill him. Charging at me like an angry bull isn't gonna work, Zhong Lu-kun. Honestly, seeing someone fight so stupidly almost makes me sad, Sora chuckled amusedly. Very well, since it would be a boring battle otherwise. I'll only use 2 fingers to fight you, he declared as he showed his 2 pointer fingers with a mocking grin. Don't you dare mock me. Zhong Lu charged forward again. Since that BSRD wanted the bullman to fight with something other than brute strength, then he'd show him the martial arts he learned before coming to Japan. He ignored the searing pain in his arm, raising both arms above his head and shaping his hands into a claw-like formation. He moved them in random directions, so fast it would be hard to follow to the naked eye. It was a technique that was supposed to prevent the enemy from seeing where the attack would come from. Chi-O Worken, earth-splitting fist. he declared as he slammed his hands down, ready to tear Ishida into 3 pieces. However, just like the man said, he stopped Zhonglu's technique with his fingers alone, simply by touching Zhonglu's palms with them. Counter, Sora grinned. A second later, the back of Zhong's hands exploded, blood and bones bursting out of them. G.H. He screamed before falling to his knees, holding his shaking hands out while his red life juice sputtered everywhere. His hands. He couldn't use them anymore. There was no way he could fight with them in this condition. Zhong clenched his teeth, trying to hold down the immeasurable pain, to avoid showing weakness to the enemy. How could he not, though? He was reduced to such a pathetic sight. He had been sloppy and knew this attempt was half-butted anyway. He hadn't trained once since coming here because he thought that his quirk would be enough. Such a rookie mistake. Did you try to use martial arts? This was awful. You must be quite rusty, Zhongluven, Sora chuckled mockingly. Oh, well, even if you weren't, it wouldn't have amounted to much. I know a bit of martial arts myself. I needed to, after all. Only now, I can use the full extent of my quirk. He spoke as he moved his hands with graceful precision, tracing a circle in the air. Though his movements were slow, they left behind an ethereal trace, as if his hands had multiplied. But no, that wasn't it. He was simply moving them with incredible speed. If only all quirks were physical, I would be the strongest man in the world. Zhonglu didn't care for his blabbering. As long as he was still alive, he wouldn't know peace. So what if he couldn't use his hands? He still had his left arm. So he roared again, and swung his arm at the man, ready to take his head clean of his shoulders. My God, you're stupid. Sora shook his head before blocking the arm with his finger again. Counter. Zhonglu's arm bent the other way, breaking one of his bones and forcing it to poke out of his flesh. The bullman released another pained scream as he remained on his knees, panting and bleeding, barely conscious. Don't you get it yet? Physical attacks don't work on me. I can repel all of them and inflict you with the injury instead. I'm invincible, he bragged, pointing at himself. No one who fights in close quarters can defeat me. Not even All Might. Ishida declared arrogantly. But I guess it's finally time to end your pain, he snorted. Suddenly he narrowed his eyes and held out his hands to his sides, stopping 2 blades from skewering him. Psycho and Reiko had come, and both of their arm blades were stopped by Sora's palms, which weren't even pierced. Lu, run! Psycho shouted as several other subordinates came running and grabbed their leader, helping him to his feet. Counter, Sora spoke boredly. The twins' blades split in half, as did their shoulders and thus their arms. Gra! They cried in unison before falling to their knees. Guys, Zhonglu muttered in pain while he was carried away. Since he was still too heavy, he also needed to walk so that his men wouldn't have to hold all his weight. Despite that, he didn't wish to leave the twins to their fate. Go, boss. We'll hold him back. One of his subordinates yelled as the others surrounded the traitor. Zhong didn't reply. He couldn't. He knew why. It was because he was a coward. If he stayed and fought by their side, he would die, unable to avenge Mei. He would die in vain. He would give up on his pride, fleeing in such a way. So, he simply watched the battle unfold as he was carried further and further away. He watched as Ishida finished off Psycho by breaking his neck with a kick. He watched as he decapitated Reiko with that quirk of his. He watched as Sora repelled the bullets his men shot, blowing their brains out like he did. Zhonglu watched as he was thrown into a car, Ishida killing the last man standing. Zhonglu could only watch from the back seat as Ishida Sora became a dot on the road. You would think that he could heal his injuries and call Lei Shui for help, tell him who the traitor was so that they could avenge Mei and the brothers he lost. That was one of the most foolish mistakes he had made, trusting the boss of the mafia. Trusting the debt they owed him when he took them in that day. You demon traitor! I should have known it was you. Lei Shui screamed on the other end of the phone. No, you have to believe me. I would never betray the family. Zhonglu defended himself between ems of pain as both his arms were in casts. Don't try to bullshit your way out of this. Ishida already gave me all the proof I need. You have been conspiring behind my back all these years. Even after I took you in, you ungrateful The mafia leader retorted. It's a setup. I've been set up, boss. You have to believe me. He killed May. Of course he did. You and that beach betrayed the family. You think I'm going to forgive that? Please, father. Please, Shui, Zhonglu pleaded, on the verge of tears. Don't you dare use my first name, traitor. Just know that you've signed your death warrant. No matter how long it takes me, I'll have you killed. Lei Shui shouted before hanging up, not allowing Lu to explain himself any further. The bullman quivered as he dropped his phone to the floor. So that was it? It had been that easy? Ishida had ruined his life that easily? Zhonglu growled and stomped the phone with his hoof. They were going to pay for this. All of them. No matter how long it took, he'd become strong enough to kill them all. Present day. Lei Shui sighed as he rubbed his forehead, checking over some papers. Are you sure those numbers are right? The father asked worriedly. Unfortunately, they are. We've had 30% less profit than last month, and it was already lower than usual the previous month, too, Shuren answered with a nervous expression. This can't be right. We're losing our usual customers, and nobody can tell me why. Lei punched the table in anger, making all of his men flinch. Could it be the Beast Lord's Legion? Hao's little band has grown exponentially since your first meeting with him. Uniting those gangs is an impressive feat. He's a good business partner, but I can't help thinking he may have a hand in all of this, Shuren suggested. He's in a whole other city. How and why would they affect our business here? Lei Shui questioned. Nevertheless, he knew there was no simple answer, and he shouldn't reject that idea. All other groups were rivals to them, after all. I suggest sending Ishida-san. He's our best asset, sneaking his way in should be easy for him, Shuren said as Lei leaned back in his chair. Maybe you're right. It's better if we take them out first before they have the chance to attack. I wanted to avoid a turf war, especially with another city, but they leave me no choice, Lei Shui finally decided, then turned to look at the rest of his subordinates. A small group of you should accompany Ishida to that place, and provide additional protection if need be, he instructed when Shuren's phone suddenly rang. Oh, I'm sorry, father, the man apologized as he quickly pulled out his phone, only for it to stop ringing. That was strange, he whispered. Who was it? Lei inquired. Kasagi, but he only ever calls in case of emergencies, Shuren replied before his phone rang again. Just as he was about to pick up, it stopped. Now this was someone else. Nanami, he's from our lab, he muttered worriedly. Something weird was going on, especially since the phone rang again. This time, he managed to pick up the call, only for the caller to hang up on him. Realization suddenly dawned on him. Father, we're dash, he began shouting as hundreds of bullets were suddenly shot through the windows and walls, bursting out of every man standing inside. Shuren wasn't spared either as he was riddled with bullets, some even flying through his head, and splattering his brain matter all over the floor. The air hummed with the relentless sound of gunfire while the bullets tore through flesh as they did with the walls, each bullet slicing through with deadly precision, ricocheting off metal surfaces, and embedding into furniture. It was a bloodbath, but after a couple of minutes, it stopped. Miraculously, Lei Shui survived. He lay on the floor, riddled with bullet holes as he said blood. Of course, he could barely breathe, let alone move, so he couldn't even writhe in agony on the floor. Was this how he died? Was this how he was going to go out? It was impossible. Not like this. He gurgled on blood as he desperately tried to turn on his side, ignoring the slow footsteps approaching him. At least he should pull out his gun. Fight to the end. He'd show his enemies that even on the brink of death, he wasn't to be trifled with. Eventually, the footsteps stopped, prompting Lei Shui to weakly look at his aggressor. What? You? He uttered his words with hate. Dead, he repeated, trying to say that the one who stood over him shouldn't be alive anymore. Yep, you're dead, boss, Zhonglu sneered. Without any further words, he stomped on the mafia boss head, crushing it to a pulp and ending his life. The bullman looked around, eyes going over every dead body in the room while his colleagues came in, led by Arsenal. So? Everyone dead yet? Arsenal chuckled as he kicked a random corpse. Yeah. One rat is missing. You can call Vortex and tell him to take you guys away, Zhonglu instructed, only throwing a glance their way. I still have someone to take care of, he stated before walking away. If you say so, Arsenal shrugged before taking his phone. Hee, besides if this guy screws up, I'll be the master's new favorite, he snickered to himself. Whether Zhong didn't hear him or simply didn't care, he didn't show it. Instead, he burst through a random wall, searching for his target. That building was small since the mafia split their operation up efficiently, which meant that they already murdered pretty much everyone in there. However, Zhonglu knew that something simple wouldn't take down the man he had hated for so long. Thus, he burst through another wall, entering a spacious room resembling a dojo. There stood the man he had hated for over 10 years, and he had barely changed since the last time. Ah, so the traitor lives. I was wondering what those sounds were. Ishida Sora spoke calmly with his hands behind his back. Am I right to assume Lei Shui is dead? He frowned. You can find pieces of his brain under my hoof, Zhong replied casually, making Ishida sigh. And here he went through the trouble of building this dojo for me. I was this close to taking out Shuren and stealing his place. But you just had to ruin it, Ishida shook his head. You never had the guts to pick a fight with us before, so be honest. Who are you working for? He questioned coldly. Zhong snorted as he assumed a combat stance, one arm bent with his hand raised, while the other extended toward Ishida. You don't need to know that. I found someone worth giving my life to. Zhonglu answered. I see. Then, it's time I send you to the other world. After I do that, I'm sure your new owner will be glad to have me as his right-hand man, Sora chuckled, letting his arms fall to his sides. He didn't even bother taking a fighting pose. You're the only one who'll be going to the other side, Ishida. Zhonglu charged forward as Sora's stance remained the same. You fight as stupidly as ever, the other man chuckled as he caught both of Lu's oncoming fists effortlessly. Counter, he calmly stated as the bullman winced in pain. To Ishida's surprise, the man's arms didn't break. Before Sora could fully realize Zhong's strategy, he was headbutt and sent flying back. He skidded across the floor before coming to a stop to hold his bleeding forehead. You miserable dumb brute. He raged as he looked at the blood in his hand. That was for Psycho and Reiko. The next one will be the killing blow. For Mei, Zhonglu said with determined eyes. Don't think this bullshit will work again. Ishida barked as he stood up. I already told you, didn't I? No one who fights in close quarters can defeat me. He declared arrogantly. HMPF, Zhong smirked. A worm like you could never defeat my master, he proudly stated. I have improved my martial arts since the last time we fought. As if that matters, Ishida huffed while Zhong charged at him again, his hands moving for a technique. I can see your every move, Zhonglu. He shouted. The bullman shot a palm forward, then followed with a fist before delivering a roundhouse kick. Of course, he didn't stop there. The martial arts master followed up every blow with another, a palm strike with a punch, a roundhouse kick with an uppercut, an arm swing with a kick. Sure no Odori. Dance of death. Zhong shouted while executing his technique. Nevertheless, Ishida fluttered like paper, dodging every single hit like it was nothing. No, he wasn't simply dodging. His hands met every blow perfectly until the bullman's technique stopped. I can read you like a book. Ishida crossed his arms as he ended up behind Zhonglu. Unlimited counter, he said as blood suddenly burst out from all over the other man's body, staining the floor with red as even his skin was peeled off across various spots. However, he did not fall to his knees. Instead, Zhong clenched his teeth and pushed the pain down, refusing to let it consume him. Those injuries were nothing. He had endured much worse. So, he turned around and pressed his wrists against one another, placing his hands in a claw-like gesture as he turned around and shot forward. Retsuga Ken. Tearing Fong Fist. So easy, Sora stopped the hit with a finger. Counter. Zhong's chest nearly burst open as he felt his own technique reflected on him. Even if it didn't kill him, blood still spilled out of his mouth, and where the injury suddenly appeared. Taki no Bori Ken. Waterfall Rising Fist. Zhong didn't let the wounds deter him as he used one of his hands like a claw again, this time in a rising vertical attack. Itchimbiff, Sora snorted as he stepped aside and slapped the bullman's hand in the process. Counter. The result was expected, yet the pain still came as a surprise as the wound that should have been on Sora's chest appeared on Zhong's, peeling his skin right off his body. This time, the man collapsed to the floor, panting in exhaustion and pain. Then he spat out blood, ashamed that he would fail his master. Fail Mei. Poor Zhong Lu. No matter what you do, you just can't win, can you? Ishida laughed. How pathetic. You struggle in vain. Why can't you see that? Are you hoping to overwhelm my counter? It's useless. I could repel a meteor if I wanted to. He mocked the downed man. Absolute counter allows the user to perfectly reflect any physical attack back to its source, but only if they block it with their hands. Upon contact, the exact force and damage of the attack are instantly transferred to the attacker, regardless of its strength. Shut up. Zhong Lu yelled back at him, slowly getting back to his feet while Ishida didn't even bother to stop him. You're right. No point in talking anymore, is there? Can you hear her, Zhong Lu? Your girlfriend, Lin, is calling for you. I'll send you to the same hell I sent her to. Zhong Lu panted as Sora launched his attack, moving his hands forward. He couldn't fall here, not now. He couldn't fail Mei after a decade of making her wait to be avenged. He couldn't fail his master. Hikisuka Ken no Oji, Hyakanetsu no Shink. Tearing Fist secret move, 100 Burning Divine Fist. Zhong Lu delivered a flurry of fists as if his hands multiplied the moment he got back to his feet. Useless, Zhong Lu. Sora's hands followed the bullman's example, meeting every single one of his fists. This time, I'm done playing around. I'll send you back double the damage. Unlimited over counter. He loudly declared. After 10 seconds of continuous punching, they stepped away from each other. Gh. Zhong squealed as his muscles twitched. A second later, he was covered in his own blood as it burst out from every spot on his body. It's over, Sora mused mockingly, crossing his arms, only to widen his eyes as Zhong Lu simply collapsed to his knees, but didn't die. Why are you still alive? You received double the damage. You should have been blown to bits. Because those hits were fakeouts ta. So much for seeing my every move, Zhong Lu chuckled between pained breaths. You missed the main one, he smirked, just as Ishida's stomach exploded open, spilling his insides to the floor as he gasped for breath. Impossible! Sora screamed while desperately holding his organs in his arms as he lay on the floor, bleeding out. I already faced death against my master once. But I saw a wall that I can't surmount. I got much stronger than the last time we fought. You are nothing, Zhong groaned, painfully standing up. That last hit was for Mei, he declared before walking away from the man who ruined his life, letting him experience agony. Oh, he wouldn't end his pain so easily. He would die slowly and alone. Zhong Lu. Sora screamed as loud as he could while blood streamed down his chin, trying to reach out to the bullman. I'll see you in hell, Zhong Lu simply replied as he took out his phone and sent Vortex a text. Ishida watched as a portal opened in front of Zhong Lu. He watched as the bullman stepped through. He watched as his killer disappeared and left him alone. Ishida gurgled on his own blood while darkness slowly crept up to him, surrounding him. Cold. It was getting cold. In the Beast Lord's Legion's base. A few hours later. What a grand success. Tangleweaver raised his glass of room victoriously. A bit too easy, which got me worried at the start, Lifebane said as he sipped on his glass of wine. The former gang leaders and some other subordinates, along with Izuku and Himiko, were all in a private room, drinking to their heart's content as they celebrated their victory over the Chinese mafia. They were scattered across the room on various seats, with several of them enjoying a dance from Esetus. They danced in lingerie with notes in the straps of their panties as tips. While some kept a certain distance from the men, others had no issues sitting on their laps, twerking on their crotches while they looked into their eyes with lustful gazes. Izuku sat in an armchair that fit his size while Himiko was on his back, her arms wrapped around his neck as she sipped on a drink of her own. Mio and Isami were on his lap, leaning on his sides and enjoying the comfort of his tough body. Finally, as proof he didn't have an ounce of shame, Himiko's mother, now named Bichi, was skiing on his pee-pee in front of everyone. Now that her injuries had closed, she didn't need a BLNDFLD anymore, revealing thick scars instead of eyes. Enjoy this as much as you can. We'll probably get only more enemies from now on. He grinned as he casually drank from a bottle of whiskey. Still, glad we got rid of that pain in the butt. He laughed, which elicited more laughter from his new underlings. While some laughs were wholehearted, that couldn't be said for everyone as Shade Wielder looked distant. She really got better at this, didn't she? Izuku suddenly praised Bichi as he patted her on the head. Of course, we trained her ourselves after all, Isami replied while looking at the woman, a small smirk gracing her lips. She's taking my pee-pee a lot better than before. Did you use Zhong to train her? Izuku inquired curiously. He hadn't cared much about her in the last months since she had been here, but she seemed to be well liked by the customers. Her blindness gave her a certain exotic flair. Nope. He said something about not even the crazy ones. Mio shrugged as Himiko snickered at the response. Don't know what he means. Look at how docile she is, she complimented the other woman. Am I doing well, master? Bichi pulled his D out of her mouth, seemingly fishing for praise. Yeah, very well, now get back to it, the horned boy responded dismissively. Speaking of Lu, where is he? Himiko asked, not giving a sheet about her mother's state. In the infirmary. He looked like he fell in a shredder or something. He'll live, but it'll take some time for him to get better, Izuku explained. I did ask him if he wanted a dancer anyway, but considering he can barely move, he shrugged. Oh well, too bad he can't enjoy this. Himiko whistled while her eyes wandered over the room, sometimes landing on the butt of one of the various dancers and following it. We should enjoy this twice as much in his honor then. Izuku loudly exclaimed, gaining several cheers in return. F yeah. Tangle Weaver yelled as he groped the dancer closest to him without a care in the world. Never thought I'd take out Lei Shui and his whole group. I was right to follow you, Hao-sama. Hail Hao! Arsenal suddenly shouted, springing up from his seat, hoping the others would follow. Unfortunately, he was only met with ambient music as the others stared at him. The weapon master grumbled something under his breath, then sat back down. Yeah, it sure is. Exciting, Vortex gulped, nervously looking at the beers of the Esser dancing near him. That's but a lot of scantily clad women, he mumbled as one of them suddenly caressed his chin, nearly making him spill his drink. Why so nervous? She purred. While mostly everyone enjoyed their time, Himiko softly exhaled, snuggling up even closer to Izuku's neck. She had never thought she'd have that much fun nor that she would know such happiness. By all means, this was already an ideal life for her. She had companions and freedom, and was by the side of the boy she loved. Despite all that, she thought of the world Izuku would make and the endless possibilities it brought. The more she thought about it, the more that life seemed to be lacking compared to what they could have. It gave her strength. She wanted to give all her power to him, to spread that ideal life of hers on a wider scale. You look pathetic like that, Vortex. Haha. Arsenal laughed with a perverted grin. It's like you've never seen a woman from up close before. Shut up, you dash. Vortex yelled back, stopping himself mid-sentence to yelp in surprise when a dancer sat on his lap. Come on, this. You haven't even finished your first glass. Drink away. This is a party after all. Izuku exclaimed to the blonde on his back, handing her an entire bottle of champagne. Don't tell me you're getting shy in front of mommy now? He snickered. As if. She giggled in response before taking the bottle. Not like she can see me drinking either way, Himiko added before taking a swing of the champagne. I do hope we'll get even more excitement, boss. I only got to kill small fries in my attack today. Tangle Weaver shouted from his spot, his cheeks red from the alcohol in his blood. Of course. This was only a glimpse. Once the final phase of my plan begins, the whole world will be our enemy. Izuku casually replied, a confident smile etched on his face. The entire world. Lifebane whispered as he watched his drink, taking his focus off the woman dancing around him. That's Housama for you, Arsenal declared, pumping up his fist. Still, the next part of the plan seems risky. Infiltrating U.A is one thing, but find recruits among them? Shade Wielder questioned the feasibility of it all. However, House simply laughed in response. Oh, Shade, you don't get it, Izuku shook his head amusedly. Do you actually think these future students will be beacons of hope, innocence, and justice? Everyone has a monster they hide inside, some simply tame them better than others, and some just do not have the strength to give themselves to it. The day of the entrance exam finally came, welcoming hundreds of different participants, all filled with the prospect of reaching a bright future. Some confidently marched on, others stepped up with shaking legs, and a few advanced as if they were fulfilling a duty. Do you think there will be no sharks among them? No matter what each of them may say, they share different ideals and goals. Not all of them hope to accomplish the same thing by becoming heroes. In truth, they are out to get something. It could be something as simple as money, the drive to keep a roof above your head and your close ones. A short, slender girl with auburn hair stood outside, breathing deeply. Her hands were clenched at her sides, and her face was partly hidden behind her scarf as she nervously stared at the building where UA welcomed the exam takers. A nagging thought in the back of her mind tempted her to turn and flee, whispering that she had no chance of success. But another thought quickly surged forward, silencing the doubt as the faces of her father and mother flashed vividly in her mind. As reasonable as it sounds, many would consider such aspirations selfish, wouldn't you say? Of course, someone else could seek fame instead. A need to be seen by others or even to control the masses. A midget of a boy with grape-looking hair excitedly watched the passing girls walking to the exam site, already drooling at the thought of possibly attending the same classes as them or even having them as fans, one day. Perhaps, they simply wish to live a comfortable life, and that they might as well help other people while they are at it. Maybe, they have no powerful drives at all, simply following childhood dreams. A girl with long dark green hair, large hands, and frog-like features looked ahead impassively, quietly admiring the building where her dreams would possibly come true. Everything hung on this day, and while she wasn't a nervous wreck, she couldn't say she was serene either. Despite that, she decided to stroll forward, willing to meet her destiny. Another girl, petite with fair skin and earphone jacks hanging from her earlobes, followed closely behind. She looked around her with a grimace, impressed by the sheer number of examinees surrounding her. She had that much competition? The girl gulped nervously, then shook her head. No, she wouldn't let that deter her. Or maybe, they want to change the world. They think it's unfair, and that there is no justice anymore, so they believe they'll bring what's missing. They believe that they'll be the ones to start a new era, one with justice. Floating clothes marched forward, taking in the sight of the place that would hopefully help her reach her dreams. Just as she was about to go through the entrance, a horned pink girl suddenly ran into her, nearly throwing her to the floor. Miraculously, the other girl grabbed her by the back of the shirt, keeping her from falling down. She sheepishly apologized as she helped the invisible woman to her feet and wished her good luck before taking her first step toward changing the world. A tall, muscular and masked boy with multiple arms confidently strolled forward, seemingly not bound by any nervous feeling. What about the ones who were pressured into this? The ones whose fate lies in someone else's hands? A blond boy with an unusual belt looked down, the terrified faces of his parents flashing before his eyes. He clenched his hands, a spiteful expression on his face, which quickly turned into a smile. He stepped forward, burying his fears deep inside him. Don't you think some of them would do anything to reach their goals if given the chance? They only ever had one option because it was the only one ever given to them. An option that didn't guarantee success. What if they met the devil? What if he gave them another option? What if he gave them a choice that would ensure they reach their wildest dreams no matter the cost? Of course, some will outright refuse, either because they already hold generations of heroics on their backs. A tall boy with engines in his calves and glasses on his nose robotically walked forward, standing surprisingly upright. Or because they have too much pride to take a helping hand, even if it comes from the devil himself. Bakugu snarled as he made his way to the entrance exam, sparks already flying out of his palms. He was the best. He needed to be the best. He needed to show everyone that no one held a candle to him. He needed to. He needed to prove he was the strongest. No matter what they pick, the devil will come, and he will give them a choice. Izuku stood in front of UA's gates, calmly watching the examinees going in as the wind slowly blew into his hair. After a few seconds, the horned boy smirked and stepped forward.